The Changeling Deception, Book 2 of the Supernatural Tournament series, by Drake Mason and Eli Grant. Chapter 1. The van flipped onto its side and slid across the road, screeching metal and burned rubber. Anton, Mariposa, and I, loose in the back, were tossed about like rag dolls. Mariposa's head hit me in the face hard enough to leave tooth marks on my cheek. Anton, half wolf in instinctive panic, caught my elbow in his throat. The van hadn't come to rest yet before a second impact sent it rolling into the ditch. My vision looked like a Picasso on spin dry, disconnected images whirling past too fast to recognize, my senses blurring into confused synesthesia. The smell of burning rubber and smoke becomes briefly inextricably tied to the feeling of the hard-molded plastic of the dash when my face hits it. The spider's web of broken glass as the windshield shatters tastes like coppery blood in my mouth. The blaring of the horn is how panic feels, a senseless continuous scream, desperate and terrible and utterly overwhelming. It's kind of wild what goes through your head during something like that. You don't think you're going to die, or at least I didn't. It's all too fast, too chaotic. Mostly you're just thinking, oh shit, this is going to hurt. But the brain is a weird thing, and sometimes it throws you a curveball. So in the middle of that panic, I wasn't thinking about dying or what would happen if I didn't make it or about my loved ones or anything else reasonable like that. I was thinking, you should have run away the second you saw that vampire's stupid face. Less than a week ago, Dante swanned into my life with a plan to steal one of the most important artifacts in the history of the magical community from the middle of a party thrown by the all-powerful vampiric masters of the city. And for some fucking reason, instead of grabbing my shit and getting out of town like a reasonable person, I went along with it. As anyone, except apparently me, could have told you, it was bound to go horribly wrong. Turns out the party was overbooked crime-wise. Our relatively victimless heist happened to overlap with the high-profile murder of a powerful vampire elder. Son of a bitch practically died on top of me. It was a little hard to maintain a low profile once my dress was soaked in the undead bastard's blood. So I thought, hey, might as well go out with a bang. Why not just discover a couple of new powers, get shot, and literally burst into flames in front of the actual fucking Sumerian? That's a great plan, right? At least as smart as getting into any of this to begin with. To be honest, my world had been flipped upside down way before the van started rolling. I just didn't fully realize how badly until this moment. When things were finally still, I was somehow still conscious. Around me, metal ticked and creaked as it settled. The horn was still screaming, undercut by the absurd ding of the turn signal. The stench of gas fumes and smoke was strong enough to make me worry we'd explode in a ball of fire, like something out of a movie. I was, to my genuine surprise, in no more pain than I'd been to start with, which, to be fair, was still a significant amount of pain. I'd been shot earlier and somehow managed to escape with just a broken rib, which is pretty good considering it could have killed me. But each ragged breath I took felt like being stabbed. Add that to my scalded throat and the full body bruise I was working on, and I'd just about hit the upper limit on how much I could hurt. The van had landed on its side. The three of us in the back were thrown into a pile against the left wall, which was now the floor. The right wall, currently above us, was caved in around the point of impact. I fumbled to disentangle myself from Anton and Mariposa, my ears ringing and my head spinning. Some part of me was aware that I probably shouldn't be moving, but it was not a part I was used to listening to. I fumbled my way towards the back doors, just thinking about getting out and away. But my fumbling attempts to shove them open were met with stubborn resistance. My brain caught up enough to notice how badly the doors were twisted and bent. Stuck. I wouldn't be getting out that way. A groan from behind me reminded me I wasn't alone with a rush of muddled guilt. Right. I'd dragged my friends into this mess with me. Former friends, rather. Maybe. I grew up with Domino, and I'd known Mariposa, Whisper, and Anton almost as long. In high school, we'd developed a reputation for stealing anything that wasn't nailed down and a few things that were. But then my parents died, and I had to drop out and support my little brother, Aaron. Suddenly hanging out with criminals wasn't just a risk to my future, which I never really gave a shit about, but to Aaron's as well. I'd barely spoken to them in years, trying to go straight with a variety of shitty temp jobs. For a minute during the heist, it was like nothing had changed between us. I was almost having fun. I should have known better. "Domino?" I called, turning back. But it was Anton, accelerated werewolf healing already at work, closing a gash on his jaw as I watched. Mariposa was out cold, braids fanned in blood, and it looked like Domino was out as well, collapsed into the airbag, his glamour glitching, revealing flashes of dramatically patterned black and white skin. Whisper was coming around, blinking dark, inhuman eyes and making confused, wordless noises as she pushed the slowly deflating airbag away and pawed at her seatbelt with unnaturally long, iridescent fingers. "What the fuck was that?" I asked Anton as he pulled himself together enough to meet my eye. He just shook his head, as confused as I was. Whisper caught sight of Mariposa and made a panicked noise, yanking at her seatbelt. "It's okay," I said quickly. "I got her." I knelt next to Mariposa, terrified of what I would find, but she was breathing. Banged up, but alive. There was a cut on her head, bleeding heavily. I tore a strip of fabric from my ruined party dress to press against it. The bottom half was burnt to dark cinders, but the material closer to my waist was clean and soft. Whisper tore her seatbelt free, only to find her legs trapped under the crumpled dash. She thrashed to get free, starting to panic. "She's all right." I turned back towards her so she could read my lips, but she was too freaked out to see. "Mari's alive." Anton grabbed her by the shoulder to get her attention, and messily signed what I'd said. Whisper sank back into her seat with a sob of relief. While I tried to finagle a better bandage for Mari's head, Anton moved to check on Domino. At my worried look, he nodded and I could breathe again. We were all alive. My head was still ringing, and the pain in my side was like a distant siren growing louder and more urgent with every second. I had a feeling when it reached full volume I was going to be near useless. Mari needed stitches at least. We all probably should have been checked out at a hospital. I tried to gather my thoughts, wondering what the hell we were going to do now. We were supposed to meet Dante outside of town to hand over the goods and get the rest of our payment. If things had gone according to plan, I would have been home already, with a stack of money for Aaron's college fund. But my face had been seen. I was going to have to get out of town, and since I only agreed to this bullshit so I could afford to keep Aaron in his expensive school that made everything I'd just been through completely useless. Great. Whatever. I could hate myself for this later. Right now, I needed to get to Aaron before the vampires did. Judith, too. She didn't have anything to do with this, but the cop Dante had for some reason decided should be my date to the party had seen us together, knew her address. And I'd never met a cop, particularly a wolf cop, who wasn't on the vampire payroll. When the vampires realized what I'd stolen, they were going to come after anyone that knew me. Maybe I was lucky that, aside from Aaron and Judith, pretty much everyone I'd ever given a shit about was in this van right now. "They hit us on the right," Anton muttered, distracting me from my disoriented thoughts. He was squinting at the crumpled side of the van above us. "Right?" "Right." I nodded, then regretted it when it caused a bolt of whiplash pain through my neck. "Right?" I suddenly wasn't sure myself. Something about that fact seemed wrong. Through the shattered windshield, I could see the Bayshore Freeway, scattered with pieces of our van, glittering on the tarmac and the heat-withered grass of the median. "Why?" "They couldn't have hit us on the right," Anton said. his eyes widening slowly. We were driving on the right side of the road. For 2 silent seconds, I tried to process what that meant, my sense of unease growing rapidly. But the sound of tearing metal interrupted any conclusions I might have drawn. I looked up in abject horror. Something was tearing open the side of the van. It ripped through the steel paneling like cheap tinfoil, tearing it open like a can of sardines. My jaw dropped as I struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. Darkness against darkness, a shadow against the washed-out night sky, an amorphous shape that seemed to boil and tremble like a mass of black fabric in a high wind. And then, with a fluid movement made suddenly sharp, like a sheet snapping in the rising gale of a coming tornado, a piece of that rolling darkness recoiled, sharpened, and flew at me like a lance. I threw myself clear, stumbling hard into the wall behind me in my haste, not really sure how I'd even seen it fast enough to react, especially considering the shape I was in. The siren of pain in my side was only getting louder, but I had other things to worry about. Namely, the solid bar of darkness thick as my wrist and the color of absolute void, which had punched straight through the metal at my feet. Featureless except for the strange way it fluctuated between impossibly fluid solid and impossibly solid gas, it stretched all the way back to its source above me. The figure loomed over the hole torn in the side of the van, themselves like a tattered hole in the sky, black as the void between stars, blistering and boiling. I stared in horrified shock as a second spear flew at me. I had nowhere else to move. Anton lunged, smashing it with a bear-like paw before it could hit me. The shaft of darkness splintered and shattered like glass, then flowed instantly back together like water, like video played in reverse. With a motion somewhere between the coil and crack of a whip and the sweep of an arm lashing out, it slammed broadside into Anton's chest, knocking the nearly 300-pound wolfman off his feet and flinging him backwards. I'd barely had time to process the shock of this before it was coming after me again. Spears of darkness as jagged and unpredictable as lightning strikes came down on me like an airstrike. Dozens of spear-sharp limbs ricocheted and branched into what felt like hundreds of arrows. They lanced through the cramped back of the wrecked catering van. I dodged them with a speed I didn't dare think too hard about, in case realizing that there was no way I could be doing this made it stop working. Not that introspection is exactly easy when you're trapped in an 8-5-foot metal box, like a fish in a barrel, while some kind of nightmare shadow monster is trying to kill you. Not to mention the probable head injury. I twisted out of the way of one spike, dove under another, barely managed to vault a third, and every movement, hell, every breath, sent pulses of white-hot pain throbbing down my side. Static crowded the edges of my vision, my body threatening to knock me out for my own good. How I hadn't passed out already was another thing I was trying not to think about. A wordless shout from Whisper distracted me, and I nearly avoided getting speared through the gut as I followed her panicked gaze to where Mariposa, still unconscious, lay just behind me, squarely in range of the spikes currently stabbing in that direction. I flung myself towards Mari, pulling her into my arms and rolling out of the way a second before her seat was skewered by a dozen spikes. Still holding her tight, I made a run for the rear doors, a distance that should have been 2 steps but seemed like a football field-sized obstacle course, the spears piercing through the van like bars. One of the spikes shot by my face close enough to open a gash under my eye. I leapt over one, slid under another, smashed a third with the flat of my arm, then put my head down and barreled directly into the rear doors like a linebacker. I've always been strong, but panic and adrenaline, and maybe some of whatever had happened to me at the party, had ramped my strength up from unlikely for a person my size to actually inhuman. I crashed through the doors like they were made of plywood, blasting them off their hinges, and kept going out into the wet grass of the slope beside the freeway. I fell to my knees, Mariposa spilling out of my arms, wheezing as the pain and exhaustion overwhelmed me. Whatever magic had seized me during the party, it had left me completely drained. Once back in high school, the week before a big track meet, I'd gone so overboard with practice that I'd ended up in the hospital. This felt almost the same, just with more broken bones. Like I'd pushed myself well beyond my limits and kept going anyway. When I'd passed out running sprints and had to be peeled off the tarmac by EMTs, my dad said when your car is out of gas, you can't just keep running on fumes, at least not for long. But I wasn't just running on fumes here. The gas tank had gone dry an hour ago, and I was still rolling along on sheer momentum. It was like I'd discovered a whole different engine. It had taken a literal car accident, the smoking wreck was all around me, to slow me down. And even then I was somehow still moving. If my dad were alive, he would have kicked my ass. There was another sedan a few feet away, its front end crumpled and smoking. That must have been the second impact, when the first spun us into the oncoming lane. The freeway was busy, even this late at night, and other cars were stopping. A few concerned citizens were climbing out of their cars to check on us or calling 911. A few were taking pictures. How much had they seen? We could all get in serious trouble if we were found responsible for exposing a bunch of mundies to the unmundane. But that was something to worry about after monsters stopped trying to kill me. Every ragged breath felt like a dagger in my side. Groaning, I resisted the urge to lay down in the nice soft grass and pass out, and instead shifted to look back at the van, hoping maybe the creature would have just gone home. Which, of course, it hadn't. If I had that kind of luck, I'd be in Vegas, not working 3 jobs and getting conned into stupid crimes that led to being skewered by shadow monsters. The thing I'd glimpsed before stood on top of the flipped vehicle, a patch of absolute black against the light pollution gray of the night sky. It had stopped making Swiss cheese of the wrecked van, pulling its sharpened limbs back into the amorphous mass of its main body. There was a human shape in there, I realized, now that it wasn't just a black blur against the dark sky. The glow of the wrecked sedan's headlights illuminated a dirty pair of Converse and the ragged hem of an old pair of blue jeans. Darkness boiled around the upper half of their body, obscuring all but those sad, scuffed-up sneakers. When the darkness guttered and billowed like a candle flame, I could see it moving around the solid edges of a person. I'm not sure if it was better or worse to realize it wasn't just a mindless monster. Hell, it might still have been mindless despite the body inside of it. There were plenty of nightmarish fey things that rode humans like parasites, a kind of magical cordyceps. For whatever reason, this one wanted me dead. Like a giant spider uncurling, new limbs unfolded from the center mass, sharp and segmented. They slammed into the ground on either side of the van, lifting the main body into the air as the beast crawled forward. A shiver of horror and revulsion ran down my back, not just at the sight of this massive, malevolent arachnid moving towards me, though that should have been enough. What was worse was the way the body dangled beneath the spidery legs like a fat leech or a lynching victim, swinging limply by the head, limbs loose and corpse-like. It moved slowly, staggeringly, with a jerky, unreal quality like a film that was missing every third frame. It stumbled and slipped frequently, like it was still learning to walk, or like the eerie way it moved was making it hard to know where to put its feet. The thing's apparent clumsiness made it no less terrifying as it dragged itself towards me on its crawling stilt legs, not sparing the van and my friends inside it another glance. Through the torn open back doors of the van, I could see Whisper shouting wordlessly, still trying to get loose from the wreckage pinning her to her seat. She hurled something, the rearview mirror, I think, at the monster, trying to get its attention away from me and the unconscious Mariposa. It bounced off the creature's side, completely ignored. It kept its entire focus on me. Just me, I realized as I stumbled to my feet. I took a few steps away from Mariposa and saw the creature shift its trajectory to follow my stumbling, agonized steps. It took me another heartbeat to figure out what it wanted. Against my thigh, in the pocket of my ruined dress, What we'd stolen burned like a brand. The Treaty of Five Races, the singular magically binding contract that had ended centuries of war between vampires, fae, witches, wolves, and trolls. Maybe it wasn't really after me, just the treaty. And then, all at once, before I could even start running, the thing was gone. The weird dropped-frame stutters had been increasing with every step it took, and at last it flickered like bad TV reception and disappeared. I flinched, confused and afraid, neck twinging painfully as I whipped my head around looking for where it had gone. It couldn't have just disappeared. The humans were acting like they hadn't seen it at all, hovering nearby as though unsure whether they should approach and offer help. Before any of them could work up the courage, the sound of a siren cut through the chatter and the still blaring wail of the wrecked van's horn. A patrol car cleared a path through the humans and stopped right next to the wreck. The black Magitech box discreetly fixed next to the car's antenna gave it away, as belonging to an other-side officer even before I recognized Detective Ryan getting out of the front seat, still in his tailcoat and tie. If I hadn't been busy panicking about the monster, this would have been another good reason to freak out. This was the wolf cop who'd been my date to the party. Undeniably hot in a wholesome farm boy kind of way, but not the guy I wanted to see right now, especially considering he'd probably already been after us from the minute we left the party, way before he heard about the wreck. That Magitech box connected him to the other side police radio, and also explained why the humans weren't freaking out. It could generate a near-mile-wide forget-me-not field, an advanced bit of Magitech enchantment that made any human in its vicinity less curious and more suggestible. And if the thought of something that exploitable being in the hands of the notoriously corrupt other side police force makes you nervous, well, you're not alone. Regardless, the intended use is to make humans less likely to notice magic happening and more inclined to accept any semi-plausible explanation they're offered, so the police department doesn't have to foot the bill for quite so many expensive, unreliable memory-wiping rituals. The humans standing around looking uncertain right now were probably already half convinced they were accidentally interrupting the filming of a movie or something. But if that monster started hurting people or wrecking shit, no amount of forget-me-not in the world would stop them from freaking out. The device was also capable of generating a temporary phase space bubble, but Ryan didn't turn it on, presumably because there were already too many humans watching, and it would raise more questions if we just vanished suddenly. Also, he thought this was just a car accident that happened to involve the burglars he was after. He didn't know about the big fuck-off shadow monster. Yet. I was frozen. If I ran, he'd come after me, and in my condition, he'd definitely catch me. Arrest was a death sentence. The triumvirate owned the other side police, literally. As soon as they realized I was the one who'd taken the treaty, I'd be lucky if the vampires just arranged for me to commit suicide in my cell. Torture was more likely, and it wasn't hyperbole to say I'd rather just die. The vampires were second only to fae when it came to finding creative ways to cause pain. Even if I got away somehow, Ryan would arrest Domino and the others, who would be in just as much danger of lethal retribution once they were connected to the robbery. Not to mention, I still didn't know where that monster had gone. "Miss Barr," Ryan called, approaching me slowly, holding his gun at his side. "Put your hands up and get down on the ground." My mouth was too dry to make a sarcastic comment about how I was already on my knees. I glanced towards the van again, still trying to decide what to do. He must have been able to see the panic on my face. Run on the slim chance of maybe living and abandon my friends to a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Or stay and die horribly with them. Assuming the fucking monster didn't pop back in and skewer them the minute my back was turned, and a bunch of clueless human spectators on top of that. Every option looked like death. "Down on the ground, Evie," Ryan demanded, apparently unsympathetic to the shit situation I'd put myself in. "Now!" Before I could make a choice one way or the other, a shriek tore the air, and a black spike the width of a young tree slammed into the hood of Ryan's patrol car. the monster flickered back into reality with a crackle of static, and it did not look happy to be there. The human shape at its center, less dead than I'd hoped, had their hands to their head, a black hole mouth opened in a silent scream that the shadows echoed with an ear-piercing, inhuman shriek as they tore apart Ryan's car, lashing out at the closest thing in mindless rage. Like I'd predicted, the humans started screaming and running, fleeing back to their cars. Ryan, his eyes wide and his arms bristling with wolf fur, stumbled backwards away from it. He backed closer to me, and I took advantage of his distraction to grab his arm and drag myself to my feet, tears springing to my eyes as my broken rib made it very clear how much it did not approve of this course of action. Ryan barely seemed to notice, steadying me with one hand while he stared at the monster destroying his car. "What the hell is that thing?" he shouted over the twin shrieks of monster and metal. "Fuck if I know," I yelled back, which was, as it turned out, a mistake. The thing snapped to attention all at once and rushed at me, screaming and tripping over itself in its fury. It seemed to be getting the hang of walking, and it closed the distance between us much faster than before. I turned and bolted up the slope, my exhausted muscles screaming and my damaged rib threatening mutiny. If we lived through this, Anton was going to tear me a new one. Ryan ran after me. I couldn't be sure if it was because he didn't know the monster was only after me, or because he was still trying to arrest me, but I wasn't about to stop and ask. We hauled ass up the slope, the creature close behind us, struggling to find purchase on the steep hill with its spindly limbs and ungainly shape. One of its spiked legs snagged Ryan's coat. He slipped out of it without hesitation. I grabbed him by the arm to drag him over the rise and through the thin line of acacia trees at the top of the hill. We sprinted through a dark backyard and over a fence towards a residential street. The monster crashed through the trees behind us, demolishing the fence in a shower of wood splinters. Then, just as I looked back over my shoulder at it, it vanished again in another TV static flicker. I stumbled to a stop in the middle of the silent, empty street. Ryan bent over, panting heavily, then snapped up and grabbed my arm. "Where did it go?" he demanded. "I don't know." "What is it? Why is after you?" "I said I don't know." I scanned the houses and street signs for some idea of where I was. Nice residential neighborhood, lots of trees and nice little townhouses. Potrero Hill, probably. Miles from home or help or any decent hiding place. "Is it gone?" Ryan asked, looking back towards the wrecked fence where it had been. No sooner had he spoken than it appeared again, not where it had been before, but a few feet down the road, directly ahead of us. "Nope," I shouted, turning around and sprinting in the opposite direction. It came after us, sounding its nightmare scream at a volume I was shocked wasn't waking the entire neighborhood. But now the thing had us on flat ground, boxed in by houses. We were fucked. It only hadn't caught us immediately because it kept flickering out of existence and back in again, sometimes closer to us, sometimes further away. Dumb luck was all that was keeping us alive, and if I knew anything about my luck, it wouldn't last. My heart pounded as I heard the squeal of brakes ahead of us. A familiar black town car tore onto the street and sped towards us and the monster behind us. The rear passenger door opened before the vehicle had even begun to skid to a stop, and Dante stepped out with innocuously casual grace, moving at a speed most humans wouldn't be able to even perceive. In his hand was a sword, some kind of long, curved saber that looked like it belonged in a portrait of Napoleon on horseback. Despite how fast he was going, he moved at what I could only describe as a saunter. He practically strolled past Ryan and I, who were still running for our lives, towards the creature attacking us. I didn't even have time to turn my head or wonder what the hell the vampire was doing. I heard the monster shrieking and felt a rush of air. By the time I managed to put on the brakes and turn around, it was already over. For a split second, I saw Dante standing over the human figure at the creature's heart, sword raised. The splinters of the monster's shattered liquid limbs were still scattered in the air, not yet flying back together. There was an unnatural wind, rushing upward as though displaced by the sheer speed of Dante's descending blade, which had torn his long black hair free of its tie and thrown it out above him like a black flame. His face was a contorted mask of rage. And then I blinked, and it was gone. The creature vanished again, this time with a crack like thunder and a blast of wind that made me stumble. Dante stopped his sword before it hit the asphalt of the road and straightened up. With a thoughtful frown, he touched his mouth and his fingers came away bloody. The thing must have got one hit in at least. It had split his lip. Odd, he said lightly, like he was commenting on some unseasonable weather that had interrupted his walk. "It'll be back," I called out as he sheathed his saber and stowed it inside the enchanted, endless pocket of his blazer. "It keeps flickering in and out like that." "Well then, we had best leave before it does," Dante replied, walking back towards his car. It had skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. His driver, a stout and surly European man, stood waiting by the driver's side door as though nothing unusual had happened. "I assume you would appreciate a ride?" Dante opened the rear passenger door again and gestured for me to get in. I was too tired and in too much pain to even question it right now. I just limped over and collapsed into the leather seats with a sigh of relief. "Detective Ryan?" Dante said, gesturing to the door again. "You are, of course, welcome to join us." Ryan glanced at the car, then at the spot where the monster had disappeared. He licked his lips like he was weighing the pros and cons. "Don't suppose you'd let me drive?" he asked. "I'm afraid that would be impossible," Dante replied. "Sergei is quite territorial. You adjusted the seat when you borrowed the car earlier, and he hasn't stopped complaining about it since." "Mirrors, too," Sergei said, deadpan and expressionless. Ryan climbed into the front passenger seat. "Now." As Dante took his seat in the back next to me and we began to drive, he cleared his throat and turned to me, frowning. "There's something I must ask before anything else. What in God's name have you done to your dress?" "Burned it," I replied, unremorseful. The thing had been pretty, but damn impractical. At least the singed lining was easier to move in. In case you didn't notice, things didn't exactly go according to plan. I did hear that things got a bit noisy there at the end. Something about you murdering an elder. That wasn't me, and you know it. Everything would have gone perfectly if that son of a bitch hadn't keeled over right on top of... I cut myself off with a pained noise as my rib reminded me that it was still broken and that yelling was a bad idea. "You're injured?" Dante asked. "Fractured rib," I admitted through clenched teeth. "It's nothing, I just need painkillers and a month in bed. Anton tried to help, but then that thing attacked the van and..." Then Dante kissed me, and anything else I'd been about to say disappeared completely. Chapter 2. I'd never been kissed by a vampire before. Somehow I'd expected it to be cold, corpse-like, or hard and chilly as kissing a gravestone. But his mouth was as warm as any man's, and demanding. His hand caught the back of my head, pulling me close as his tongue pressed past my lips. I punched him in the nose. He pulled back with a shout as I flattened myself against the door behind me. "What the fuck?" I shouted. My heart was racing in my throat, and my face felt like it was on fire. I could still feel the press of his lips against mine, and taste the blood from his busted lip. "Ow," Dante replied, sounding more surprised than hurt, both hands over his broken nose. "Ow, that hurt. Good. Why the fuck did you do that?" He just stared at me, eyes wide and brows drawn in an expression of baffled disbelief. "Y'all all right back there?" Ryan asked, leaning over to look at us from the front seat. He met my eye with a concerned frown. "You need to switch seats with me?" "No, I'm fine," I said quickly, growing more embarrassed by the minute. Dante had turned away, sitting forward in his seat again, looking sullen as he carefully adjusted his nose. Vampire healing wasn't instantaneous like the wolves, but it was still significantly faster than a human, depending on how recently they'd fed. With fresh blood, his nose would be back to normal in a couple of hours. But I imagine he was just worried it would heal crooked. "Didn't your mama ever teach you not to kiss a girl without asking?" Ryan asked him, shaking his head. "You're lucky all you got was a right hook. Where I'm from, you'd have got that, plus a beating from her brothers and probably a visit from her daddy with a 12-gauge. Where I'm from, a girl would skip punching and get the shotgun herself," Sergei added from the front seat. "My brother's wife once beat a man unconscious with a table leg for 3 unwanted kisses." "I was trying to help," Dante explained, annoyed. "A little vampire blood can accelerate healing, and I happen to have a bit to spare." He indicated his split lip while casting me a dirty look. It seemed the most expedient method. "Well, it wasn't," I said, my face still burning. "Try that again, and I'll make sure your nose heals on the backside of your head." Ryan chuckled. Dante just gave me another sour look while I settled back into my seat again, arms crossed over my chest. As much as I didn't like to admit it, my rib already felt noticeably better. I'd never heard of vampire blood healing anything, but it seemed to be legit, and I could understand why the bloodsuckers would want to keep that on the down low. "All right, my turn to ask questions," I said. "What the hell was that thing that attacked us?" "Some horror the witches cooked up, I imagine," Dante said with a shrug. "I couldn't begin to tell you the specifics. Some vampires may dabble in sorcery, but I am not one of them." "The witches?" I repeated, not understanding. Why would a witch be trying to kill me? "Not a witch," Dante corrected. "The witches, as in the High Circle, as in the witches' champion and their organizers for the tournament." If that was supposed to clear things up, it didn't. I understand the triumvirate being pissed. But what has the High Circle got against me? Dante looked at me thoughtfully for a moment, then glanced at Ryan, who was still watching us. Ryan looked right back at him, undaunted. "I'm not certain if you're aware," Dante said lightly, adjusting the cuffs of his jacket. "But this year's tournament is expected to be rather a lively one. Granted, the contest to determine leadership of the united magical community for the next 3 decades is never dull. But a number of unlikely circumstances and small influences have made the situation far more tenuous than usual. For the last several centuries, the vampires have conspired to choose the winner long before the fight begins. Thus, the tournament in practice is a fight for second place, and one that's fought primarily outside the arena. Despite the unusual circumstances this year, it seemed likely to be the same. And then you showed up, murdered an elder." I made a noise of disagreement, and he held up a hand to stop me. "Allegedly murdered an elder, stole a priceless artifact of incalculable political value, demonstrated a level of destructive power not seen since the last occult war, and escaped from under the nose of all 5 champions and the triumvirate itself." I swallowed, my heart beating too fast again. "You, Evie, have tipped the balances of this tenuous tournament," Dante continued. "We are about to see a true battle for the throne for the first time in hundreds of years, and all 5 races will want you as their champion." "Bullshit," I said, my voice breaking. I felt an itch on my cheek as a wound sealed itself like a Ziploc bag. I wiped the blood away with the back of my hand. "Not at all," Dante replied. "Even if you prove to be nearly useless in the arena, the leverage provided by the treaty could easily be turned into a far more significant victory outside it. And you've already bested 2 champions, unprepared and untrained. They're saying the wolf champion may have permanent scars. Apparently, the burns you caused are shockingly resistant to magical healing." I felt a stab of guilt, further complicating my already tangled feelings. That was a fluke. I don't even know how I did that. It was just crazy changeling shit. Dante raised a critical eyebrow at this, but didn't contradict me. Besides, I said, clenching my hands into fists in my lap to stop them shaking, that wouldn't explain why the High Circle would send a monster like that after me. I have two guesses there, Dante replied. Either they decided their likelihood of recruiting you was too low to bother and just wanted to stop anyone else from getting their hands on you, or Magus Rothbart, the witch's champion, organized that little adventure on his own, as revenge for the embarrassment you dealt him tonight, and to prevent you from challenging him for his place in the tournament. That still doesn't make sense, I insisted, frustrated. How could he have found me so fast? We got out of there clean. That I can't tell you, he said, shrugging, but I can assure you of two things. More and worse enemies will be coming after you, sent by the leaders of all 5 races. They will find you, and if they cannot convince you to fight for them, they will kill you rather than see you fall into enemy hands. I can't even be a champion, I said, close to pulling my own hair out. I'm a changeling. We're not part of the tournament. I'm not even allowed into the last arena. On the contrary, Dante countered, the ambiguity of your species will make it all the easier for whoever wins you to claim that you're qualified to represent them. After all, a changeling can come from any race. The Fae won't like it, but the treaty is magically binding. By that and their own inexorable law, they will have no choice but to allow you to compete. I gave up, leaning back into my seat, exhaustion aching in my bones. This is insane. There's no way any of this is real. I got shot during that stupid break-in, and this is just my brain freaking out in the last seconds before I die. Perhaps it would be better to discuss our options later, after you've had a chance to rest and process. Dante turned away to fish a phone out of his jacket, silently typing a reply to a text. I can't go home, I said, even as the reality of that settled on me for the first time. Oh Christ, Aaron, if the police show up at my house... The police won't be showing up at your house anytime soon, Dante reassured me without looking up from his phone. Detective Ryan here is the only one who knows your real name and could connect you to this, and he won't be a problem. Pardon? Ryan interrupted. She's a murder suspect, and you just said yourself that she stole a priceless artifact. Hearsay, Dante said casually. Entirely inadmissible in court. I shifted my weight, tucking the ancient scroll deeper into the folds of my dress. I still have to bring her in, Ryan insisted. I don't care if she's your host or not. Neither of you are above the law. Dante shot me a look at that, curious and amused, that made me want to punch him again. Instead, he just sighed and put his phone away. Detective Ryan, he said, folding his hands in his lap. Let me first say that I do admire your dedication to the justice system, naive as it is. With any other officer in your department, I could simply offer a bribe, or point out how you escorted Miss Barr to the party at my behest, implicating you as an accomplice. I might even threaten grievous bodily harm to yourself and your loved ones, a threat you know that my position would allow me to carry out quite easily. But you, noble detective, would see any such attempt as an insult to your integrity. You would become all the more determined to pursue this, which might cause me a minor inconvenience, and would most certainly lead to your untimely death, an outcome which, believe it or not, I would like to avoid. So instead, I'm going appeal to your endearingly outsized sense of heroics. I'm listening, Ryan replied skeptically. Dante leaned forward in order to look Ryan in the eye more directly. If you arrest Miss Evie now, she will be dead before sunrise. That caught both of us off guard, but my stomach twisted, certain he was, for once, telling the truth. And then, if you really think people are going to try and kill her over this, Ryan insisted. Then the safest place for her is with me, back at the precinct, surrounded by police. Putting aside your adorably misguided faith in the abilities of the police department, Dante said, looking at Ryan over steepled fingers. Do you really, honestly believe you could withstand an assault organized and funded by the triumvirate themselves, let alone the summer court and the high circle? And do you genuinely, in your heart of hearts, think there is not one member of your department whose loyalty might be swayed? And are you willing to gamble this young woman's life on that belief? Ryan stared back at Dante. He had nothing to say. Not even he could pretend the police could protect me from that kind of an attack. But he wasn't willing to back down either. He clenched his jaw, as if considering whether he could stand guard outside my cell and fight them off himself. Dante sighed, giving in. Fine, he said. How about I make you a promise instead? Give me 3 days until the champion's confirmation ceremony. Once the champions are officially recognized, the threat against Miss Evie will be significantly reduced, at which point I will turn myself in, return what was stolen, and confess to the murder of Elder Redmond. That was you? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, Dante said dismissively. I wasn't even at the party. They'll never make it stick, but Detective Ryan's sense of justice will hopefully be satisfied. If that sounds agreeable to you, Detective. I'm not leaving this car if I don't agree, am I? Ryan asked, eyeing Dante's extended hand suspiciously. Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't risk the upholstery like that. Don't look at me, I said as Ryan glanced in my direction. I'd tell you not to trust a word out of this guy's mouth, but the alternative probably involves me watching him kill you, and I've already witnessed one murder tonight. I'm not up for a second. Ryan took a deep breath, then finally accepted Dante's handshake. Seems like I don't really have a choice. 3 days, then I'm taking both of you in. Deal, Dante said cheerfully. Now, back to the matter at hand. You were correct to observe that you can't go home, Miss Evie. The police may not be an issue, but the other individuals hunting you most certainly are. I tensed. If the witches had tracked me down within an hour of leaving the party, the vampires were probably already at my house. Aaron. Is fine, Dante said before I could start panicking. I took the liberty of collecting him earlier this evening. Miss Judith as well. They're waiting for us at one of my safe houses. I sent a car for your friends in the van, but they had already departed. You'll be relieved to know they haven't been arrested at least. Hopefully they'll keep a low profile and no one will connect them to you. A safe house? I asked. So we're not leaving the country? We'd never make it. The triumvirate has already closed all magical means in or out of the city while they hunt the murderer, and all of them will be watching the mundane airports and highways with all the surveillance power at their disposal. If you so much as purchase a new suitcase, they will be all over you. No, your best chance is to hide here in the city. Fortunately, they haven't connected you to me yet. How long that takes them will depend on how belligerent Lord Huron decides to be when they interrogate him about his host. They will suspect me eventually, but I have enough alibis and political leverage to, if not clear my name entirely, at least draw the process out indefinitely. They won't find you before the confirmation ceremony, I guarantee it. And after it? I asked pointedly. You just promised to turn me into the police. And how do I know you're not just hiding me so you can sell me to the triumvirate yourself? What do you get out of protecting me? All very good questions that I have no intention of answering, Dante said with a smile. Of course, if you would rather take your chances on your own, I won't stop you. I can stop the car right now if you like. I'm sure you're more than capable of defending yourself for the next 3 days. Point taken, I muttered, annoyed but too tired to fight what I was pretty certain would be a losing battle. Excellent, Dante replied. You're invited to join us, Detective Ryan. And by invited, I mean obligated. I can't have you running around on your own. Figures, Ryan muttered. That leaves just one loose end, Dante said, turning his attention to me again. The item I asked you to procure. I assume you did get out of the cathedral with it. What item would that be, exactly? Ryan asked from the front seat before I could answer. You didn't check to see what was stolen before you came after us? I asked, almost laughing. We were all a bit preoccupied with the murder, Ryan said with a pointed look at Dante, who made a show of ignoring the detective. Yeah, we got it out, I told Dante, shaking my head. It's with the others, I assume? Dante asked. I hope you didn't lose it in the crash. I know exactly where it is, I said, and I'll be happy to tell you, just as soon as I've been paid. Ah, of course, silly me, Dante said, fishing in his jacket for a moment and removing a thick envelope. This should cover your share. I'll arrange contact with your associates to pay their portions as quickly as I reasonably can, given the circumstances. What about the buyer? I asked, taking the envelope and trying not to swoon as I saw the cash stuffed inside it. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I lied, obviously, he said with a dismissive wave. There never was a buyer. It's for me. I should have guessed, I said, rolling my eyes. Are you capable of not lying? Is it like a genuine medical issue or... The item, please, Miss Evie, Dante said with a stiff smile. Where is it? I chewed on the inside of my cheek for a second, considering it. Dante had good reason to want me dead. I was a liability that could connect him to the heist after all. The location of the treaty might be all that was keeping me alive, but I was going to have to hand it over eventually. If he didn't agree to hide me, I wouldn't last the night. As usual with Dante, I didn't really have a choice but to do what he wanted. It's right here, I said, pulling the case out of the inner pocket of my charred dress. The layers of steel wire and blackened fabric had been stripped away, leaving my legs and arms bare. I glanced at Ryan, who was watching this exchange with an air of mildly offended disbelief. You're really just going to pay for stolen goods right in front of me? He asked. Dante waved him off without looking up from the case, which he was already opening. I stuffed the envelope of cash into my pocket in its place. Does it really make a difference at this point, Detective? You're going to arrest me in 3 days anyway. If it bothers you so much, don't watch. Dante pulled the treaty just far enough out of the case to verify what it was, leaning away when Ryan craned to try and get a better look. Excellent, he said finally, closing the case again and tucking it into his jacket. And perfect timing as well. I believe we're here. A moment later, I felt a wave of shivers rushing over me, the unmistakable sensation of magic rippling over my skin, like walking through a sheet of water. Are we in Fae space? I asked, rubbing the goosebumps on my arms. Yes and no, Dante replied as the car slowed, the sound of a gravel drive crunching under the wheels. A modified variant. I've always found something about Fae space a little untrustworthy. The Fae were a bit too eager to share it with us, I think. Get us all dependent on a form of magic only they can use. God only knows how much control they really have over it. They could potentially slam any pocket dimension shut with everyone in it, observe and record anyone inside, even use its dimensional proximity to the Fae realm to claim it falls under the jurisdiction of Fae law. I don't need to tell you why that would be disastrous. Never really thought about it, I admitted, slightly unsettled. Ryan looked similarly uneasy. He bit his lip and I nearly swooned. His dark suit and intense expression made him look like a Bond character. Anyway, Dante said with a flippant shrug, apparently unconcerned. I had this one altered to hopefully sever any lingering connection to the Fae that they might be using for control or surveillance, in addition to a host of other magical shielding. This place is all but invisible. As he spoke, the car came to a stop. I opened the door cautiously, not sure what I was expecting, but definitely nothing good. I was pleasantly surprised by the well-landscaped garden and a front walk that curved gently up a small rise to a surprisingly modern home. Warm light glowed from its big plate glass windows, shining on the clean lines of rich wood and steel frames. Below us, the land sloped down into what looked like a park before giving way to the glittering lights of the city. I had a feeling this area was not properly zoned as residential outside of Fae space. I was used to vampires having sprawling Gothic mansions, not contemporary single-family homes. It wasn't exactly modest, but compared to the homes of vampires I'd seen before, it was practically cozy. Then again, this was a safe house. He probably had a ridiculous mansion for his day-to-day abode. "And you're absolutely certain no one can find us here?" Ryan asked, looking down at the view of the city. "In addition to the magical security," Dante said as he climbed out of the car and urged us up the front walk. "I have the best in mundane security as well. I rarely guarantee anything, but in this case I can assure you that you are absolutely, completely safe." Just then, one of the second-story plate glass windows above us exploded in a fantastic burst of fire and smoke, showering us with bits of glass. "And that," Dante said with a perturbed sigh, "is why I never make guarantees." Chapter 3. "I told you! Give it back! You're gonna break it! So you can set the house on fire? No way!" What greeted us when we rushed up the stairs was not, as I'd feared, a vampire death squad, but Aaron and Judith fighting over what looked like some kind of elaborate Chinese cannon. Behind them, a cold breeze blew through the destroyed floor-to-ceiling window. "I left specific orders for you not to touch anything." Dante spoke with the tone of someone informing the waiter that his steak had been overcooked, so it was impressive how well he still managed to project the air of a parental figure about to enact righteous punishment. Aaron and Judith both froze, a familiar deer-in-headlights look on their faces. Judith reacted first, letting go of the cannon and backing away, hands up. "He did it." "How old are you?" Aaron asked in offended disbelief. "Aaron," I called out to him, too tired to deal with whatever had just happened here. "Eve!" He noticed me behind Dante, his expression shifting from happiness to worry almost immediately. "Holy shit. What happened?" "Language," I warned him, as he hurried towards me for a hug. He hesitated a step from me, realizing he was still holding the cannon thing. Dante held out his hand for it, and Aaron sheepishly handed it over. He hugged me as Dante carried the cannon back to a glass display case along the wall. The house had an open floor plan, and this area appeared to be some kind of study, full of books and carefully displayed relics. Vampires loved to show off the old shit they'd collected, apparently even in their safe houses. "Are you hurt?" Aaron asked, seeing my wince when he squeezed too tight. "I'll be fine," I said. "I just need to sleep for like 48 hours. And honestly, I did already feel way better. That tiny bit of vampire blood apparently went a really long way. "What even happened?" he asked, looking at Dante and Ryan. "I thought you were at work, and then I saw these videos of you on the other net, and you were on fire, literally, and—" "It's a long story," I said, cutting him off. "Short version is that I fucked up. It's mostly the vampire's fault. That other guy is a cop who wants to arrest me. It's complicated. We're going to have to lay low here for a couple of days. But the upside is that, despite the fuck up, I made a lot of money and it's going to solve all our problems." "I thought you said you weren't going to do that kind of thing anymore," Aaron said in a lowered voice, his concern touched by justified anger. He was wearing jeans, a black hoodie, and the yellow earphones I gave him 2 Christmases ago. "I know," I said, guilt squeezing me by the guts. "I'm sorry. I couldn't see any other options. You know how bad things are, and I lost the bodega job, and after that fight you had at school, you were going to lose your scholarship. So it's my fault?" "No, of course not." "Are you going to jail?" Aaron asked, giving Ryan a worried side-eye. "No. I mean, I hope not. There's a lot of I stopped, hand to my aching head. Everything is going to be all right. Can I tell you the rest after I get some sleep? Aaron looked ready to fight me on it for a minute, but then he glanced over the rest of me. Bruised and bloody and singed, barefoot and dressed like a lunatic in the tattered, burned lining of my ruined party dress. He nodded reluctantly. I'm going to go find out where we're sleeping, I said, mussing his hair. Try not to set anything on fire for a few minutes, okay? That was Judith, he tried to insist, but let me wave him off as I went to talk to our host. Hey, Dante, I called as I approached him. Point me towards the showers and a couch I can crash on. One moment, Dante replied. He and Judith were standing near the broken window, which she was gesturing to with a black wide-toothed comb, while she looked something up on her phone. Dante returned his focus to Judith with an apologetic shrug. I can give you the name of the contractor, but as for the origin of the silica in the glass, I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea. Oh, it's fine. I've narrowed it down to the right continent, Judith said lightly, tapping calculations into her phone calculator while she counted the glass shards on the floor. That should be enough. My 8th grade Catechism of Circumstances professor would skin me alive for saying it. But when you're working in a salon the day of senior prom, you figure out fast that magical variables rarely have to be as exact as they teach you in school. Nobody has time to calculate exactly how many hairs a person has on their head when you're double booked with updos every hour till 9. As long as the equation balances, it's usually fine. Usually? Yeah, I mean there's always that one every year where you put the decimal in the wrong place and she ends up looking like the Wolfman. But what's prom night without an emergency hair removal ritual? It's practically tradition. She checked the numbers on her phone one last time, then waved her comb in a complex geometric pattern. The glass shards on the floor shivered and fell apart into sand, then flew up into the open frame, joined by more sand from the shards that had fallen outside. They began to vibrate, then glow with heat, burning red and melting into a molten pool suspended vertically in front of us. A moment later, it cooled and resolved into clear glass, the window repaired. Ah, damn, Judith said, frowning as she stepped closer. It's got ripples. Sorry. I don't know that much about glassmaking, and there's only so much you can get from a quick glance at Wikipedia. No apology necessary, Dante said, looking pleasantly surprised. It's a damn sight better than a gaping hole, and besides, the ripples add character. Judith beamed. When did you learn to do that? I asked, a little stunned. That's impressive as hell. No, it's really not, Judith said with an embarrassed laugh. I just modified a spell we use at the salon for repairing broken nails and split ends. I dropped my favorite mug a few months ago, you know, the one with the little cat on it. Yeah, I got that for your birthday. Which is why it's my favorite. Anyway, I figured if the spell works for keratin, why not ceramic? And it did? I asked. No, the mug just started growing fingernails and hair all over like a teratoma. Gross. But I got fixated, you know how I am, and a couple of months later I found a variant that worked. I threw that mug out anyway, though. Can't really drink out of something once you've seen it growing fingernails. Understandable. I'll get you a new one. I paused, the unusual application of beauty magic reminding me of something. A second later, I remembered. Oh shit. Dante, do you still have the treaty on you? Of course, he replied. Why? We noticed something weird about it in the van, I explained. With the crash, I almost forgot. It's got some kind of spell on it, an old one. I just wanted to let you know so you don't check it later and decide we cheated you or brought you a fake or something. Interesting, Dante said, looking like the news didn't surprise him. And you noticed this? No, Whisper did. I explained, suspicious of the reaction, but not sure how to pursue it. Just asking wouldn't get me anything but his usual lies. I couldn't feel it until she pointed it out. It's subtle, but once I knew there was something to look for. I could sense it. Fascinating, Dante said, reaching into his jacket for the case. He removed the treaty and scrutinized it for a moment, frowning. I don't see anything. It's there, I promised, leaning closer to run my fingers over the paper in his hand, waiting to feel the snag, like a callus against wool. Right there, and this whole line. And a word in this one here, see? I'm not good at identifying magic that isn't the security spells I used to run into with Domino, but I thought it felt kind of like beauty magic, concealer. He touched the paper experimentally. As he bent to frown at the word I was pointing to, I realized how close I was to him. His chest pressed against the back of my shoulder, his breath warm against my cheek. I stepped away quickly, and Dante, preoccupied with the treaty, didn't seem to notice. Judith, on the other hand, waggled her eyebrows at me suggestively. I made a disgusted face, and she stifled laughter. I tried to neutralize it, I said to Dante, moving on. Just to see if I could. I assume that didn't work? Dante asked, barely reacting except for a slight raise of his eyebrow, still studying the ancient parchment. Nah, I said, shrugging. My thing works better on new magic. The older it is, the harder it is to scrub out. Like tomato sauce stains on white fabric, Judith provided, which made Dante crack a smile if nothing else. Not that I was trying very hard, I added. I just wanted to see how much it would resist, to get an idea of the age and stuff. He looked up, a gleam in his eye, and pushed the treaty towards me abruptly. Would you like to try again? He asked. Sincerely this time. I blinked, still resisting though he'd practically shoved it into my hands. You sure? I asked. It might just be magical whiteout or something. Or it might be some kind of curse, or part of the preservation spells and the whole thing will fall apart without it. Possibly, Dante said, in a tone that made me think he was certain it wasn't either of those. Still, I'm curious. I probably won't be able to do it anyway, I warned him, taking the treaty despite my better judgment. So don't get your hopes up. I never do, Dante replied, hands folded behind his back as he watched me expectantly. I glanced across the room to where Aaron and Ryan were admiring a set of old armor Dante had on display, hoping they were both distracted enough not to notice what I was doing, and also out of range in case it exploded or something. If there was one thing I knew about magic, it was that explosions were always a possibility. I licked my lips and focused my attention on the parchment in my hand, running my fingers across the paper, ignoring the blunt, unreactive presence of the preservation spells, to find the strange, sticking burrs of the old spell beneath. My dark curls curtained my face as I leaned forward in concentration. I blew them to the side, narrowing my eyes. I felt for a loose thread, but couldn't find one. Not even an exposed seam to pick at, magically speaking. I scratched at it anyway, trying to find an edge I could pry up. But there was nothing. I might as well have been scratching at stone. I frowned, annoyed. Fine. The unraveling a sweater visualization I usually used wasn't going to work. First time for everything. If it was stone instead of fabric, I'd just have to use a chisel. I bore down on it harder, feeling a headache gathering behind my eyes. I'd never had to try this hard. That it was stubbornly refusing to let me was starting to piss me off. I had to do it now, for the sake of spite, if nothing else. I could do this. I knew I could. I clenched my teeth and pushed harder. Not that I could even really tell you what that meant. I'd never met anyone else who had this ability. I didn't understand enough about how I did this to know how to try harder, or even what was stopping me. All I could do was throw power at it and hope I stumbled into the answer. At the flash of bull-headed anger, I felt something within me respond, hot and glowing, strong enough to cut through this spell like butter. I reached for it eagerly, but it guttered like a dying candle and vanished. I just didn't have the energy. I felt a wave of dizziness roll over me, exhaustion reaching up to shake me by the shoulders. "The tank is empty," my body screamed. "So stop pumping the gas." Dante caught my arm when I stumbled, taking the treaty from me and handing it to Judith absently. "Are you all right?" he asked, and I was surprised by the genuine worry in his voice. "I'm fine," I said quickly, pulling away as soon as I knew I could stand without falling over. "Just tired." "Of course," Dante said, stepping back respectfully. "I shouldn't have asked you to do that. I forgot how exhausted you must be." "I can do it," I said, bracing myself on a bookshelf. "I just need a minute to catch my breath." "Nonsense. You need a full night's rest," Dante insisted. "Frankly, you need several days' rest, but one will do to start." I almost had it. "And it will still be there tomorrow, when you look less like you're about to throw up or pass out." "I said I'm fine," I said, crossing my arms stubbornly. "Let us not be liars, darling," said the pot to the kettle. Well, the kettle would know. "Done!" Dante and I both looked up in surprise at Judith's cheerful announcement. She held up the treaty, smiling. "You wanted that concealment charm off, right?" she said. "I work with those every day. They don't let you have your magical beautician's license unless you can conceal every hair on someone's head. Where did you get this copy of the Treaty of 5 Races, by the way? It's really convincing." "That's because it's real," I said in a stunned deadpan. "I stole it." Chapter 4. Dante took the treaty from Judith, scanning it quickly. I saw the satisfied look on his face for a moment before he schooled his features into his standard expression of perpetual boredom. "Miss Judith, you continue to surprise me in the most delightful ways," he said, turning away to put the treaty back in its case. "The High Circle have no idea what they're missing." "Wait," I said, stepping in front of him to reach for the case. "What does it say?" If I couldn't be the one to beat the spell, I was at least going to see what was under it. "Just typos, as you suspected," Dante lied, holding it out of my reach. "Nothing that would interest you." "Just let me see it." "I really think it's past time you got some rest. You're rather unagreeable when you're tired, I've noticed." "Dante." "He's right," Judith interrupted, making us both stop. "It's just a typo, I think. But it's a heck of a big one. Who forgets how many races there are?" She scoffed, shaking her head. Rather than try to figure out what that meant, I took advantage of Dante's momentary distraction to snatch the case out of his hand. He probably could have taken it back easily, but he just rolled his eyes and let me have it. I pulled the treaty out again, but I didn't need to read further than the title to see what Judith had been talking about. "See what I mean?" she said, leaning past me to look again. "Treaty of 6 races. Look, it's all through the whole thing. 6 over and over." "That's too consistent to be a typo," I pointed out, feeling weirdly lightheaded. "Were they counting goblins separately?" Judith mused. "I thought back then they thought goblins were like pets or something." Mystified, I skimmed over the page. Every word the spell had changed was the same, replacing any mention of the 5 races with 6. "We, the children of Tiamat, 6 races alike in power and grace," I read. And further down, "Here do 6 nations, sovereign and united." It was all changed. But why? A crash shocked me out of my stupor. Aaron and Ryan had knocked the helmet off the suit of armor and were now backing away from it with guilty expressions. "Aaron!" I snapped, returning the treaty to its case with fumbling hands. "What did I say? Don't touch anything." Aaron put his hands up innocently. "Sorry," Ryan said, clearing his throat and flashing a sheepish smile. I shook my head and pushed the case back towards Dante. "It's gotta be a fake, or like an old copy. They probably never even had the real one on display. No, I'm quite certain it's real, Dante replied casually, not taking it. I stared at him for a second in irritated annoyance. It's a fake, I insisted. And you knew all along. Is that why you had me steal it? You knew the real one had already been replaced by this, whatever this is? Or what? Did you have me steal the real one so you could replace it with this forgery and pretend it's real? Why on earth would I do that? Dante asked, and the gears of my brain spun loose for a moment as I tried to think of a reason. I don't know, I said finally, waving the case at him in frustration, the treaty hanging halfway out. A sick joke? Some kind of power play? I don't know you. Maybe you're just batshit. It is the authentic treaty, Dante said calmly. More authentic, in fact, than it has been in quite some time. I can get an expert in to date it for you, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow evening. Bullshit! I threw the case at him and it bounced harmlessly off his chest, causing him no more than an impatient, perturbed frown. He snapped it smoothly out of the air before tucking the case neatly into his jacket pocket. My outburst, however, left me wheezing and breathless. I really needed a nap. If that's real, Judith said quietly while I doubled over trying to catch my breath. It's been like thousands of years. Why didn't anyone notice? You're asking the wrong question, Miss Judith, Dante said. Someone noticed. Who were they? I dug my fingernails into my palms, my hands tight at my sides, feeling sick. If there was a sixth race there when the treaty was signed, who were they? I asked. And where did they go? Now that, Dante said, pausing for a moment as his eyes met mine, is a question worth asking. Unfortunately, I can't answer it. Can't or won't? I was still having trouble standing up straight, but I could at least glare at him for this unsubtle evasion. Take your pick, Dante said with a shrug as he stood. You won't believe me regardless. Really, though, I'm flattered by the degree of power and knowledge you seem to think I have. But even I would have trouble getting my hands on information hidden 1,000 years ago. You're so full of shit, I said wearily, and sat down on the floor, giving up. Who cared about the treaty anyway? I just wanted to go to bed. I think it's about time I showed you all to your rooms, Dante said. We can pick this up in the morning. I was too tired to fight anyway. My joints ached as I climbed to my feet again. I let him shuffle us along to the guest bedrooms, which were so nice I was almost offended. Rich asshole. I resisted the siren call of my bed long enough to shower and change, if only in the vain hope of getting the smell of smoke out of my hair. When I finished in the bathroom, I found Aaron waiting for me on the bed. Hey, kid, I said, closing the door behind me. I know we haven't really talked properly yet, but it's not going to happen tonight unless you know how to translate snoring. It's cool, Aaron said, scooting aside as I flopped face first into the disgustingly soft queen-size mattress. Nice PJs. Ugh. I rolled partly onto my side in order to show off the ridiculous silk pajamas Dante had left out for me. They're monogrammed. If they weren't so comfortable, I'd have to burn them. Yeah, I'm not sure lavender is your color, Aaron agreed, chuckling. I just groaned as I dragged a pillow under my head and sank into its feathery embrace. Whoever Dante had sent to pick up Aaron had given him time to grab some of his clothes, so he was wearing the t-shirt and sweatpants he always wore to bed, and had been spared the ugly PJs. I just wanted to ask if I could crash in here, he said, jerking his thumb at the love seat on the other side of the guest room. No offense to your vampire friend, but he's sketchy as hell. I don't think we should split up in case something goes down. Smart kid, I said, struggling to stay awake. Hang on, I'll take the couch. No, I got it, Aaron said, before I could wrench myself from the pillow's seductive grip, standing up. You've been taking the couch for years. I think we can safely say it's my turn. Even if I broke my promise? I forced my eyes open to watch him. Tired as I was, my stomach still knotted up at the thought of disappointing him. He looked away, expression complicated. He backed off slowly to the couch and sat down. "It's my fault you had to break it," he said quietly. "I know how bad money is right now. And I'm the one who got into that stupid fight. I knew what would happen, but—" "Aaron," I said quickly, heart twisting. "It's not your fault. I made this choice. I could have figured something else out. I could have done a lot of things different. I could have moved us somewhere cheaper when Mom and Dad died. But I was selfish, and I didn't want to leave the city. That's on me. It's all on me." Aaron just shook his head, and for a moment I thought he was going to argue. But then he got quiet and looked away. He turned out the lights and settled down on the couch. He'd snatched the queen-sized comforter off the bed in his own room, and it swamped him and the couch entirely. He looked 6 years old again, up at dawn watching Saturday morning cartoons. Sometimes it was hard to believe he was 16, practically an adult. Why the hell did anyone consider an 18-year-old an adult? I didn't know shit when I was 18. I still didn't feel like an adult half the time, trying to juggle bills and make sense of taxes and credit and insurance. The thought of him having to face all that in a couple of years made me want to hide him somewhere society couldn't find him. And everything that had happened tonight, had I fixed everything or ruined it? I didn't know, and honestly, I was too tired to even process it all yet. I just wanted to keep him safe. That was all that mattered. "Evie, you still awake?" I'd almost been out, but his quiet voice in the dark brought me reluctantly back. I sighed. Barely. There was only silence for long enough that I almost dozed off again. "Did Mom and Dad ever talk to you about what we are?" Shit. My eyes snapped open. I was suddenly in no danger of dozing off, and too aware of my heart beating, almost loud in the silent room. "What are you talking about? We're witches." I repeated the lie, less easily than I had in the past. "I'm not stupid, Eve." I didn't answer, not sure I could. "I never saw Mom or Dad cast a single spell," Aaron whispered, "and I can barely make Magitech work. Trust me, I've tried. I'm no witch. Neither were our parents." "You don't know what you're talking about," I said sharply, rolling over to face away from him. "Go to sleep." "It's not even really a secret," Aaron hissed, still quiet but getting annoyed. "Even the kids at school knew you were a changeling. We just didn't talk about it. Even after Mom and Dad died, you still won't talk about it." "I'm not a changeling," I said, trying to sound offended. The words tasted sour on my tongue. Was I even lying? I wasn't sure anymore. Aaron was quiet for a beat, and I dared to hope he'd let this go and go to sleep. "Fine," he said. "I believe you. I saw the videos of you at that party tonight. How fast you were moving, the fire, the way the magic they shot at you just melted. That's not the kind of thing I've ever seen a changeling do." I closed my eyes tight, pressed my lips together, and tried to ignore him. He sounded just like Domino. I couldn't think about this right now. I was too exhausted, too stressed out. "So, if you're not a changeling, then what are you?" Aaron asked. "And if I'm not a witch, what am I?" Silence hung tenuous, like a strand of spider silk, waiting for the slightest breeze to break it. They were dangerous questions to ask out loud, and even if I'd have been willing to have this discussion after years of secrecy, I didn't have answers to either question. The Fae weren't supposed to give changelings to mundane families, but every once in a while they did it anyway. When the authorities found out, they usually removed the changeling, stuck the kid in magical foster care, and altered the family's memories. As if growing up in the system wasn't bad enough, changelings were barely considered citizens. Legally, they were a subclass of Fae, but the Fae refused to even admit that changelings existed. The general stereotype was that changelings were dangerously unstable and untrustworthy. Being changeling would bar you from any home, job, or school in the other side. And since being changeling tended to come with weird Fae traits, both physical and otherwise, the mundane world was mostly off-limits otherwise. A changeling kid with no parents to protect them was on borrowed time till the authorities found an excuse to make them disappear. So maybe my parents had been mundane and realized they had a changeling kid. Maybe they found a way to infiltrate the magical world so that they could stay with me. If that was true, and anyone had ever found out I was a changeling, it wouldn't have just meant I would lose any shot at scholarships or decent jobs in the future. It could have exposed my family as mundane, which would have meant permanent separation. The triumvirate had two methods for dealing with mundies who found out about the magical world. Either they would have their memories wiped and be forced out of the magical world forever, or worse, they'd be sent to an enclave, one of the human farms where the vampires raised their blood supply. The very thought made me nauseous. That was why I'd tried so hard to keep my powers hidden all these years. Being a changeling was my dark secret, the one I alone carried. Somehow we posed as low-level witches, even though I sucked at spellcraft. I didn't know if my brother was anything. I'd never seen him display any abilities. I'd never told anyone else I wasn't really a witch except Judith and Domino. I thought being a secret changeling was terrible. But now there was suddenly an even worse option. That I might not be a changeling at all. That I might have no idea what I am. I couldn't say all that to Aaron. I couldn't tell him that he might be mundane. Or worse, might be whatever I was. So I said nothing and pretended to be asleep. Evie. Aaron tried again, and the hurt in his voice felt like being stabbed in the heart. When I didn't answer, I heard the blankets rustle as he rolled over, giving up on me. I should have stayed awake all night, racked with guilt. But I was so exhausted, I probably fell asleep before Aaron. I was 9 when I first dreamed of fire. In the dream, I was walking through it, calm and unafraid. I could feel it on my skin, warm but not painful, soft as feathers. The sight of it filled me with a sense of pride and power. I spread wings and flew on the updrafts, trailing smoke and flame. I woke feeling reborn, full of a sense of purpose and strength. That was the same week I first shorted out a spell by accident. I contributed this, and other small magical oddities, to the same bullshit that was turning my body into a greasy, weird-smelling nightmare. I didn't bring most of it up to my parents. What little I did, they said, was just a normal part of the process, and I should ignore it. I did, and things normalized for a couple of years. At 10, I started putting together that I wasn't a witch, but my parents never said the word changeling, and I was afraid to ask. I still dreamed of fire often, but dreams never hurt anyone. Once I realized what I really was, how little future I had, I was angry and rebellious, and it seemed like I dreamed of fire every night. Until one night, when I was about 16, when the dream changed. The fire was so high, so hot. I'd always felt in control of it before, powerful, but this time it just kept getting bigger, wilder. I got scared. And the more scared I was, the bigger the fire became, the more it began to burn me, until I became so panicked that I woke up and found a waking nightmare waiting for me. My room was burning. Every inch was engulfed in flames. I didn't know what was happening, or that I'd caused it. I didn't even process that the flames weren't burning me. My brother's room was next door to mine. I dragged him out of his bed, but he wouldn't wake up. I opened his bedroom window and pulled him out into the grass. I would have gone back in for my parents, but by then the fire department had arrived and they wouldn't let me, So I stood in the yard and watched everything I'd ever known burn. Later, they would tell me the fire had started in my room. Faulty wiring, probably. No one could explain how I had lived. My 6-year-old brother had to be resuscitated on the lawn by first responders. They told me my parents died of smoke inhalation long before the fire got to their room. They never even woke up. They told me this like it was a good thing. At least they hadn't suffered. But when I dreamed about it later, I heard them screaming anyway. From then on, whenever I dreamed of fire, it was only ever that fire, again and again. I learned to wait quickly whenever I smelled smoke. I expected the dream that night, and wasn't disappointed. I woke twice to smother sparks before they caught on the comforter. Then I gave up and went to sleep in the bathtub. It was late morning, maybe 9, when Aaron flipped on the bathroom lights and woke me up. I made a wordless animal noise of displeasure and dragged my pillow over my head. "You good?" Aaron asked, his voice scratchy from sleep. "Fine," I muttered. "You haven't done this in a while. The tub thing." "I had a rough night." "Well, I gotta pee, so—" I cut him off before he could elaborate and lurched out of the tub on my incredibly stiff joints. I shuffled back into the bedroom without even opening my eyes and flopped back onto the bed, trying to ignore the singed spots. I wondered if Dante would believe me if I claimed I'd been smoking in bed. Aaron emerged from the bathroom a minute later, scratching himself and yawning. "You think Dracula would mind if we raid his kitchen?" he asked. "Knock yourself out," I said, not opening my eyes. "You don't want breakfast?" "Wake me up for lunch." Aaron shrugged and left the bedroom. I relaxed into the mattress, watching the light play through the tree branches outside the window, ready to sleep for another few hours at least. "Evie!" Aaron burst back through the bedroom door loudly enough to make me flinch back to full wakefulness. His eyes were wide, jaw slack, and stunned. "Evie, I think you need to see this." I took one last second to cherish the bed before I got up and followed Aaron into the hall, grumbling sullenly. "I swear, if you're just hyped that Dante has an espresso machine or something—" I didn't finish my thought, because I could see what Aaron was freaking out about before I even reached the end of the hall. Holy shit. The entirety of Dante's open floor plan living space, which previously had been minimally furnished, was crammed with treasures. Chests sat open, spilling jewelry and silk. Dresses that could rival the one I'd worn yesterday were draped over the arms of beautiful sculptures. Delicate magical doodads of unknown abilities lay piled in glittering heaps, next to huge bee-ribboned boxes promising even more wonders. Exotic flowers in arrangements larger than my head filled every open space. In the center of the room, a huge white horse with a pearly horn stood under a tree made of silver filigree. Its golden leaves hid fruit that appeared to be whole fist-sized Fabergé eggs. The horse was nosing for treats among an artfully arranged display of designer purses and accessories. "Is that a unicorn?" Ryan shuffled up behind me, bleary-eyed and wearing a purple bathrobe that looked too good on him. "Faux nicorn," I replied in a stunned deadpan. "Magically altered horse. Real unicorns are more like deer. Or goats." Judith appeared on my other side a moment later, her hair a crow's nest. "Forget the unicorn," she said, blinking sleep from her eyes, excitement rising in her voice. "Is that the new cosmetic line from Anastasia by Summarizal? That hasn't even hit stores yet." "Oh, hell," said a sour voice behind us, and we all turned to see Dante, hair mussed and robe askew, looking like he'd just stepped in something nasty with bare feet. The Fae found us. Chapter 5. "I thought you said they couldn't?" My confused wonder was rapidly turning to fear. "Once again, I demonstrate the foolishness of ever guaranteeing anything," Dante said, looking more irritable than I'd ever seen him. He pushed past us to stand in front of the treasure trove. "Have any of you touched anything?" I shook my head, and the other three followed suit. Good, Dante said with a relieved expression. Don't even look at it if you can help it. What even is all this? Aaron asked, eyeing a pile in the corner that contained a gaming console that I was pretty sure hadn't been released anywhere outside the Fae realm. It's a trap, Dante explained. The Fae don't give gifts. They can't. Their whole society is based on the exchange of debt, favors for favors, trying to trick others into owing you more than you owe them. If you accept something from the Fae without knowing very precisely what they expect in return, you've essentially written them a blank check. By Fae law, they could compel you to pay that debt in almost any way imaginable. Okay, so we've got to send it all back, I asked, still not completely awake and distressed we'd been found so quickly. No, Dante said urgently. God, no. Rejecting a Fae gift is almost worse than accepting it. Offend a Fae and their law enables them to seek revenge. For a slight this big, they could strike you dead and be completely justified, legally speaking. Why the hell are the Fae sending us gifts anyway? Aaron demanded. Not us, Dante explained. Evie. They intend to persuade or compel her to become the Fae champion for the tournament. Wait, what? Aaron sputtered, the sentiment echoed by Judith. I sighed, rubbing my tired eyes. According to Dante, I explained, what I did at the party last night convinced some people that I could win the tournament. That's half the reason we're hiding. The witches already sent someone to try and kill me. And they will keep trying, Dante added. All 5 races will be trying to either recruit her or remove her from the competition. So what do we do? I asked Dante. If we can't accept and can't reject the gifts? We ignore them, Dante replied. We leave them exactly where they are and leave quickly through the back. If they claim it was rejection, we can argue we never saw them. Will that work? I asked. We'll have to find out. Now hurry up, get dressed and grab your things. I'll call the car. Wait! Aaron stopped us, frustrated. Why aren't you taking the offer? I just stared at him for a moment, my jaw slack. Pardon? Why don't you go for it? Aaron asked. Be the champion. Champions get legal immunity, right? So they couldn't arrest you for stealing the treaty. Plus, I saw you kick those 2 champions' butts in the video. You could actually win. Yeah, I could also die, I pointed out. I got lucky last night. Those people have been training their entire lives for this, some of them for longer than this country has existed. And besides, they probably think I'm a changeling. Exactly, Aaron argued. You were impressive enough last night to make the Fae want you. The Summer Queen had to have signed off on this. Queen Titania herself wants a changeling on her team. Do you know what it would mean if a changeling represented the Fae in the tournament? If you won? That did make me stop for a moment, if only because of how much he sounded like Domino. Was Aaron going to grow up just as angry, just as devoid of options? It's not worth the risk, I said finally, turning away from him. Which risk? Aaron asked, his stare hard on my back. That you'll die? Or that people will find out you're not really... That's enough, I said sharply, my heart beating too fast. I made my decision. Deal with it. He stared into my eyes, neither of us backing down until Dante cleared his throat. We should really get moving, he urged. I have another safe house outside the city. If we hurry, we can get brunch on the way. If there's one thing I approve of about this ungodly hour, it's brunch. Aaron broke first and shoved past us towards his room, slamming the door behind him. I'll check on him in a minute, Judith offered, after I get changed. I'll go get the car ready, Dante added, and they both hurried off, away from the awkward tension, leaving me and Ryan standing in the hall, watching the unicorn chew on a designer handbag worth more than my rent. Ryan had apparently slept in his underwear, a fact I hadn't really absorbed until just now, and was suddenly all too aware of. I averted my eyes from the trail of blonde hair visible beneath his navel before I could follow it to more dangerous places. But he had already caught me staring and, grinning, returned the favor. "Nice PJs," he said. I fought the urge to hide my face as I slid past him towards the door to Judith's room, thinking that this morning couldn't possibly get any worse. I should know better than anyone that it can always get worse. "I think it's cute." Judith twirled, showing off the short, flowery sundress Dante had offered me when I'd pointed out I had nothing to wear. "It is cute," I said as I dug through Judith's duffel bag looking for something that would fit me. "On you. I wouldn't be caught dead in it, and he knows it. He's just decided that forcing me to wear embarrassing clothing is a convenient way to harass me. Or maybe he just thinks you'd look good in it, and he was trying to be nice," Judith suggested. "I know he's a vampire and kind of—" She wiggled her fingers like spooky claws in a vague gesture that I could only assume was meant to resemble a Scooby-Doo villain. "But he's helping you. You don't need to be so suspicious of all his motives." 1. "Yes, I do," I replied, holding a pair of black leggings up to my waist experimentally. 2. "I'm not suspicious that he enjoys torturing me. I'm 100% certain. You should have seen him when I was getting sewn into that dress, smug bastard." Deciding the leggings would probably fit, I grabbed them, a black sports bra, and a long, loose gray tank top. I would have preferred jeans, but Judith and I weren't the same size. Thank God for stretchy athletic wear anyway. Judith sighed, admiring herself in the mirror, testing the sun hat that had come with the dress. "Really, Eve, a guy literally showers you in priceless jewelry and cute clothes, and you still find a way to be pissed off about it. I'm not saying you should be throwing yourself at his feet, but at least try to enjoy the perks. Gifts from a vampire are as bad as gifts from the Fae," I shot back as I pulled the sports bra over my head. "I don't know what he wants from me, but I don't trust it." "I bet I can guess what he wants," Judith said, half turning to grin at me. I threw the silk pajama camisole at her, and she laughed as it fluttered harmlessly to the floor. "Well, he's not getting it," I said, pulling up the leggings. "He can throw as many cute outfits at me as he wants. He can't buy me." "What about that detective guy?" Judith asked. "He's cute as hell, and probably wholesome as apple pie." I hesitated, not because I was thinking about Ryan, but because as I was bending over, I realized my ribs didn't hurt. Moving like that should have hurt like hell. I pressed on it curiously, and it ached like a deep bruise. But there was no more pain when I moved. "Evie?" Judith turned to look at me when I didn't answer her, concerned. "What's wrong? Is it your rib again?" "No," I replied, puzzled. "That's what's weird. It doesn't hurt at all." "I noticed you were moving a lot more easily this morning," Judith said, frowning. "Maybe it wasn't really broken?" "No, it was definitely broken," I said with a small laugh. I couldn't breathe too deep without feeling like someone had jabbed me with a rusty screwdriver. Now it's just gone. "You don't have accelerated healing, though," Judith pointed out, bending to squint at my ribs. Yesterday I'd been black and blue there, the bruise bigger than a dinner plate. Today, a mottled brown bruise a little smaller than my fist was all that remained. "Do you?" "Not that I know of," I said, "and it's not like this is the first time I've been seriously injured. Remember that time I broke my leg? When you jumped off the roof of the mall to get away from security after you got caught shoplifting one of those big inflatable penises from the bachelorette party section of Spencer's. Yeah, I remember. Hey, it was several inflatable penises and a bunch of booby beach balls. Thank you very much," I said, grinning. And falling off the roof was strategic. While everyone was distracted, Tripp snatched a helium tank from the balloon kiosk. And you filled Vice Principal Carey's office with bouncing plastic genitalia, I remember. Judith rolled her eyes. I always did wonder how you got the helium. Anyway, if it wasn't you, how'd you get healed? Anton? I shook my head. He did his thing on it last night. All he could do was decrease the inflammation. He wanted me to go to a hospital. Weird, Judith muttered. Did you try any other healing magic? I remembered the vampire blood Dante had tricked me into drinking, but I was reluctant to mention it. Too embarrassing. Besides, if vampire blood could mend broken bones overnight, especially in amounts as small as what I'd taken, I'd definitely have heard of it. No way they could keep that from getting out. It had to be something else. I just hope the Fae didn't sneak in and heal me in my sleep, I said finally. As some sort of gift, I can't refuse. I don't think they can do that, Judith said, wrinkling her nose, uncertain. Working magic on someone without their consent is probably against Fae law. Probably. Hell if I know, I said, shrugging. I barely remembered the no gifts thing. Deciding to forget the mysterious healing of my injuries for now, I moved on to the next problem. Now, what am I going to do about shoes? Ah, I've got you covered, Judith said, and bent to grab something from under the bed. My boots, I said, thrilled, as I recognized the worn but reliable old hiking boots. I sat down on the bed to put them on immediately. Aaron brought them, Judith explained. When Dante's driver picked him up and told him to grab a few days' worth of clothes, he figured you'd want them. Told me to give them to you when I talked to him earlier. You can tell him all his sins are forgiven and I officially love him again, I said as I tightened the fraying laces. He's not even really that mad, Judith went on. At least, not about you not wanting to risk your life in the tournament. I think you just need to sit down and talk to him about all of this. I know I'm not really freaking out about you being implicated in the murder of an elder and the theft of a priceless historical artifact, potentially endangering all our lives and making it so we'll probably have to flee the country. But you know me, I'm great at compartmentalizing. And by compartmentalizing, I mean bottling everything up forever until I combust. Yeah, you should probably be in therapy. Probably. But I'm also not a 16-year-old boy. You need to talk to him. I nodded in agreement, wishing it was that easy. If I can get 10 minutes where I'm not dead on my feet or running for my life, we'll talk, I promised. The situation is just too complicated to dump it on him while all this craziness is still going on. There was a knock on the door before Judith could say any more. When Judith gave permission, Dante opened the door enough to lean in. That dress looks stunning on you, Miss Judith, he said with a smile, which made Judith smile ear to ear, twirling to show it off again. He turned a much cooler look on me a moment later. It would have looked stunning on you as well, Evie. In your dreams, Count Chocula. Dante rolled his eyes. He was wearing another fitted suit that covered most of his skin, and a bright yellow scarf was tied in a knot around his neck. A wide-brimmed hat completed the outfit and made him look like a saxophone player at a jazz bar. The car is ready for us, he said, and it's past time for us to be gone. Judith grabbed her bag and we followed Dante into the hall, where Aaron and Ryan were already waiting. Dante led us out to the enclosed sunroom at the rear of the house and down the stairs to the garage where Sergei had an impressive SUV warmed up for us. Ryan climbed into the front passenger seat, and I took the middle row next to Dante, if only to spare Judith or Aaron from having to sit next to him. They took the back row instead, commenting excitedly on the car's expensive features. All I could think about was the screech of metal and the smell of burning gasoline. What are the chances someone will attack the car again? I asked Dante in a tense whisper as I buckled my seatbelt. My brother is in the back seat. If there's a chance someone could crash into us like last night. The chances are extremely minimal, Dante assured me. For the moment, the Fae seem to be the only ones who know where you are, and they seem to more inclined to recruit you than kill you. As long as we move quickly and quietly, we should be able to lose them and reach the new safe house before any other parties become aware of your location." "And what about this new safe house?" I pressed. "How is it any safer than the last one? Won't the Fae just find us there again?" "This new safe house is a bit unusual," Dante replied, looking away. "I mentioned my efforts to sever the previous safe house's location from Fae space. This one is rather more thoroughly cut off." "Then why didn't we go there first?" I hissed. "Several reasons," Dante replied stiffly, "which I will explain when we get there." I couldn't strangle him with Aaron watching, so I had to accept that, for now. I leaned against the window in sullen silence as we drove through the city. Just past the tall buildings, I could see the Golden Gate Bridge and the dark blue water of the bay. We hadn't gone very far before our forward progress slowed to a crawl. I was used to traffic. San Francisco was generally pretty good as far as transportation is concerned, but during peak hours and on the right streets, it could be as bad as anywhere. At first, I barely noticed. But after 15 minutes of crawling forward at a snail's pace, I started to feel an itch of suspicion between my shoulder blades. "I don't like this," Ryan muttered from the front seat. Judging by Dante's dark expression, he didn't either. "It's too late in the morning for this much traffic," I agreed. "Too early for the lunch rush. And we're nowhere near the Bay Bridge." "Is it the Fae?" Ryan asked. Dante shook his head. "The triumvirate control mundane transportation in the city," he said. He didn't need to say the rest. The Fae couldn't do this without seriously stepping on vampire toes, which made it much more likely the vampires were doing it themselves. "Everyone out of the car," I said, unbuckling. My skin was tingling so much it was starting to form a rash. "We're sitting ducks here. We'll move faster walking." "We'll be sitting ducks out there too," Dante pointed out grimly, but he was already pulling his sunglasses and his umbrella from his coat. "Just move fast and stay close," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. What other options did we have? "Stay with the car," Dante told Sergei as we gathered on the sidewalk. "Keep driving. Hopefully someone will assume we're still with you, rather than blundering around on foot completely exposed." "Hurry up," I snapped, anxious to get moving. Dante exchanged a few more quiet words with Sergei, then the traffic began to creep forward again. Dante opened his umbrella and joined us, his forced smile more like a grimace. Even being up at this time of day had to be uncomfortable for him, let alone out in the sun. "Well then," he said. "This way. I know a fantastic cafe a few blocks from here. How do you feel about crepes?" He chattered idly as we walked, engaging Judith in a spirited debate about breakfast pastry, projecting his usual air of unflappable confidence. But I could see the cracks in his facade. He was worried, and so was I. "What I don't get," Ryan said, walking close beside me, carefully putting himself between me and anyone we passed, "is why they're so desperate to make you a champion." "Because she's awesome," Aaron said, with the tone of someone pointing out the obvious. "Didn't you see the videos of her at the party?" "Yeah, she was very impressive," he said, giving me a look from the corner of his eye. "But the rulers of the 5 races have poured years of effort and mountains of resources into training their champions. And even if she was the strongest witch or changeling ever born, it's not just about raw strength. They've been crafting strategies and gathering information since the last tournament. All of that goes out the window if they replace their champion at the last minute. They have to allow people to challenge for the title of champion. It's tradition. But anyone who tried it would probably end up regretting it. So why are they all willing to throw out everything they've prepared to get their hands on Evie?" "Good question," I said, chewing the inside of my cheek as I considered it. "I don't know. Maybe it's less about me than the treaty. They think I have it, and it'll apparently carry a ton of political weight." "Nobody likes surprises," Dante added. "There's a new player on the board. Even if they don't want her, they can't risk somebody else getting to her first. Maybe, Ryan said, sounding unconvinced. Traffic was finally beginning to flow more freely now, even as we moved through the mission. You're forgetting the escalating pressures of competition, Dante provided. All it takes is for one of the big three, vampires, fae, or witches, to show an interest in her. If the other two think the third has discovered an advantage, they'll stop at nothing to steal it or destroy it, even if they don't know what it is. With only a few days till the confirmation, they don't have time to waste investigating Evie or weighing their options. If they don't go after her with everything they have, not only have they potentially handed their enemy an advantage, they've demonstrated their own weakness and cowardice in being unwilling or unable to take it from them. And as I said last night, it doesn't actually matter how well she does in the arena. The strength she displayed last night and the treaty are more than enough to secure a solid second place and a whole host of deals and contracts beyond the tournament, which is all most of them are interested in anyway. It still just doesn't seem right to me, Ryan said, shaking his head. I mean, no offense, but I've met you. You're sneaky, yes, and you can fight, but you're not a killer. Even in the videos you seemed frazzled, out of control. The intensity in his gaze made me look away. Hey, I wouldn't choose me as a champion either, I admitted with a shrug. It's not like it matters, though. I'll worry about analyzing motives once everything is over. All I care about right now is avoiding the people trying to kill me. I hadn't even finished speaking before a black car pulled up beside us. The rear passenger door opened, and two security werewolves in suits and glasses leaned out. In a smooth, practiced motion, they grabbed me by the arms and dragged me backwards into the car before I could do more than shout in surprise. Ryan was the only one who recovered fast enough to act, grabbing me by the ankle. He tried to pull me away but lost his grip when he caught a swift boot to the face from one of the security wolves. The door slammed and the car sped away. I'd been kidnapped, and it had probably taken less than 10 seconds. The security wolves, with a surprising degree of care, manhandled me into a rear-facing seat between them. When I saw who else was in the car, I stopped struggling and froze, stunned. Ancient Lady Xia, triumvir of all vampire kind, sat across from me, holding a mimosa in each hand and looking unimpressed. "Good morning," she said, offering me a drink. "Could I interest you in brunch?" Chapter 6. To say that Lady Xia was intimidating would be an extreme understatement. Despite being a relatively petite woman wearing a smart business suit and a white blouse, she seemed to take up all the space in the car with her sheer presence. It wasn't quite the deer-in-headlights terror I'd felt when looking into the eyes of the Sumerian, but it was something similar, primal and intense. I'd never been religious, but it seemed like how someone might feel looking at a saint, or one of those angels that are all chariot wheels and fire. Fear and deep, reverential awe. I took the mimosa, trying to keep my hand steady. "The selection is a bit thin, I'm afraid," she said, gesturing to the limo bar beside her, where English muffins and croissants lay in a warming tray next to a spread of various toppings, including bacon and fresh fruit. I don't frequently have guests who eat human food, and I left in rather a rush, so it's all a bit thrown together. "It's fine," I said without thinking, struggling with an instinctive desire to appease her. I shook it off by remembering she'd just snatched me off the street in front of my little brother. "How did you even find me?" "The Fae have their ways," she said with a graceful shrug of her thin shoulders. "And I have my spies among the Fae. I knew almost as soon as they did." I nodded, privately wondering why Dante hadn't assumed there would be spies. Maybe he'd figured, as I had, that the Fae would do a better job of keeping such important information on lockdown. I took a deep breath. "No offense, Your Majesty." "Majesty is for queens," Lady Xia corrected, sipping her drink. Her diamond and ruby-studded rings sparkled in the dim light. The proper term of address for the triumvir of an empire is Honored Imperial Council, or Your Imperial Honor. Your Imperial Honor, I said, trying not to sound too annoyed. No offense, but I'm really not interested in brunch, or anything else you're selling. I'd really like to get out of this car and back to my friends, if that's all right. All in good time, she said with a dismissive wave. You can't properly reject an offer you haven't actually heard yet, after all. That's what I thought you'd say. I threw the mimosa back like a shot and handed the crystal flute to one of the security wolves. Hands on my knees, I braced myself for whatever bullshit was about to occur. All right, lay it on me. I assume other parties have already spoken to you about the coming tournament? The lady asked, raising a delicate eyebrow. In a manner of speaking, I admitted. The Fae made my living room look like Christmas morning in Candyland. The witches just tried to murder me with some kind of giant, terrifying spider thing. Not the move I would have expected from them, she said to herself, expression thoughtful. In that case, allow me to do you the favor of being direct. I would like to invite you to participate in the coming tournament as the vampire champion. Why me? If I was going to have to deal with this, I was going to at least get some answers out of it. Elbows on my knees, I propped my chin on the back of my joined hands and fixed the lady with a steady stare. She stared back at me, expression contemplative, like she was wondering how much I already knew. Politics, she said finally, all very complicated and boring. I doubt you'd find the answer satisfying even if I cared to explain it all to you. So give me the Cliff Notes version, I insisted. She set her drink aside, uncrossed and recrossed her ankles. Despite showing no other outward sign of displeasure, I was certain I'd pissed her off, and the thought made an involuntary animal fear run down my back. The outcome of the tournament is a foregone conclusion, as I'm certain you're aware, she said, her voice casual and detached, like she was discussing party planning, and not the massive city-wide event that would decide who would govern the supernatural communities for the next 30 years. Vampires always win. We haven't lost in centuries. But these days, how it's won is more important than who wins. Tournament results can sway votes on the ruling council, influence trade deals, foster or dissolve alliances. Last tournament, an up-and-coming Fae designer convinced their champion to wear her designs during 2 events. By the end of the tournament, they were a household name with more business than they could handle, and the High Circle secured a landmark deal with the Summer Queen for the construction of new factory to produce the designer's first commercial line. Right, the tournament is important, I said, resisting the urge to add whatever. So what do you, specifically, get out of me being champion? She smiled at me, revealing just a hint of teeth. It was enough to make my blood crawl. Being the one who secured such a hotly contested champion would carry a great deal of prestige, she said, then closed her eyes, sighing. Furthermore, the current vampire champion has become troublesome. It's past time she was retired. Replacing her with you would be a very definitive way to end her career. Something about the emphasis she put on definitive made me think that getting rid of the current champion was what she was most looking forward to. Declaring yourself vampire champion virtually guarantees your victory in the tournament, she went on. The risks would be vanishingly minimal, and the rewards astronomical. In addition to the traditional prizes, we would be willing to offer you a title and position in the court of your choice. I am looking for a second prince for House Shia, in fact. You'd make a non-vampire a princess? I asked, suspicious. Prince, she corrected. It's a style, not a noble title. No gender is implied. You'd make a non-vampire a prince? I tried again impatiently. She laughed, a bright, sharp sound like crystal breaking. Of course not, she said. Turning you would be a requirement of this arrangement. I swallowed, a shiver running down my back. Assuming I can be turned, I finished for her. What if you can't turn me? Vampirism was the only race that could be transmitted, but it didn't work on everyone. Witches and wolves usually turned. Fae almost never. Trolls could be turned rarely, but the result was an ugly, half-crazy gargoyle. If anyone had ever successfully turned a goblin, I'd never heard of it. I didn't know what odds changelings had, but I figured they could only be slightly better than a fae. That would be unfortunate, Lady Shia said casually. But other arrangements could be made. If not a court position, then perhaps a seat on the board of one of our most successful human companies. Correct me if I'm wrong, Your Honor. Imperial honor. Right, that. But don't most failed turnings end in the person dying horribly? I wasn't being flippant. I'd seen videos of people experiencing vampirism rejection syndrome. It was something out of a nightmare, or a movie about demonic possession. I didn't understand the specifics, but the theory was that it had something to do with the physiological changes kicking in before the healing powers and the body not being able to handle the strain of the change. The muscle spasms were intense enough to break bone. The lucky ones died of the stress before the tumors caused by the out-of-control cell growth started eating their brains. Either way, it could take days. Not the way I'd like to go. I stared at the vampire expectantly, not appreciating how she'd tried to gloss over that particular possibility. Lady Shia's smile grew tight at the corners but didn't falter. "There is a minor risk involved," she said. "There is a minor risk involved," she said. "What in life worth having comes without a degree of risk. I assure you, the fame and wealth you receive will be worth it, not to mention the immortality." "Sure," I said, unconvinced. "And what happens if I say no?" "Well," Lady Shia said primly, smoothing her skirt over her knees, "that would be a very unwise decision on your part." "I have a reputation for making unwise decisions," I said with a wry smile. Lady Shia finally let her smile drop. "Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not here representing the triumvirate. My esteemed co-rulers do not agree with my plan to recruit you. If you refuse me, I will not be able to protect you from them. The Sumerian is especially upset with you. He's demanded your immediate destruction." I swallowed, my mouth dry. What had I done to piss the Sumerian off that badly? Was he really that mad that I'd crashed his party? So it was an immediate, painful death at the hands of the Sumerian, or fame, fortune, and immortality from Lady Shia. The vampires were offering me the carrot and the stick. It was the vampire equivalent of good cop, bad cop. "You will not receive a better offer than this," Lady Shia insisted. "No one else can assure you victory as we can." "I'm not shopping for a better offer," I said, shoulders tense. "I'm just not interested in being anyone's champion." "I think you know that's not really an option at this point," Lady Shia said frankly. A cold pit in my stomach told me she was right. There are too many players in this game, and too much at stake. You are now a piece on the board, whether you like it or not. Will you be a prize to be captured and hope the one that wins you is merciful? Or will you choose to play the game for yourself? I'm pretty sure no one ever won a game by giving control of their pieces to someone else, I said after a moment. "I'm sorry, but I'd rather take my chances." "Unfortunate." Lady Shia frowned, the first time I'd seen her do so. It was a relatively mild expression, but on her lovely, timeless face it was uniquely terrifying. I felt like an insect just before the shoe comes down. "Hold her," she sighed, waving her hand gently. The wolves on either side of me grabbed me by the arms. I struggled instinctively, the panic I'd been holding off rapidly overtaking me. "What are you doing?" I demanded, as Lady Shia opened a compartment under the bar and removed an elegant wooden box, from which she retrieved a delicate stiletto dagger. "Relax," she said, drawing the knife across her palm. Her blood welled up, black and stagnant and thick as chocolate syrup. The turning should only take a moment. Give me her hand. The wolf on my left wrestled with me for a moment in order to present my palm to Lady Shia. If it works, you will be of my blood, she explained, drawing a matching cut across my hand. The knife was so sharp I barely felt the sting, which will grant you no small amount of prestige in the court. But more importantly, as your sire, you won't be able to refuse my commands. I can compel you to fight, and if it doesn't work, well, you'll be dead, and this mess will be resolved one way or the other. She took my hand, clasping it tight, and I felt an instant charge as her blood met mine, like I'd been moving in a fog and was suddenly alert and clear-headed. Power flared within me, like gas thrown on a fire. Hold her tightly, Lady Shia ordered. If she moves while I'm draining her, she'll make a mess. Arterial spray is hell on the upholstery. She leaned over me, still holding my hand tightly, gripping my hair to pull my head out of the way as she bared her fangs to my neck. Why did they always go for the hair? Anger boiled up within me, fueled by the rush of power coming from her blood. I planted both my feet in Lady Shia's gut in a kick so powerful it lifted my hips off the seat. I yanked my hand out of her startled grip to throw a hard punch into the face of the wolf on my left. The one on my right aimed a jab at my head that left stars in my eyes, but I flailed out and caught him in the jaw with my elbow. Lady Shia, silent but shaking with fury, grabbed me by the shirt, lashing out with the knife. I tasted smoke in my throat a second before the fire rolled out over my tongue and burst in Shia's face. She screamed, hair burning. I grabbed her wrist and twisted, feeling bones break. She dropped the dagger and I lunged for it, but the wolf on the left grabbed my arm, twisting it behind me. The one on the right moved to pin me. I threw my head back, slamming it into the first wolf's nose hard, and kicked out at the second. He took one to the face but grabbed me by the ankles. I spat fire again, missing his face but setting his suit alight. The one behind me, recovering from the blow to the nose and still holding my arm, wrapped his bicep around my throat, choking off my air supply and my fire at the same time. I kicked at the second wolf as he frantically tried to put out his burning suit and landed a blow to his chin that made his head twist hard to the side. He collapsed across my legs, making my struggle to get loose of the wolf behind me harder. Darkness was gathering in the corners of my eyes, and Lady Shia, her eyebrows burned off and her face red and blistered, had recovered her dagger from the floor. I flailed, scratching and clawing at the wolf's arm, but I was losing strength fast. Shia raised her dagger, lip curled in rage. "You don't deserve immortality," she hissed. The Cimmerian was right. I braced myself for the pain, but before the blade could come down, we were interrupted by the sound of tearing metal as a distressingly familiar set of spider-like limbs tore open the roof of the car. Chapter 7. Lady Shia and I looked up in shared confusion as the roof was peeled back, exposing the interior of the car to late morning sunlight. Lady Shia fell back, shrieking as her smoking skin crackled and popped like bacon in the pan. But I felt no relief as I recognized the figure standing on the car roof. It was no less terrifying in the cold light of day. The human figure that hung beneath the splintered black limbs was young, their clothes dirty. But anything else that might have given me an idea about their identity was covered in liquid shadow. It boiled and ran like tar, covering them from head to mid-thigh. Their right arm was completely covered, their left down to the elbow. Their fingers twitched and spasmed as though in pain, while the rest of their body hung limp. I didn't know how it had found me again, but its intentions seemed to be about the same as last night. As soon as it saw me, its limbs sharpened into deadly spikes that shot like arrows towards me. And I was a couple of seconds from passing out due to the hairy arm still cutting off blood flow to my brain. My frantically flailing hand found the breakfast bar and closed on a champagne flute. I smashed it against the side of the wolf's head, and the moment his grip loosened, I lunged forward out of his arms, just in time to avoid the spider thing's spears, which slammed into the unfortunate wolf's chest right where I'd been a second before. I flung myself at the closest car door and rolled out into the street, nearly getting hit by another car in the process. Outside, it was midday traffic, the mundane commuter vehicles weirdly incongruous with the bizarre scene behind me. I sucked down oxygen, my head still spinning, and stumbled to my feet. I started running, boots crunching on broken glass, before throwing a panicked glance backwards. The thing wasn't chasing me, only because it was preoccupied with Lady Shia. Even as the sunlight seared her, she was attacking the spider with terrifying ferocity, fangs and claws bared, her skin turning black and leathery. I'd never seen a vampire show their true shape before. They rarely had to. They could kill pretty much anyone without exposing the monstrous bat-like thing that lived under their skin. Her werewolf security was fighting too, but they weren't going to last long. A vampire's ability to withstand the sun decreased with age. Shia had a minute or two at most before she collapsed, and with the sun this high, her powers were at their weakest. All I could do was take advantage of the temporary distraction she was providing and put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. I ran flat out, leaving the main road behind and moving between the buildings. I didn't care where I was going, as long as it was far away. But after a few minutes, there was no sign of the creature, or Lady Shia, following me. I paused to catch my breath in an alley, leaning against a wall. Running with no destination was dangerous. There were too many people after me to be blundering around aimlessly. I needed to find Aaron, and either get us to Dante's safe house or somewhere else we could hide. I pulled out my cell phone, swearing under my breath as I saw the shattered ruin of the screen. I couldn't tell if it had taken a glancing blow from one of the spider thing's legs or if I'd just landed on it when I jumped out of the car. It turned on when I tried to power it up, but the screen was too damaged to use, and I was likely to cut myself trying. I fought with it for a minute before giving up and shoving it back into my pocket. Nothing could be easy. I squinted at the buildings around me, looking for something I recognized. I coughed, grimacing at the curl of smoke that followed. I rubbed at my sore throat, thinking that if a fae offered me a cough drop right now, I'd probably have trouble saying no matter what Dante said about debt and blank checks. If breathing fire was going to be a normal thing for me, I was going to have to find a way to do it without burning my throat all to hell. After a moment, I spotted a street sign I knew. I wasn't far from Bayview. Domino. He could hide me for a few hours and help me find Aaron. I wanted to make sure he and the others were all right after last night anyway. Assuming I could get there without something else trying to kill me. I had a long, shitty walk ahead of me. I took a deep breath, my throat aching, and started jogging. With my black leggings and tank top, I could almost pass for a casual runner. Only my heavy boats gave me away, but nobody was looking too closely. I kept to the shadows and side streets, avoiding fae space and anywhere else our kind might gather. The less people saw me, the better, but sneaking around also meant the walk took longer. It was nearly 2 p.m. by the time I spotted Domino's tag in the street art. A squirrely-looking changeling with bright white hair was lurking on a corner nearby, eyeing me suspiciously. "Hey," I called, my voice rough from breathing fire. "You the lookout?" "You the lookout?" the changeling replied, imitating my voice with eerie accuracy. "Just go get me Domino," I said impatiently. "Tell him it's Evie." "Tell him it's Evie," the changeling repeated in my voice, not moving. I licked my lips, trying to restrain my temper. "I don't have time for this right now," I said sharply. "Just get Domino, now." "Just get Domino, now." I could definitely hear a teasing note in the changeling's copied voice that time. "I swear to God I will set you on fire," I snapped, flames flickering up from my lips. "Get Domino!" The changeling practically tripped over himself running away. I hoped he was actually going to get Domino and I hadn't just scared the shit out of some random changeling kid with no connection to the gang. My fears were disproven a few minutes later when Domino whistled to me from the shadow of a nearby building. We didn't speak. I just followed him as, looking after us warily, he led me back through the alleys to a disused warehouse. He said nothing until we were inside and he'd activated a fistful of security charms near the door. Then he surprised me by pulling me into a tight hug. I was so on edge I almost hit him for it. "I'm so glad you're all right," he said, squeezing me so tight it almost hurt. I felt an unexpected flutter in my chest. How long had it been since he'd held me like this? We'd still been kids in school when we ended things. I wasn't expecting to realize that I'd missed it. Then he let me go, only to take me by the shoulders and hold me at arm's length, shaking me a little. "What the hell happened?" "Evie!" Before I could answer him, I heard Mariposa shout my name a second before she hit me like a small, affectionate truck. Her hug was rougher than Domino's, and accompanied by a rapid-fire scolding in Spanish. The noise attracted Whisper, Anton, and Trip, who all wanted a turn to hug me and tell me how crazy and stupid I was. Their welcome threw me for a loop for a good minute or two. They'd been my closest friends when we were kids, sure, but that was years ago and I'd always tried to keep my distance from everyone even then. And after last night, I figured any vestige of fondness they had for me was probably gone. To be greeted like a friend was strange and overwhelming. Unsure how to react to it, I hugged them back stiffly and tried not to look as flustered as I felt. "What happened after the accident?" I asked when I could get a word in. "Dante sent someone to pick you up and they said you were already gone." "When you ran off and that freaky thing followed you, we booked it before more cops could show up," Anton explained. "I wanted to go after you, but Domino and Mari were still out cold, and Whisper couldn't carry them both." "No, I'm glad you got out," I said immediately. "If you'd followed me, that thing might have killed you. It's got some kind of major hate on for me. It just ripped me out of another car before I came here. And by the way, fuck cars. You could not pay me to get in another vehicle ever." "It's not coming here, is it?" Domino asked, justifiably concerned. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I don't know how it's finding me, but I'm not going to stay here long. A couple of hours at most. I just need to borrow a phone." "You can stay as long as you need," Domino said, without hesitation. "If that thing shows up, we'll blow it to kingdom come." "Yeah, I'm looking forward to kicking its ass into the next century for that shit it pulled last night," Mariposa agreed. "That was my cousin's van, and he just paid it off." "Thanks," I said, awkward and unsure how to respond to their generosity. But that monster isn't the only thing after me. I gave them the short version of events, from the attack last night to the Faye's gift trap, to the meeting with Lady Shia and its interruption by the witch's spider freak. "Wild," said Trip, master of understatement. His two large gray eyes sparkled behind his long, pale hair. With his loose pants, gaunt face, and corduroy jacket, he looked like the cover singer for a 90s grunge band. "I told you this tournament was going to be different," Domino said, shaking his head. "I told you there was something coming. Didn't expect it to be you." "From what Dante and Lady Shia said, shit was going to go down anyway," I said. "I'm just a convenient excuse." "If this goes the wrong way," Mariposa said, a serious frown on her sharp, dark features as she translated for Whisper, "it sounds like it could lead to all-out war." "It's been war," Domino scoffed. "They just hide it. Maybe it'd be better if they had to do their bullshit out in the open." "You seriously think open war is better than this?" I asked. "At least then something might change." I could smell this argument going the same way as the one last night, so I cleared my throat to interrupt. "Anyway, I really need to find Aaron and get us both somewhere safe, so if I can just borrow a phone—" "No, no phones," Domino said immediately, making me flinch in surprise. He hurried to explain himself. It's too risky. Even the Mundys monitor their phone lines. You really think the bloodsuckers aren't listening in? I'll send a couple of my boys out. They'll find the kid and bring him back here. You just chill out, all right?" I felt that itch between my shoulders again, restless and worried. I wanted to talk to Aaron now, be sure he was safe. He was alone out there. He didn't have anyone but me looking out for him. It wasn't like Dante or Ryan were going to go out of their way to protect my brother. Judith would try, but as much as I loved her, she wasn't exactly reliable. Aaron needed me, and every minute I wasn't doing everything I could to get back to him felt like someone shoving splinters under my nails. But Domino was right. The phone was risky. I could wait. I had to. They showed me upstairs to a loft that had presumably once been an office. Judging by the big bed, the flat screen, and the mini fridge, Domino pretty much lived here now. It was smaller than the kitchen living area of my house, but it was surprisingly comfortable. I settled on a long sofa near the window that overlooked the warehouse, trying not to chew my nails as restless anxiety gnawed at me. Domino left to organize the search for Aaron, and Tripp went with him, while Anton split, late for work. Mariposa and Whisper stayed with me, sitting on either side of me on the couch as I looked down at the floor below. Whisper's long, pearly fingers redid Mariposa's dark braids absently. Her mirrored eyes flashed silver, and her tail flicked lazily back and forth. The warehouse was surprisingly busy. It was a large building, mostly one big open room. Part of it was operating as some kind of small workshop. Changelings sat in front of tables, pulling labels off of a pile of handbags and stitching new ones on. "Are those legit bags they're stripping to resell?" I asked, trying to distract myself. "Or fakes they're putting real designer labels on?" Mariposa leaned over the back of the couch beside me to look. "Real," she said, flopping back into the seat. "Anton's cousin brought them in this morning. Fell off the back of a truck." I scoffed and she winked at me. "They'll probably save the labels to put on fake bags later." "Why not just sell the real bags?" I asked. "We did sell a bunch," she replied. "But if you sell too many, people notice. But if you put a fake label on a real bag or a real label on a knockoff, and people will just assume they're all fake, not stolen. The real bags will go to a consignment store or an online shop. The fakes Domino gives to the panhandlers." I nodded in understanding, needing no further explanation there. Changelings had a hard time getting jobs. They tended to be too obviously magical to work with humans. But no one would hire a changeling on the other side either. A lot of them made their living busking, begging, and panhandling. Domino made sure they had enough merchandise to keep selling, one way or another. Whisper signed something, rolling her eyes. "That's not the point, Whisper," Mariposa replied, signing as she spoke. At my look, she translated. "She says Domino doesn't make enough off the bags to cover what he pays to have them altered and sold, which, like I said, is not the point. The point is giving his people something to do and a way to earn money for themselves. Besides, he makes enough off the other stuff to cover it." "Things have really changed around here since we were in school," I said thoughtfully, looking down at the warehouse still. "It used to just be us, stealing shit for fun. Now it's like he's running a whole business here." "It is a business, pretty much," Mari said with a shrug. "I help him with the money and everything." "What kind of business exactly?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "About what you'd expect," Mari admitted. "Lifting cars, break-ins, shifting stolen shit. He doesn't touch the drug trade on principle." "He still go on those rants about the vampires flooding changeling neighborhoods with drugs on purpose?" "Literally any chance he can," she said with a chuckle. "He tried selling guns but had to drop it. Too risky. The triumvirate would jump at the excuse to flatten this whole neighborhood if they could claim the changelings were stockpiling weapons. Plus, the wolf gangs have that market cornered anyway, and they're super territorial about it. He lets the hookers work on his turf. but he doesn't take a cut or get involved unless they come to him looking for help. So most of the money he gets is from selling stolen shit and protection money from the local businesses, which isn't really enough to keep anything going, especially with how careful he is. But the community tosses him a lot of shit for free anyway because they know things would be a lot worse without him. So we get by. Seems like he's doing okay, I said, nodding to the flat screen, but Mariposa laughed. That's just peacocking, she said. He doesn't even have cable, but it makes the other guys respect him more or something. Nah, man, a lot of people blow hot air about helping changelings. Domino really means it. He'll do whatever he has to if he thinks it'll make life better for his people. I don't think there's a changeling in the city that hasn't slept on his couch at least once. Some of them literally. She nodded to the window again. Part of the warehouse was basically a camp. There were a handful of tents, a few tarps rigged into lean-tos, but mostly just bare mattresses on the ground, or cardboard laid over wooden shipping pallets. There were 15 or 20 changelings there, sleeping or talking or just lying in front of one of the 3 box fans struggling to cool the humid summer air. Homeless were a pretty perpetual presence in San Francisco, even the magical parts of it. These ones were lucky they had a place to get out of the heat. God, half of them look Aaron's age, I muttered. That's because they are, Mari said. Either aged out of the foster program or ran away from it, or from families that were worse than foster care. Minot would probably let every homeless changeling in the city sleep here if he could, but he prioritizes the kids. It's easier to find them work and somewhere to stay before they've been on the street too long. He does his best for the adults, but you know how it is. A lot of them are too crazy to help. I grimaced. The crazy changeling stereotype was infuriating for a lot of reasons, and the fact that a lot of changelings really were unstable was just one of them. Part of it was just the nature of their condition, something about how fey magic reacted to being attached to a mortal body. It made every changeling a little unpredictable, a little odd, a little more vulnerable. The general traumatic bullshit that followed being a changeling in this society did the rest. The most stable person in the world will end up a little cracked if you deny them basic food and shelter and treat them like a dangerous animal half their life. When you did it to a whole group of people already predisposed to mental issues, you could hardly be surprised when a lot of them fucking lost it. We were quiet for a moment, the reality of the bullshit system we lived in effectively killing the conversation. My thoughts returned to worrying about Aaron. Whisper tapped me on the shoulder and signed something to me. I frowned and touched the palm of my left hand with the fingers of my right, in the only sign language I could reliably remember, because it meant, roughly, "Could you repeat that?" Whisper signed it again, slower. "She says you sound weird," Mariposa translated, frowning. "That's what I thought she said," I replied, baffled. Mari signed back and forth with Whisper for a moment, seeking an explanation. "She says it's like the treaty," Mari said slowly after a moment, still talking with Whisper. "She can hear magic, and your magic has changed. She noticed it last night, but it's clearer today. She says—" Mariposa hesitated, looking at me with a guilty expression. "She says you don't sound like a changeling." Oh. I looked away, biting the inside of my cheek to stop the flare of defensive anger inside me. "She says it was wrong of Domino to act like you weren't one of us," Mari continued gently. "But he was also right. Most changelings only have 1, maybe 2 powers, and they always have some kind of physical trait that makes them visibly fey. I've seen you use 3 or 4 distinct magical abilities, and you could pass as human without even trying. It doesn't make sense for a changeling to be able to do what you can do." "Then what does make sense?" I asked impatiently, turning to look at them both. "From where I'm sitting, it's the only thing that makes sense. What's the alternative?" "You could still be a witch," Mari suggested. "I've heard that in other parts of the world magic works completely differently because the casters have, like, a different relationship with it, a different mindset in how they approach it. We act like magic has these hard and fast rules, but it's fluid, and so much of it is shaped by what we believe about it. Maybe you just approach magic in a way no one else has before. I shook my head, unconvinced. I spent most of my life pretending to be a witch so people wouldn't figure out I was a changeling. If I was a caster, I'd know by now. Whisper signed to me, and as usual, I picked up about every other word. A fae? I said, when I thought I'd deciphered her intention. Like, a full one? And what? I just forgot? Besides, I grew up with you. Fae don't age. Anything's possible, Whisper signed. If that's true, it's possible I'm just an extra weird changeling, I shot back. And a lot more likely than me being some kind of amnesiac fae or some brand new kind of witch no one's heard of before. Mariposa sighed, leaning away from me. I felt a spike of guilt that I pushed down, trying to ignore. Maybe you two should go, I said, bitter. Evie. Seriously, I snapped. I've got enough on my mind right now without being interrogated about my species by a septenary grade witch so dysfunctional she has to hang out with a bunch of changelings to feel superior. I regretted it almost immediately, but I didn't try to take it back, watching the warehouse floor rather than her face. Fine, Mari said after a beat, standing up. If you wanted to drop it, you just had to say so. You didn't need to pull the whole hostile bitch thing. I swear you're so good at pushing people away, we should probably add it to your list of powers. That's me, I said, feeling an ember burning in my throat. The incredible, invisible, fire-breathing bitch. Get me a latex outfit and I'll have a Netflix series by this time next summer. Whatever. Mariposa shook her head and stormed out. Whisper followed her, but paused in the doorway looking back at me. She knocked on the doorframe to get my attention, then signed 2 words, an almost rowing motion that I belatedly recognized as meaning, continue to be, or still, and a second sign that was harder to decipher. The L shape to her chin I thought was the sign for girl, but then she brought it down to cross her other hand, which was pointing at me, which was, I thought, the sign for right. She stood there a moment longer, waiting for me to understand, then left, closing the door behind her. Sitting on the couch alone, I mimicked her signs, trying to remember. Years ago, we'd all decided to try and learn ASL to talk with Whisper, so she wouldn't feel so isolated, or have to go through Mari for everything. I remembered sitting at Mariposa's kitchen table, ignoring the homework we were supposed to be doing while she quizzed me on sign language instead. She managed to wrestle a basic vocabulary into all of us in time for Whisper's birthday that year. Whisper was never super expressive, but I remember how she cried when we surprised her. I hadn't had to use ASL in nearly 10 years, since I started avoiding Domino and the crew. I didn't put it together until a few minutes later, when I remembered what those 2 signs meant when combined that way. Sister. Still sisters. An hour passed, and then 2. Tripp checked in on me once and brought me a burrito, but he had no news to share regarding my brother. After 3 hours, I went to find Domino. They're looking for him, Eve, Domino said, his back to me as he helped some of his guys load boxes of the counterfeit handbags into the back of a truck. His black pants had too many buckles, and his skin was so pale against his dark hair it looked like he was wearing concealer. Which he was, in a sense. But I knew it was the magical glamour that hid his sharp teeth and golden eyes. Shit takes time. He's not exactly going to be hanging out in the open. It's getting late, I said, my skin prickling with anxiety. I need to find him before it gets dark. I don't want him spending the night alone out there. Just be patient, Domino said. I got an Xbox upstairs. Just go shoot some zombies and chill. My guys will be back in no time. No, I said, shaking my head. This isn't going to work. I need to leave. Whoa, whoa. Domino finally stopped with the boxes and turned to face me. What are you talking about? You've got the triumvirate, and who knows what else looking for you. Dante is probably looking for me too, I pointed out. If I can find him, he can take me to Aaron. It's too dangerous. It's better than sitting here. You're being stupid, he said, looking away from me again, picking up another box. You're gonna get yourself hurt. If you just relax and wait a little longer, it'll all work out. You go running off now. My boys will probably show up with Aaron 15 minutes later, and you'll have got yourself killed for no good reason. He wasn't saying anything that didn't make sense, but I'd dated him long enough to tell when he was bullshitting. That itch started up between my shoulders again, suspicion creeping up my spine. So if he shows up, send one of your boys to get me, I said. I'll be a lot easier to find than Aaron. And if I haven't had any luck in an hour or two, I'll come back. Domino slammed the box down again and turned back to me, jaw tense. You're not going anywhere, Evie, Domino said firmly. I won't let you. I stepped back, raising an eyebrow. You won't let me? Since when do you get to tell me what I can do? Since just now, when you decided to be too stupid to make your own decisions. You can't make me stay here. Watch me. He grabbed me by the arm, only holding on tighter when I tried to shove him away. I lashed out without thinking, punching him hard in the jaw. He let go with a shout, stumbling back. His glamour flickered and sparked, then shut off entirely. Guilt mingled with my anger. I'd forgotten how hard I could punch these days. I could have seriously hurt him. Before I could apologize, he lunged at me, grabbing me by the front of my shirt. I'm not going to let you go out there and get snatched up by the vampires, he snarled. Without his glamour, his skin roiled, black ink in milk making sharp-edged Rorschach shapes on his face. Not when we're so close to... He cut himself off, and the suspicion I'd been ignoring dug its claws into my back. So close to what? I asked, my mouth dry. What did you do, Domino? I saw regret on his face for a moment before it hardened into angry, stubborn resolve. We're going to change things, he said. You're going to change things. When you win the tournament as the Fae champion, no one will ever be able to look down on changelings again. What did you do? I repeated, fear spiking my rage. I felt fire in my throat and bit it back, afraid of the damage I'd cause if I let it out. What I had to protect our people, Domino insisted. The Fae are already on their way. They ignored me for the first couple hours, but once I told them I had you, they started listening. They talked to me, Eve, actual goddamn words. Might be the first time a Fae has ever even admitted we exist. Because of you. That's the power you have. That's why you have to do this. I couldn't say anything. If I opened my mouth, only fire would have come out. I couldn't put words to the anger and betrayal I felt anyway. But I hoped Domino could see it on my face. Before he could say any more, panicked shouting interrupted us. Coming from outside the bay the truck was sitting in. 3 of Domino's men, the source of the shouting, ran in with panicked faces. Wolves! One of them shouted to Domino. A war party! They're right behind us! Son of a bitch! Domino hissed, letting go of me. Get that door closed and get me my stash. Trip, get those kids out of here. One of them began pulling down the garage door in the truck bay, and I watched that window to potential freedom grow smaller. Those wolves were coming for me. I knew it. But the wolf gangs hated Domino and his people. They'd tear this place apart whether I was here or not. But if I stayed, if I fought, the Fae would arrive to take me. For a frozen second, I felt torn in two, the world moving in slow motion. Domino was shouting orders. Mariposa and Whisper were running to help, reaching for weapons. Trip was scrambling to get the changeling kids together and out a back door before the shooting started. If I was a good person, the kind of person Domino wanted me to be, a hero for all changeling kind, I would stay and help them fight. But I'm not a good person. I was afraid. for myself and for Aaron. The second passed. Time sped up again. I ran for the still partly open garage door. For a moment before I slid under it and away into the night, Domino's eyes met mine again, shock becoming bitter understanding. We were square then. Betrayal for betrayal. The door slammed behind me and I didn't look back. Chapter 8. I heard the howling before I saw them. Then I felt claws down my back, leaving lines of searing pain in their wake. I turned and lashed out without thinking, my fist colliding with the side of someone's head. They fell aside with a yelp, but someone else had already grabbed my arm. I kicked hard at their soft parts and ripped free when they screamed, bolting in the opposite direction. 5 men, dressed for the heat in shorts and black tees, barely holding back the urge to transform, their eyes glinting yellow and their teeth sharp. That there were only 5 meant they'd split off from the larger pack to chase me. I tried to focus on being relieved that I would only have to deal with a handful of wolves, and not on the fact that 5 was more than enough to tear me apart, and that Domino would have to deal with the rest. I shook off the lingering guilt as I ran, seeking the cover of buildings. 5 wolves were more than enough to deal with on my own. I could hear water in the distance and assumed we were near the pier. On the one hand, that meant lots of dense industrial buildings and equipment for cover. On the other, if I took a wrong turn, I was going to end up pinned between them and the water, a thought that made cold sweat prickle on my skin. Did the wolves want me to compete for them too? Or did they want me dead? I wasn't in a hurry to find out either way, which was a problem since they were rapidly gaining on me, shouts and laughter like the baying of hunting hounds. I pushed myself to run faster, searching frantically for a way out. I could probably outrun these guys in a sprint, but it had been a long time since I was on the track team, or even found the time to go jogging. I would wear out before they did. Losing them was going to be difficult as well, since they could track me by scent. I was going to have to fight them. It was just a matter of choosing my battleground. If I could find somewhere narrow enough to force them to take me on one at a time, I could maybe stand a chance. I tasted smoke at the back of my throat as my powers stirred, ready for a fight, almost eager for it, but I felt nothing but dread. I sprinted for an alley, breaking their line of sight on me, and turned, ready to catch the first one that appeared by surprise with a face full of fire. Instead, a shrill whistle pulled my attention further down the alley behind me. "Down here!" a familiar voice hissed. A pair of huge eyes were staring at me from under the shadow of a partially raised manhole cover. A small, clawed blue hand gestured to me frantically. "Dee?" I guessed, confused. The goblin just waved more urgently. "Quick, before they see." I glanced back at the mouth of the alley, debating. I knew Dee, but I'd known Domino too. I couldn't trust anyone not to screw me over. But the alternative was to fight a pack of wolves right here, and I wasn't sure that was a fight I could win. Dee moved out of the way as I lifted the manhole cover higher and slid underneath it, dropping down into the darkness of the sewers below. It was a longer drop than I'd expected, the shock of impact racing up to my knees and nearly knocking me on my ass. Instead, I landed in an awkward crouch, arms flung out for balance, and found myself staring at a pair of thick, hairy legs like dark stone covered in moss. "Flint!" I said before I'd even looked up. The huge troll waved at me sheepishly while Dee, sitting on his shoulders, replaced the manhole cover. "What are you two doing here?" They were both almost unrecognizable from when I'd seen them at the party. Dee's nearly floor-length hair had been bound up in intricate braids that kept it off her neck and close to the back of her head. Her clothes were plain compared to the overwrought dress from last night, just a weathered, screen-printed t-shirt tucked into a pair of children's jeans and yellow rubber boots that went up to her knees. Flint hadn't bothered with a shirt or shoes, just some shorts that looked like they'd been stitched together from multiple mismatched pairs. I was briefly distracted by his broad chest and powerful arms. He was so timid last night, I hadn't expected he would be that ripped underneath the suit. "Besides saving your butt, you mean?" Dee replied, scrambling down off of Flint while I straightened up, shaking the numb tingles out of my legs. She started walking immediately, hurrying us away from the manhole cover. "Hurry up!" I limped after her, footsteps echoing in the concrete tunnel around us. The one we were standing in was dry, illuminated by the yellow flickering glow of the goblin lantern in Flint's hand, but it sloped down and ended in a junction a few feet away. The bottom of that tunnel was covered in fast-moving, muddy water that smelled strongly of low tide. Dee was small enough to walk on the narrow concrete ledge above the water, but I doubted I would be so lucky. "Don't give me that look," Dee said before I could complain. "Those mutts will figure out where you went eventually. If you don't want them to track you down again, you've got to throw off your scent. It's practically straight seawater this close to the pier anyway." I peered at the water doubtfully, taking in the oily sheen on top. I weighed whether the risk of ruining my favorite boots was worse than the possibility of taking them off and stepping on a discarded needle. I was also quietly wondering whether I trusted the two of them enough to follow them into a sewer with no explanation of where we were headed. They were right that if I hung around here long enough, the wolves, or worse, would find me. But the jump from frying pan to fire wasn't looking great either. Not that I had a ton of options. "Fine," I said with a sigh, grimacing as I waded in. The water came up over my ankles. "But you owe me a new pair of boots. Now tell me how you two found me." "We've been looking for you since the party," Flint admitted, splashing into the water behind me. Part of me prickled at having such a huge guy behind me, but at the same time I couldn't really bring myself to consider Flint a threat. "We saw what happened, and we were kind of worried you were out there on your own." "Did you really kill that elder?" Dee asked, skipping nimbly along the narrow ledge while I slogged along behind her. "I told Flint you had an assassin-y look." "Nah," I said, seeing no reason to hide it and more benefit to playing along. The sooner I figured out what they wanted from me, the sooner I could figure out how to get away, the sooner I could get back to Aaron. I was just there to steal something. That asshole dying really screwed up my whole evening. "Damn." "I knew it," Flint said, sounding pleased with himself. "You owe me a drink." Yeah, Dee muttered. "I mean, we'll definitely help you if you've been falsely accused, but I might have had to kiss you if you'd personally put one of those fuckers in the ground." "I did break one's neck while I was trying to get out of there," I said with a shrug. "That doesn't kill them, though. He just lay there choking and staring at me. It was kind of fucked up, actually. I'm kind of fucked up about it." "Well, that's worth a high five at least," Dee said, laughing. Flint just patted my shoulder gingerly, expression sympathetic. "Anyway, we figured you were on the run and put the word out to the underground to keep an eye open for you, offer you a place to hide out if you turned up. Then Mediator Amalite started asking for you to be brought to her, and practically every troll and goblin in the city was looking for you after that." Ah. There it was. I'd been expecting it, but my stomach sank anyway. "So you guys have heard about that, too." "Heard about what?" Dee asked, pausing to squint at me. Flint stopped as well, peering at me curiously, eyes reflecting the light of the lantern like a cat's. "Do you know why your mediator wants to see me?" I asked, suddenly unsure. Dee exchanged a puzzled look with Flint before returning her suspicious frown to me. "Why do you think she wants to see you?" "Why do you think I think she wants to see me?" "Why do you think I think that you think—" I put a hand up to stop her before that sentence got any more convoluted. I didn't have the patience or the skill for subterfuge. If they knew and this was some kind of trap, well, I'd just have to deal with it. Since I escaped last night, both the Fey Queen and a member of the Vampiric Triumvirate have tried to bribe or force me to become their champion in the tournament, I said, and watched Dee's already enormous eyes widen comically. In that same time, The High Council of Witches has sent some kind of monster to try and kill me. Twice. Just to stop me from agreeing to fight for anyone else. I'm not sure whether the wolves were planning to kill me or recruit me, but it's a pretty good bet that they, and your mediator, are after the same thing. Flint and Dee exchanged wide-eyed stares over my shoulder. No, Flint said after a moment. We hadn't heard about that. What's so special about you? Dee asked bluntly, hands on her hips. Ouch. No, seriously, Dee insisted, rolling her eyes. Why would the Fae or the vampires throw out champions they've been training and preparing for 30 years and replace them with you? I honestly don't know, I said, feeling a stab of frustration at the thought. I wish I did. Prevailing theory is the Fae heard the vampires wanted me and decided to try and get me first, and the vampires heard the Fae were after me and tried to do the same thing, and the witches just didn't want to be left out. And they're all just assuming the other two had a good reason to want me in the first place. It's like one big fiddle game, and I'm the fiddle. Of course, there was also the possibility that some or all of them were just after the treaty and the political leverage it represented. But I decided the particulars of what I'd stolen was a little more than my new friends needed to know. Unbelievable, Dee said, blinking her huge eyes at me. After a moment, she shook her head and turned away, continuing down the tunnel. Well, I don't think that's why Amalite wants to see you. No one's pushed harder than her to make sure the trolls and goblins got to compete in the tournament this year. There's no way she's going to let some... She cut herself off to gesture at me. What are you again? Witch? Changeling, I admitted after a couple of seconds when I wasn't sure what to say. It felt weird saying it out loud after so many years of hiding it, and I wasn't even sure it was the truth anymore. Right, Dee said dismissively. There's no way she's going to let some changeling swoop in and steal our spot after all that. Flint made a small noise under his breath, like he didn't completely agree, but didn't say anything else, and Dee didn't ask. We were approaching another fork in the tunnel, and Dee led us down the left-hand path without hesitating. You don't seem surprised, I said, realizing I'd been bracing for some kind of reaction. We get a lot of changelings down here, Flint answered, though they're not usually as, His face turned a slightly darker shade of green, and he looked away, trailing off. Not usually as what? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Spit it out, big guy. Pretty, Flint mumbled, barely audible over the water. I grinned. Not usually as coherent either, Dee added. By the time they end up down here, they're usually more than a few fries short of a happy meal. Then again, you tried to rob the triumvirate at their own party, so maybe you're bonkers after all. Yeah, I haven't won any prizes for my impulse control or common sense lately, I said with a bitter grin. I'm just doing what I've got to do to get by. Aren't we all? Dee said wistfully. This way. Wait, I said, stopping and looking back. I think we've gone far enough to throw off the wolves. I should get back to street level. I need to find my brother. No offense, but that's a stupid idea, Dee replied. Didn't you say practically all the biggest power players in the city are after you, and you want to go back out into the open? You're in the one place they're not going to spot you now. Well, I don't have a choice, I said, hands on my hips. I need to get Aaron and get out of the country, and I doubt he's hanging around in the sewers. If he's smart, he's not just standing around on the street either, Dee pointed out. We can find your brother and help you get to him without anyone spotting you. I crossed my arms. What's the catch? You have to let us take you to Mediator Amalite first, Dee replied. At which point she'll either try to recruit me or kill me, I added. And I'll be trapped in the depths of the sewer system with no way to get back to the surface. I told you she's not going to do that. Then why does she want to see me? What possible other reason could she have? I don't know. Dee threw her arms up. Maybe she wants to personally congratulate you for killing that elder. All I know is, she's not going to ask you to be troll champion. And the Goblin Council would collectively chuck themselves down a mine shaft in ritual suicide before they let a humanoid be Goblin champion. Trust me. It's not you I'm worried about, I argued. It's Amalite. I don't know anything about her or what she wants. What if you're wrong? Then I'll guide you back to the surface myself, Dee snapped, and fistfight the mediator if she tries to stop me. Flint gasped softly, and his scandalized look was almost enough to make me laugh despite the situation. If she undermines all the work we've done to get a troll champion in this tournament, she'll deserve it, Dee said, tiny fists clenched. No offense to you, but I'd rather have no champion at all than have a humanoid fight for us, like we aren't good enough to fight for ourselves. I chewed my lip for a minute, considering it. I could get to the surface without much difficulty from here, and I didn't think Dee or Flint would try to stop me. But they were right that being out in the open was dangerous, and I had no idea where to start with looking for Aaron. They had tracked me down quickly. They might be my best shot at finding Aaron and getting out of the city, assuming Mediator Amalite didn't throw me in Goblin prison or something if I didn't agree to fight for her. Once again, all the options looked incredibly bad. Fine, I said at last, giving in. I'll go with you. But if I'm right, I fully expect you to lead a Goblin uprising to get me out of there. I swear it on my hair, Dee confirmed, which was a fairly serious vow from a goblin. I'll let you give me a buzz cut yourself if I fail. I looked at Flint, who shrugged a little hopelessly. All right, deal, I said. Let's get moving. The water is already starting to soak into my socks. Chapter 9. We moved deeper underground as Dee led us through the twisting labyrinth of the city sewers. The storm drain tunnel we'd entered through had been relatively new, unblemished concrete, painted almost solid in places with layers of graffiti. But deeper in the stone grew older, less well-maintained, and the purpose of the spaces we passed through became less clear. The city's sewer system goes back to the 1800s, Flint explained, holding up the lantern so that I could better see a sprawl of faded graffiti probably made before I was born. Over the years, sections had been rerouted, rebuilt, lost, forgotten, rediscovered and lost all over again. They intersect with hundreds of years of basements and bunkers and maintenance tunnels. There's a whole city down here most people never know about. Yeah, it's great, I muttered, dragging my shirt up over my nose. Assuming you don't need to breathe. For a while, the smell of used diapers was nearly unbearable, but it improved as we went deeper in and away from the currently in use sewage drains. The tunnels seemed to change every time I thought I was used to them. They expanded into echoing concrete halls one moment, the floor several inches deep in wet silt. Then a moment later, narrowed into a dark tube so cramped, Flint had to walk doubled over and still barely fit. Once we descended through a square shaft that was at least 3 times Flint's height, using chunks of rusted rebar someone had driven into the concrete as footholds. A moment later, we passed through an old steel security door propped open with a brick, and spent the next several minutes in a maintenance hallway lit by flickering white fluorescence. It was ominously clean and empty, save for an occasional rusted old metal door, and Flint and Dee moved through it quickly and silently, hushing me when I tried to ask where the doors led. Once we passed a soda vending machine, lit and well-maintained despite the fact that we had just trekked through a sewage-slick culvert to get to it. Dee would not let me buy a Coke, despite saying it would be hilarious to watch me try. Everywhere we went, there were signs of habitation. Marks of fire, discarded beer bottles and cigarette butts, old shoes and discarded clothes, sad, wet, empty lean-tos. Mundane homeless, presumably, though we didn't see any people. As we kept going, however, those signs got less obviously human and began to look more like the dens of large animals, or even stranger creatures. 3 wooden dining chairs, their backs together, surrounded on all sides by dozens of broken mirrors. A cocoon the size of a small car in one dark corner, made of wet newspaper and old magazines, which warned us off with a loud, angry buzzing when we got too close. A pile of stolen grocery store carts, stacked up and wired together into a cube, the shape of a house in a kid's drawing, complete with a front window. Gradually, the concrete gave way to red brick, sandy with age. The tunnels grew smaller and either entirely dry or flooded higher than my waist, with still, stagnant water. The first time we encountered one of the latter, Flint wordlessly bent to let Dee climb onto his shoulder again, and then cleared his throat and, without looking me in the eye, offered me a hand. When I just stared at it, he shuffled awkwardly before explaining. "The water is dangerous," he said. "I can carry you. It's no trouble. Only if you want to, though. If you're not comfortable with it, we can figure something else out. I could make a raft, maybe, or—" "It's fine," I said before he could start rambling. I eyed the water again for a moment, considering it, then sighed and gave in. It was bad enough my feet were soaked. I didn't want to be half covered in sewer muck when I met the troll mediator. "All right, pick me up then." He handed me the lantern before he carefully put his arms around me, lifting me as easily as I might heft a sack of potatoes. He held me close to his chest as he waded into the deeper water, careful not to even splash me. He smelled like moss, fresh and earthy, and the way stone smells after rain, which was a relief after the pungent stenches of the sewer. It felt like a bad idea to relax, considering everything that was after me and that I still couldn't really trust Flint and Dee. But it was hard not to let my guard down a little, rocked by the gentle motion of Flint's huge arms. I felt strangely safe in a way I hadn't felt for a while. At least until I realized it was getting darker. The goblin lantern flickered, glow dimming. "This thing running out of gas?" I asked. It was a fairly simple brass frame, the glass panes etched with a crosshatch to diffuse the golden light within. "Hand it here." Dee reached down from Flint's shoulder to take it from me. She dug something out of the pocket of her shorts, a metal rod only about the length of my pinky and thinner than a drinking straw. She opened one of the glass panels on the lantern, and I felt a brief rush of tingles as she used some kind of magic. The light vanished, then returned a second later, brighter than before. She closed the lantern again and handed it back to me. "What was that?" I asked, squinting at the glass and only succeeding in blinding myself. I blinked the after-images from my eyes impatiently. I've seen goblin lanterns before, but no one's ever told me how they work. "Magic," Dee answered with a shrug. "It's magnesium," Flint said when I frowned. "Fourth most common element on Earth. Goblins can pull it out of the rock almost anywhere, and it's so reactive that they can agitate it into igniting with almost no effort. Normally, that would be bad. Magnesium burns really fast and really hot. But the goblins worked out an alloy that burns at a more controlled rate. As long as there's a goblin around not, trying not to light it, it'll just keep glowing and last for ages." "Yeah, one rod can last for weeks," Dee confirmed. "And I just refilled that lantern a few days ago. Must have been a dud." "Must have been," I agreed, evading her suspicious stare. It could have been a dud. Or maybe my magic nullifying power had gotten to it. Magic unraveled around me in unpredictable ways. It's why posing as a witch had always been so difficult. I handed her the lantern again. "Maybe you should carry this." Dee took it, still squinting at me, but didn't say anything. "I didn't know goblins could control metal beyond pulling it out of rocks," I said, changing the subject. "I mean, I've heard of one guy, a safecracker who could supposedly do magic on metal locks, but I figured he was just using the idea of goblin magic to draw in business." "It depends on the goblin," Dee said. "Some grunts can barely work a lantern. Me? I'm fucking Magneto." She crossed her arms and tipped her head back proudly. like a warrior king riding an elephant over the mountains, rather than a goblin riding a troll through a sewer. "Really?" I asked. "Can you throw cars around?" She flashed her teeth in a grimace as I spoiled her preening moment. "No," she said bluntly. "It doesn't work like that." "Goblin metal magic is, molecular, I think," Flint chimed in. "Or something close to that. Most of them can't do anything with a big chunk of processed metal mixed with a bunch of other things, like a car. But some of the stronger ones, like D, can move smaller pieces of metal, as long as it's all the same kind, or a stable alloy. Or they can break it down into a liquid or a powdered form, which makes it easier to move around, but that takes a while. I was reading about molecular kinesis, that is, pyromancy and cryomancy as witches use it, and I think it's probably a pretty similar theory, speeding up or slowing down molecules. But goblins can control direction as well as speed, and I think affect the chemical bonds between the composite elements as well. "Wow," I said, looking at Flint in a new light. "You're pretty smart, aren't you?" Trolls were so quiet and slow, it was easy to believe that they were dim-witted. Flint sputtered and almost dropped me. Despite the risk of getting soaked, I couldn't help smiling at his stammered denials. "Want to see a trick?" Dee asked, a little later, once we were back in a dry tunnel and Flint had put me down again. She'd stayed on his shoulder, maybe tired of walking. I had to imagine it was hard with such short legs. When I nodded, she patted Flint's head and handed him the lantern. "Smell any copper, man?" Flint sniffed the air thoughtfully for a moment. Then he pointed towards a dark corner. "Couple over there," he said, then pointed somewhere else. "Few more down that way." Dee rubbed her hands together, sitting up straighter. "Watch this." She closed her eyes and stretched her hands out. A few seconds ticked past. "Is something supposed to happen?" I stage whispered to Flint. "Wait for it," he whispered back. Suddenly, something shiny shot out of the corner Flint had pointed to, followed a second later by several more, making me flinch. Dee cackled proudly as I stepped closer to see what she'd done. 5 pennies, practically unrecognizable under the grime and verdigris, floated around her, spinning lazily in the air. "Check this out," she said, pointing at one and squinting. It began to shake slightly, almost vibrating, and the dirt and rust fell away, leaving it as shiny as the day it was minted. Then, with a flick of her finger, it took off like a bullet from a gun and hit the nearest wall. I grabbed Flint's arm to drag the lantern close enough to see the penny, half embedded in the brick. "God damn," I said, laughing. "That's fucking scary, Dee." "You're damn right I'm scary," Dee replied with a toothy grin. "That's the shit that's going to win me the tournament. Nobody else can do anything close to that." "Could you catch a bullet?" I asked, suddenly curious. "I mean, a little piece of fast-moving metal. It's sort of the same principle, right?" Sort of," Dee said, making a face. "They're too fast to get a grip on before they hit you. If the shot is fired from far enough away, I could maybe slow it down enough to just bruise the hell out of you. At close range, I'm screwed." "She's, kind of downplaying the fact that she's been trying to do that for years," Flint said with a small grin. "She had me throwing baseballs wrapped in tinfoil at her for a whole summer once." Dee rolled her eyes. "Yeah, I can now reliably stop a steel ball bearing chucked by the lamest troll in the underground." "That's still crazy," I said, shaking my head. "Do it again." She fired another penny immediately, and as we kept walking, Flint located more for her while I came up with crazier challenges. "See if you can hit that," I said, pointing at a rusted ladder several yards away. The penny pinged off of it satisfyingly. "What about down that pipe?" "Hell yeah, stand back." She aimed down her finger like the sights of a gun before firing a penny directly into the barely quarter-sized opening of a pipe on the other side of the tunnel. "Nice," I said, grinning. "Oh, Try that." I pointed out a rusted tin can on the edge of the lantern's light. Dee grinned and fired, and the can exploded in a spectacular shower of rust. All three of us cheered in surprise. "I'm out of ammo," Dee announced. "Smell anything, Flint?" "That way," Flint confirmed, smiling and hurrying forward. "There's a couple over there. In fact, I can smell a bunch." "Ooh, let me—" Dee put out her hands to call the coins towards her, only for the three of us to freeze in surprise at the sound of a tremendous roar. Dee's eyes went wide as saucers. Shit! Something reeled out of the darkness, stumbling and snarling in the light. It was another troll, almost as tall as Flint and twice as broad, his skin craggy and devoid of the carvings that decorated Flint's. His tusks were huge and capped with copper that glinted in the lantern light. The strange troll froze when he spotted Flint. Then he drew himself up in a strange, chest-out posture, tusks jutting out. "Back away slowly," Flint whispered, while Dee practically flattened herself to his shoulder. "Don't panic. It's just a threat display." I did as he said, unsure what was happening. Flint lowered his head, averting his eyes as he took slow steps backward. But the other troll paced forward, snarling, and slammed a huge fist into his own chest with a sound like an avalanche. "Flint," I said, worried. "Just stay calm," Flint insisted. "He just wants us out of his territory. As long as he doesn't charge us." The other troll dropped his threat display and instead planted his feet wide, raised his arms, and bellowed so loud the walls shook, raining dust. "Run!" Flint shouted as the troll charged. I ran, catching Dee as she leapt, cat-like, from Flint's shoulder onto mine, her claws digging into my skin. We sprinted back the way we'd come, but the ground was uneven and slick, the tunnels maze-like. It was obvious we wouldn't get far. Flint must have come to the same conclusion, because he stopped suddenly, turning on his heel to face the other troll. I skidded to a stop just in time to see them collide with one another, the sound earth-shaking, the slam of stone against stone deafening. They were locked together, head to head, Flint's hands gripping the other troll's shoulders. The other troll roared in his face and brought his huge fists down on Flint's head and shoulders in shattering blows, all while gouging at Flint's eyes with his tusks. Flint didn't strike back, but neither did he crumble under the assault. He planted like a mountain, refusing to move or release the other troll. His normally gentle expression had been replaced by a look of cold determination. "Keep running," he shouted back at us. "I'll hold him off." "Like hell!" Dee shrieked, pulling a massive Bowie knife out of her yellow waders. I hesitated, feeling the heat in my throat, wondering what I should do. Hell, I knew what I should have done. I should have run like he told me to. But guilt about leaving Domino was still fresh on my mind, and I found myself reaching for my powers instead. "Don't, Dee," Flint insisted. The other troll took advantage of his distraction to hook a leg behind Flint's knee and destabilize him. They toppled forward, the other troll landing hard on top of Flint, but Flint refused to let go, grappling with the troll. The sound of blows rumbled like thunder in the confined space. Every punch looked strong enough to reduce my bones to jello. Flint still wasn't throwing any punches of his own, just taking the punishment while the other troll wailed on him. Dee launched herself from my shoulder, shrieking, onto the troll's back. She jammed the knife hard into a crack in the troll's stony skin, and he screamed, letting go of Flint to rear back, grabbing for Dee, who rode him like a mechanical bull while scrambling out of the way of his grasping hand. He let go of Flint completely, to grab for her with both hands. My heart stopped for a moment, as I realized he was going to catch her. I moved without thinking, and felt my magical speed kick in, the world slipping into a slow, liquid dance. I darted around both trolls to snatch Dee out of the way of his hand, holding her against my chest. I turned without stopping, throwing all my momentum into my fist as it collided with the troll's jaw. I felt the impact rattle all the way up my shoulder, saw the web of fractures in his stone-like skin as his head snapped back. But then it rolled forward again, eyes blistering with rage. All at once, the world stuttered back into normal speed. A second later, one of the troll's fists cracked into my skull like a sledgehammer. Chapter 10. I can't say it hurt, because I didn't even properly feel it. The world just went black for a second, and then I was on my knees on the ground and everything was spinning. I tasted blood and brimstone, heard Dee shriek and Flint shout. And then Flint was standing over me like a solid stone wall. He was bent, curled around me, shielding me. The other troll was still attacking, battering Flint's back and shoulders with furious blows. I saw him staggering under the impact, saw the spiderweb of cracks in his skin spreading, but he stayed where he was, never throwing a single punch of his own. Then I heard other voices shouting, unfamiliar. Something hit the other troll, knocking him out of the way. Then Flint was scooping me up and holding me gently. My vision cleared enough to see a troll in some kind of dress with a necklace made of bottle caps. She was smaller, but no less imposing for it. She grabbed the other troll by his copper tusks, dragged his face close to hers, and stared hard into his eyes. She was saying something in Trollish, her voice clear and ringing. The other troll stopped fighting quickly, going still as though captivated. Steering him by his tusks, she forced him down onto his knees, then let go, her hands going to the sides of his head instead, her touch and her voice becoming gentle. The other troll's breathing grew more even, his body relaxed. Soon he was nodding along to her words, while she stroked his hair like a mother comforting a frightened child. There were other trolls, 5 or 6 of them crowded into the small tunnel. 2 were talking to Flint in Trollish. The others stood behind the woman, calming the troll that had attacked us, looking ready to offer backup if she needed it. There were goblins with them, one of which was trying to get a good look at me, but Flint still hadn't let go of me. He was looking a little dazed, and now that things weren't so frantic, I could more clearly see the damage he'd taken. There were deep cracks in the stone of his face and shoulders, including a deep gouge near one eye that I suspected had come from the other troll's tusks. I realized I was reaching up to touch it only when my hand crossed into my still somewhat blurry field of vision. It felt like a divot in stone, smooth and unyielding. I didn't know if I'd expected it to bleed, but it surprised me anyway. He flinched at the contact, blinked, and looked down at me. "He got you pretty good there," I said, recognizing that I probably shouldn't feel this calm. Everything seemed a bit foggy and distant, everything except my head, which was beginning to throb in pain. I touched it gingerly and was genuinely confused by the wetness on my fingers until I pulled my hand back and saw the blood. "You too," Flint replied, frowning. "Sorry." "What for?" "I don't know." The goblin standing at Flint's feet cleared his throat impatiently. "I'd like to check you both for injury, if you don't mind." "Of course," Flint said without moving. "I think you need to put me down, Flint," I suggested. "Oh." Flint blinked, seeming to realize he was holding me at last. "Oh, God, sorry." He scrambled to set me down, which I didn't make easy since the minute I moved. My head started acting like I'd just got off the tilt-a-whirl. My limbs tumbled downward. Eventually, Flint just sort of arranged me into a sitting position on the cold floor. The goblin, apparently some sort of first responder, looked me over, shining a light in my eyes and asking me a series of questions about who I was and where we were, some of which I had a weird amount of difficulty answering. "Looks like you've got a concussion," the goblin eventually decided, "and that gash in your head is going to need magic or stitches. We've got a healer back in the barrow who can probably close it up. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? A hit like that should have split your head right open. Bam! Like a watermelon. Mom always said I was hard-headed, I muttered, my skull aching so badly I could feel it in my teeth. Lovely bedside manner, by the way. You want nice bedside manner? Go crack your skull in a witch neighborhood, the goblin replied dryly, and handed me a couple of painkillers. I heard a distant shriek, somewhere far off down one of the tunnels. The sound was worryingly familiar. Let's move, called the female troll. Back to the burrow, quickly. Sounds like the noise attracted something, the goblin said, helping me to my feet. There are worse things lurking down here than trolls. Will it follow us? I asked. I was fairly sure it wasn't a just sewer dweller, but something I'd brought with me from the surface, namely that spider thing again. We'll lose it in the tunnels, the goblin assured me. And the burrow is protected. You just focus on staying conscious and not throwing up on anything until we can get your melon patched up. I found Flint and Dee again as the new trolls began escorting us through the tunnels. The female troll I'd seen before was still with the troll that had attacked us, keeping a hand on his arm as they followed behind us. You guys all right? I asked. Flint was touching the scar under his eye and pulled his hand away quickly when he saw me. Nothing a little rock polish won't fix, he assured me. It's worse than it looks. I lost a tooth, Dee proclaimed gleefully, holding it up to show me. She had a dark bruise along the side of her face, and when she grinned, she was missing one of the needle-sharp canines there. When it grows back in, I'm going to get it capped in gold in memory of this dumb bullshit. I shook my head, then regretted it. Why did that guy attack us anyway? I asked, realizing I still wasn't 100% sure what had even happened. He's a loner, Dee explained. Trolls aren't meant to live in groups or in such small spaces. Some of them can't take it. It messes with their heads. They wander off into the sewers, go a little feral, and try to stake a claim. Trolls can be territorial, but they've usually got thousands of square miles of territory to roam, so it isn't a big deal. Stick them in a confined space, though, and they can get crazy aggro. That guy decided Flint was challenging him. We're lucky the mediators heard and came to help, Flint said, expression rueful. Loners don't usually settle in this area, so I wasn't expecting trouble. Look at the state of him, Dee said quietly. He's obviously been out there a while. Can't really blame him for not knowing where the neutral pathways are. Flint nodded, looking almost guilty. Dee seemed to feel like this was a fight to be proud of, but it didn't look like Flint shared that opinion. I guess beating up a crazy hobo is kind of a shitty thing to do, even if the crazy hobo is trying to kill you. And it looked like we'd got the guy arrested on top of it, or the troll equivalent anyway. Who is that anyway? I asked, indicating the female troll who'd stopped our attacker. Mediator Petra, Flint replied with a note of admiration. She's one of the best mediators in the city. What was that thing she did to the guy? I asked, miming grabbing his tusks. I don't speak Trollish, but I'm pretty sure she didn't just talk him down. She did, sort of, Flint said, tugging at his hair thoughtfully. She used a calming on him. It's a thing some of the best mediators can do as a last resort when they're trying to break up a fight. It's a way of projecting a sense of calm, a feeling of safety. All your fear and anger melts away and leaves your thoughts clear. You still remember whatever upset you. You're still upset about it, but you don't threatened or panicked or insecure anymore, so it's easier to just talk the problem through. Damn, that's handy, I said thoughtfully. Kind of wish I could do that to myself. I just wish they'd use it on the triumvirate liaison, Dee said, rolling her eyes. If he storms out of another Goblin Metalworkers Union meeting yelling about sanctions, I'm going to lose my mind. The mediators don't like to use it unless they have to, Flint said, frowning. It's invasive. Anger and fear exist for a reason. It would be wrong to try and decide what someone is allowed to feel. So they only use it when physical violence has already started. "Can you do it?" I asked, remembering how safe I'd felt when he was carrying me. "No," he said at once, blushing dark green. You have to be." "He's too shy," Dee said, patting his arm. "Calming requires a lot of confidence. You have to believe you're calm and safe and in control so much that you make other people believe it too. Flint gets too flustered." "I just wish you didn't have to stare into their eyes," Flint muttered, embarrassed. "It's weird. Eye contact is weird, all right?" "You'll get the hang of it eventually," Dee said. "What about that guy?" I asked, looking back at the troll who'd attacked us again. "What happens to him? She's keeping him under, right?" "Just until we get back to the burrow," Flint explained. "Mediator Petra works with loners a lot. She'll have the doctors check him out and try to convince him to stay in the burrow, join a support group. If he refuses, she'll try to set him up with a safe, unoccupied territory and supplies." "She might as well skip the support group," Dee added. "Once they go loner, they don't go back." From Flint's grim expression, I could guess that Dee was probably right. "Not always," he said quietly. "There's always a chance. It's just a lot harder. I've read some of Mediator Petra's research on it. She has a theory that staying in the burrows past adulthood causes a kind of neoteny, that we're not fully maturing physically anymore. Trolls that are too young to leave the burrow cohabitate without much trouble, but once they reach adulthood and leave, they become solitary and aggressive. Since now we have to stay in the burrows through adulthood, we're starting to see trolls keeping that ability to cohabitate and never developing the urge to defend territory, along with physical changes like staying smaller, smoother stone skin, smaller tusks. Petra thinks loners are just trolls that are maturing normally, either because they never had the neoteny, or because maturation was triggered by something environmental. I took a minute to process that, hoping the words would start making sense. "Nope." He lost me. "Yeah, maybe less big words around the concussed person," I suggested. "I know you're like crazy smart, but some of us are high school dropouts with head injuries." "Sorry," Flint said with a nervous laugh. "Basically just living down here is bad for us." "And in other news," Dee said, rolling her eyes, "water is wet, the sky is blue, and systemically denying a disenfranchised group essential resources while waging a multi-generational campaign to break down their culture and erase their history is the most insidious and effective form of genocide." I closed my eyes as my head throbbed with pain. "So many syllables!" Flint nudged Dee, frowning, and she cackled in amusement. We were leaving the old brick sewers behind now, moving into dirt-walled tunnels that I bet weren't on any city map. These were troll-dug, braced with goblin-style keystone arches. "We're almost there," Flint said, smiling, looking more relaxed with every step we took closer to his home. I could hear noise in the distance, the quiet clamor of many voices, of bustle and activity, and snatches of trollish traditional music, which involves lithophones and complex chanting choirs. It grew louder as we went, until we turned a corner and suddenly the troll market spread out in front of me. Chapter 11. I'd heard rumors of the underground marketplace, but the reality was so much better. The tunnel opened up into a massive cavern. The ceiling must have been a mile up at its highest point, though I wasn't in any shape to be making exact calculations. Dominating the center of the cave was the largest tree I'd ever seen. The trunk was larger than most buildings, the bark black and gnarled, and it stretched up to the top of the cave, its branches spreading out like it was holding the roof up. I thought the cave was open at the top for a moment, spilling silver moonlight over the leaves of the huge tree, but I realized a second later that it was magic. Some kind of massive goblin lantern, maybe, illuminating the entire massive cave in a dim twilight. The tunnel we stood in was about halfway up the wall of the cave. Mediator Petra took the lead, showing us to carved stone steps that led down to the cave floor. "This way," she said. "Once the healer has checked you out, Mediator Amalite will meet you at the stone tree. She is very eager to see you as soon as possible." I hummed in acknowledgement, remembering I had been worried about that for some reason. If I tried to just leave after they fixed my head, would they stop me? I knew I'd made a promise to Dee, and she was clearly fearless enough to attack the mediator, but I wasn't so sure she could actually pull it off. But my head was too foggy and full of pain to even think about escaping right now. Plus, I kept getting distracted by the troll city. The floor of the cave was a surprising riot of color, from fabric tents and canopies, most of which sheltered large earth mounds. Broad paths made of white sand, lined with brick scavenged from the sewers, wound between the structures. As we walked, I saw the troll-sized doors set into the mounds, and the complex trollish sigils woven or painted on the banners and canopies that seemed to serve as front porches for the mounds, which I had to figure were homes. I craned my neck to see in as someone nearby opened a door, and had a brief glimpse of a tunnel sloping down. Private, smaller burrows, I guessed. Some of the larger canopies probably served to mark public spaces, including one that looked like a school with class in session, which confused me for a minute until I remembered trolls were nocturnal. I'd never seen trolls that young before. They were barely smaller than me, with no tusks to speak of, and none of the etchings on their skin I saw on the adults. One was chewing on his own tail, rather than listening to the two adult trolls trying to teach. Trolls relaxed outside their homes or in public spaces, talking, cooking roast meat and potatoes over hot coals, working on stonecraft. Some were tending gardens that seemed to consist mostly of moss and mushrooms. Some had an old-fashioned loom set up under canopy, weaving what looked like the same kind of fabric they were sitting under. Two were hunched over one of those tiny battery-powered TVs watching baseball. I was briefly mesmerized when I noticed that in certain areas they'd used colored sand and gravel to create intricate geometric designs on the ground, which a goblin with a rake was carefully tending. Goblins were everywhere. No group of trolls was without a few, though all but the oldest avoided the ground, preferring to climb across the frames of the tents and the power lines that crisscrossed between them rather than risk ending up underfoot. There were proper walkways built for them in some places which wound back towards the walls of the cave, along with high hanging bridges, rope swings and ladders, and some kind of horizontal elevator system with pulleys and levers. Goblin-sized ramshackle homes made of salvaged wood and metal were built into the rock face, some of them as absurdly grand as they were perilous. Scrap metal spires and onion domes jutted proudly from corrugated tin roofs, layered in aluminum foil like gold leaf. Every railing and projection hung with glittering bits of metal and glass, till the whole lopsided structure sparkled. Mediator Petra led us to one of the larger tents, which I quickly gathered was a hospital even before we stepped inside. I could smell the antiseptic and hear the sounds of pain. Inside, it was mostly all one room, separated by curtains. It was worryingly crowded. I could see 5 or 6 young trolls in one area, their skin blotched with bright colors. On the other side of a curtain were adult trolls and goblins with similar blotches and visible injuries. One corner had been quarantined with a heavy plastic tarp, and I hardly dared wonder what was happening in there. There were only 4 figures who looked like medical professionals: 2 trolls in white smocks, a witch in pink scrubs, and a man who I assumed was the werewolf healer since he was bent over an injured troll, hands glowing. One of the trolls hurried over with a clipboard as we came in. "Anybody dying?" she asked bluntly. "Not the last time I checked," I replied, caught off guard. "Then go home and come back tomorrow," she said immediately, a second before she processed that I wasn't a troll. "Or better yet, go to a mundane ER topside. We've got a truckload of toxic exposures and an outbreak of shale skin and nothing but Band-Aids and Tylenol to work with. We're not taking any new non-emergency patients." "What happened?" I asked, wondering what kind of disaster could have them so overwhelmed. "Happened?" she repeated, giving me a confused, slightly scornful look. "Nothing happened. It's just the end of the week." "If you can spare the healer for just a moment," Mediator Petra spoke up, stepping forward to put her hand on my shoulder. "Mediator Amalite has requested to speak with this one, and I'd rather not present her honor's guest to her bloody and concussed." The troll nurse looked bitter for a moment, then sighed. "Fine," she said. "I'll see what I can do. But you'll have to deal with the riots if a humanoid gets to jump the line. Go sit down over there." Petra shuffled us all over to a makeshift waiting area. Most of the mismatched folding chairs were already occupied. Petra grabbed one of the 2 free chairs for the loner troll, and Flint insisted I take the other. I might have put up more of a fight if the constant waves of dizziness and nausea weren't making standing up so difficult. "Is it normally this busy?" I asked Flint, watching as a few feet away the 2 troll nurses struggled to keep a belligerent patient in his bed. The guy's chest was riddled with more holes than Swiss cheese, and he was missing most of his lower jaw, but this didn't seem to bother him much. I couldn't tell if he was sedated or on painkillers or just super drunk. "No, it's usually worse," Flint replied with a sigh. "We live in a sewer, Evie," Dee added, poking the gap in her teeth with her tongue. "It's not exactly a safe or sanitary environment. We don't even have reliable clean water. Disease is a constant issue, and the close quarters don't help. Plus, every time you go into the tunnels, you risk stepping in some kind of dangerous chemical or toxic waste or whatever some asshole decided to just dump down the drain. Then there's the on-the-job injuries. Most trolls and goblins work in mining and construction, and you can bet your ass we don't get workers' comp. And as if that wasn't bad enough, you get idiots like that guy drinking solvent and rotting themselves from the inside out." She gestured to the same drunk troll I'd been watching. One of the nurses gripped his pitted and pockmarked arm a little too hard, and it crumbled under her hand, collapsing into a large hole like the ones in his chest. I shuddered. "What the hell is solvent?" "Winter Fey booze," Flint said grimly. "It's about the only kind of intoxicant that works on trolls. Unfortunately, it also erodes your stone till you start falling apart like that. That guy is so far gone that if he got drunk and stumbled out into the sun, the minute he petrified, he'd crumble to pieces under his own weight." "Well, that's horrifying," I muttered. "It's pretty normal," Dee said with a shrug. "Can't blame 'em for wanting to forget how shitty their lives are for a while. I doubt there's a troll in the underground who hasn't spent a weekend blacked out on solvent at least once." I looked around the waiting area, guilt beginning to cut through the concussed fog in my brain. I saw more than a few trolls with small holes scattered over their chests, and others withered by disease. One, young enough that he should have been with the school class I'd seen, sat alone, hunched over and wheezing, pale as a ghost and covered in sweat. One of his feet swollen to the size of his head and covered in angry red sores. "I don't get it," I muttered, rubbing my aching head. "How does this happen right under the city? How hard would it be to get you clean water at least?" "More trouble than the people in charge think is worth spending on people like us," Dee said bluntly. I didn't know what to say, but luckily they weren't waiting for a response. One of the nurses finally waved me over to see the healer, who barely spoke 2 words to me before grabbing my head and doing his thing. It didn't hurt as much as the rib, but it was still damn uncomfortable. Regardless, I left the hospital tent significantly more clear-headed than I'd entered it. Dee had acquired a pile of those little individually wrapped moist towelettes and started trying to scrub the dried blood off my face as Petra led us towards the center of the cave and the massive tree. Now that I was less out of it, it was easier to take in the details of the beautiful woven canopies and banners, the music, the tree above us. But I was also more aware of the signs of sickness, the cramped quarters and lack of privacy, The piles of garbage everywhere. For all the gardens and tapestries, the goblins' glittering trash palaces, all the little ways the trolls tried to beautify their home. It had the air of a refugee camp. "Why don't you leave?" I asked without thinking. "All of you. Can't you just move somewhere else?" "There are so many problems with that question I don't know where to start," Dee said, rolling her eyes. "There are only a few troll burrows left in the world," Flint explained. "This one has been here for thousands of years, long before the mundane city or even the early vampire settlements. That by itself should be enough reason not to give it up, but it's more than just not wanting to lose a sacred landmark. We can't make more. The conditions burrows require are too specific even before you take into account the cost of buying the land, or finding a place where the mundane won't notice it, or trying to transport all these people. And we don't just hold these places sacred because they're old. We literally can't reproduce without them. Trolls have to return to the burrow where they were born in order to have children. I could walk out of the city today, but with troll barricades and magical travel restrictions, I might never be able to come back. When we lose a burrow, we don't just lose our home. We lose hundreds of future generations. Terrible as living here is for us, if we leave, if we let this burrow be taken from us, our species is one step closer to extinction. Jesus, I muttered. Now that I wasn't as concussed, all of this was starting to hit a lot harder. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't just bail. I'd never make it out of the sewers without a guide, and I kind of felt like I'd be an asshole for asking. I walked slower, indecision nagging me, letting the distance grow between me and mediator Petra. Dee had run ahead, but Flint kept pace with me, and I could tell from his expression that he knew something was wrong. "You all right?" he asked quietly. "I'm fine," I lied. Flint didn't press me for more, but I could feel his concerned eyes on me as I stared at my feet. I caved. "I'm just not so sure I should be doing this, meeting Amalite or whatever. If she wants what I think she does, then I can't help her. And I really need to get back to the surface and find my brother." "Would it really be so bad?" he asked. "Being a champion?" "Yes," I said without hesitation. "If the vampire and phase offers are anything to go by, they'd basically own my ass even after the tournament. Assuming I survived at all, which isn't likely considering all the other champions have been training for at least 30 years, and I just lost a fight to one troll hobo. Not to mention, everyone would know I was a changeling. I mean, assuming I was a changeling, which at this point was starting to look less and less likely. Either way, if they knew what I was, they'd know what Aaron was. Or wasn't. If it turned out he really was mundane, I could lose him forever. "I actually think you handled yourself pretty well," Flint said with a small shrug. "You were so fast, and I've never seen any humanoid punch a troll dead on like that and make them feel it. And then he slams you with a blow that should have turned you into a stain on the ground and you just kept going? It was like watching someone drop a cinder block on a kitten and seeing the kitten just shake it off. You just took some Tylenol and walked to the hospital. That's insane." I blinked, just beginning to process how ludicrous it all was. Jesus, I should be dead. "I mean, it's not like I didn't feel it," I said with a nervous laugh. "I might have still been conscious, but I wasn't exactly jumping in for round 2. "At the party too," he continued. "You weren't just strong, you were fearless. It seemed like you were completely in control, like you always had a plan." I laughed. Me, with a plan? "Seriously," I said. "I don't know why they want me to compete, but it's not because I'm better or stronger than any of the current champions." "You're better than one of them," Flint replied. At my confused expression, he looked down at his own hands, clenching and unclenching his fists. I could see faint cracks around his knuckles, like veins. "You saw me earlier?" "Yeah," I said, puzzled. "You were amazing." He shook his head, big nose wrinkling in dismay. "You were," I insisted. You thought I was impressive for getting hit once, but that guy was absolutely wailing on you and you didn't even flinch. I'd say that's pretty damn impressive. I can take a hit, Flint said with a shrug. Most trolls can. That's nothing special. I'm gonna have to politely disagree with you there, I said, shaking my head. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure the hits you were shrugging off would have knocked most trolls on their asses. Flint sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I'm pretty sure champions need to be able to do a little more than just take a beating. So what? You're worried you're not a good enough fighter? He gave me a sideways look, and I was caught off guard again by how pretty his eyes were. They reminded me of places I had never been, dark northern forests and deep mountain pools. I don't fight, Evie, he said. Not can't. Don't. Won't. I don't want to ever end up like that loner, so angry I lose myself. That scares the hell out of me. If I'm good at getting hit, it's because that's all I do. I stand there and I take the hit so other people don't have to, and I never hit back. That's why I volunteered to be champion. No one else would do it, and someone needed to protect Dee. He nodded towards where Dee was walking ahead of us, surrounded by other goblins. I could see the respect and admiration on their faces, the way they hung on her every word. And she wasn't just blowing them off either. She was listening, considering, really focusing on them and what they needed from her. I was wrong. She wasn't a celebrity. She was a leader. She's the real deal, Flint went on. A hero. But if she's going to have a chance at winning, she needs someone backing her up who can do more than just get hit. I was starting to understand where he was going with this. Flint. I'm not going to try and bribe you or guilt you into it or whatever, Flint said quickly, looking away. Just, if Mediator Amalite offers it to you, if she asks you to take my place as troll champion, will you think about it? For Dee's sake, if nothing else. We can't offer you anything like the vampires or the fae or the witches, but we wouldn't try to own you. And if you won, you would help so many. He trailed off, looking back at the homes around us, the trolls and goblins living their lives, losing their culture, raising families, dying unfairly. We were close to the tree now, and the area around it was clear of homes or canopies. Its massive roots rose around us, sheltering doorways marked with strange symbols, distinct from the ones on the banners I'd seen before. The only trolls I saw going in or out of these were the white sash of a mediator, or were elderly, their skin heavily engraved and worn smooth with age. Mediator Petra led us through the roots closer to the trunk, which seemed even bigger up close than I'd thought, and it seemed it was called the stone tree for a reason. Though it appeared to be alive and growing, the roots we passed and what I could see of the trunk all seemed to be petrified wood. It was all solid stone. How long had it been growing down here to be literally fossilized? Or was this some kind of troll magic? And it still had green leaves, a mile above me, unless those were stone too. I couldn't even guess how, let alone why. Dee's goblin admirers dropped back respectfully at a certain point, and the four of us continued onward alone. The further we went into the shadow of the tree, the darker it became. Trolls and goblins both had pretty good low-light vision, but luckily goblin lanterns were hung sporadically along the path, their flickering yellow light eerie in the darkness, so I only tripped once or twice. In places where the stone bark of the tree had cracked, the trolls had grown crystals that caught the lantern light and glittered spectacularly, like the whole tree was a massive geode. I probably would have assumed they were natural if we hadn't passed several trolls tending the crystals, using some combination of magic and what I was pretty sure was the same alum solution I used to grow crystals for a science project back in elementary school. I considered asking Flint if the crystals served a purpose, or if they were just for decoration, but by the time I thought of it, we were approaching a large, round door set in the very base of the tree, surrounded by massive roots as thick as oak trees on their own. Two large trolls stood guard on either side, armed with a traditional trollish weapon that was essentially a big-ass stick with a club on one end and a hook on the other. I'd never seen a troll use one in person, though I'd seen videos. They didn't usually need them. Trolls were natural grapplers. Once you were in arm's reach, you were finished. If you weren't in arm's reach, well, that's what the stick was for. The guards looked at me, then at mediator Petra, clearly suspicious. But at a gesture from her, they stood aside and let us through. Beyond the doorway, a long, dark tunnel led down into the earth beneath the tree. "Is it too late to run?" I muttered, looking into the darkness. "Only if you're prepared for me to hunt you down and shave you for your cowardice," Dee replied casually. "Right," I said, stepping forward. "Into the big spooky tree it is." Chapter 12. You know how at the beginning of The Hobbit, Tolkien has that whole rant about holes, and it's like super quaint and charming even though he's talking about dirt and worm butts? The guy has a way with words, I'll give him that, even if he doesn't know when to shut up and get on with the story sometimes. My dad read The Hobbit to me when I was a kid, and I loved it, but I couldn't read The Lord of the Rings if you paid me. I didn't even make it a third of the way into Fellowship before I realized he'd just spent a solid chapter in pretty much unbroken narration gushing about elves, and I gave up. Anyway, Tolkien would have had a thing or two to say about this hole. The walls were dirt, dark and rich and soft as good potting soil. The floor was a carpet of deep moss, green and springy and studded with tiny flowers like little white stars, and the ground sloped gently downwards. I'd expected the air to be stale and musty, but it was fresher than it had been in sewer, and cool, and smelled like mulch and rain. The tunnel was round, and roomy enough for two trolls to walk side by side without touching the walls. It lacked the usual goblin touches like carved supports or arches. I got the feeling that this was one of the few places the trolls didn't share with the goblins. In the semi-darkness, illuminated only by a lantern mediator Petra had taken from the guards, I thought it had no braces or supports at all at first. It wasn't until I ran my fingers over the soft dirt of the walls that I realized what I had taken for striations in the color of the soil was actually roots. Thick as my arm, or thicker, petrified as the rest of it, the roots of the stone tree had been trained to grow around this passage like a tangled web. I couldn't fathom how long that must have taken. Maybe they'd done it by magic, but somehow that didn't seem likely to me. This felt like something someone would want to spend years, decades tending. As we went deeper, I saw some of the roots had been given the crystal treatment like the ones outside, catching the lantern light and illuminating the strange corridor with dazzling color. When the light flickered over the roots, they almost seemed to move, giving me the impression of veins, or a slow-moving organ, or a throat, like we'd been swallowed. Flint seemed comfortable, smiling as he ran his hands over the roots. Dee was subdued, reverent, like she was in a church, except I doubted she'd be this well-behaved in an actual church. Though it felt ominous to me, it was clear they didn't share my unease. To them, this place was familiar and sacred. It only made me nervous because I was an outsider who was being led into what was clearly a very important place, to meet the closest thing the trolls had to a queen. Maybe it wasn't the tunnel making me nervous. Soon, I started seeing rocks in the soil of the tunnel walls, which grew larger under we were passing boulders bigger than me. They'd been carved with dense paragraphs of trollish script and illustrated with painted images of trolls. Some held weapons or faced fantastic creatures. One stood, arms spread, in between two armies about to fight. One I recognized belatedly as Harold the Blue, who Flint had told me about the first time we met, blocking the entrance to his burrow while a fae in glittering golden armor sent underlings with bells to torment him and humans with hammers to destroy him. Were these all troll heroes then? Was this some kind of monument to their history? I squinted as I realized there was light ahead, temporarily dazzling my eyes after the darkness of the tunnel. Before my vision had quite returned, we reached the end of the corridor and the room opened up around us. Blinking the stars from my eyes, my breath caught as I took it all in. It was one huge round room, the cathedral ceiling laced with the massive roots of the stone tree. The tree must have been directly above us, because in the center of the roof a shaft had been cut, presumably all the way up through the tree, to catch the light of the massive lantern that illuminated the main cave, redirected down into this chamber by a series of crystal and mirrors. The walls were thick with trollish script and magnificent murals that were almost too dazzling to look at. The paint glittered like it had been made with crushed gemstones, and for all I knew, it had been. According to rumors, the trolls and goblins had huge hidden caches of gold and gems from their mines, but I hadn't seen any sign of significant wealth at all until this room. Everything the trolls had been lavished on these icons of their ancestors. In the center of the cathedral was, I thought, a huge boulder, until it moved, and I realized it was actually the largest, oldest troll I'd ever seen. She was taller than my house sitting down, and about as wide. Every inch of her granite skin was carved with intricate patterns and craggy with age. Her long green hair lay around her like a blanket, indistinguishable from the moss that it pooled on top of. Layers of moss had grown up over her lap and climbed her shoulders, which were studded with crystal growths and more tiny white flowers. As we entered the room, she was carefully digging into the soil near hair, massive fingers searching among the dirt for something. With incredible delicacy for someone so big, she plucked out a stone. It was perfectly round and dark gray and probably about the size of a soccer ball, but it looked tiny in her palm as she bent, stone grinding against stone, to peer at it thoughtfully. Her eyes glinted like polished jet in the cracks and folds of her wizened face. Mediator Amalite. Petra announced our presence, bowing to the ancient troll. "The guest you requested is here." "Give me a minute," Amalite replied without looking at us, still peering at the stone. "My eyes keep getting worse, and the rest of me keeps getting bigger. Soon I won't be able to see the damn things at all." She leaned towards us suddenly, and I flinched at the brief illusion that a small mountain was about to fall on top of me. She held the stone out towards Petra, who leaned over the old troll's fingers to look at it. "What do you think?" Amalite asked. "Another 2 weeks?" "Maybe slightly less," Petra replied, taking the rock out of Amalite's hand to examine it more closely. "The first fault lines are just starting to show. It's still undersized for that stage, though." "The whole batch is runty," Amalite said, shaking her head. "Just like last year. I warned you it would be." Petra put the stone back in Amalite's hand, her expression troubled. I craned my neck, trying to get a better look at it. "What is that?" I asked Flint quietly. Flint blushed, looking away. Well, it's a baby troll," Dee provided. "Or it will be in a couple of weeks." I scrunched my nose in confusion. "Trolls lay eggs?" I whispered, baffled. "It's more like a seed," Petra cut in at standard volume. Behind her, Amalite was carefully reburying the rock where she'd found it. "When they're planted, they're no bigger than a marble. They draw in the ore and nutrients the stone tree creates in the soil to grow." "Weird," I replied before my brain could catch up with my mouth. Amalite cackled, and the sound shook the room. "If you think that's weird, you should take a closer look at how your species does it," she said dryly. Flint looked like he wanted to sink into the ground and stay there, but Dee was grinning broadly. "Anyway," Petra continued, unflappable, "in 2 weeks they'll emerge and dig their way out, and this chamber will be full of children until next spring, when they'll be strong enough to leave the tree and join everyone in the outer burrow." "Full would be an overstatement," Amalite said, carefully spreading soil back over the stone. "This burrow hasn't been close to full in a decade at least. We'll be lucky if a dozen seeds germinate successfully." "It's got that bad?" Dee spoke up beside me, frowning. "I'd heard the birth rate was declining, but only 12? Between human pollution and development, and the triumvirate's increasing demands on our minds, they're stripping the soil of nutrients faster than the stone tree can replace it," Petra answered her. "If the seeds can't gather enough, they die or fall dormant." 100 years ago, the tree could have kept up, Amalite added with a sigh, patting a root near her fondly and looking up towards the ceiling where the tree rose above us. "But tough as the old bitch is, she wasn't built to grow in a sewer. It's wearing on her a little more every year. Last year, a whole section of her root system started rotting and had to be pruned. We lost miles of tunnel, parts of the burrow that were around when I was knee-high to a pebble." "I heard about that," Dee said. "I thought it was structural collapse due to nearby human development." "Well, we couldn't exactly tell everyone the damn tree is dying, could we?" Amalite scoffed. "What good would that do? Either we'll save it or we won't, in which case at least you'll all be free to get the hell out of this city." "We would never abandon the burrow," Petra said, her voice quiet but firm. "Don't be stupid," Amalite countered sharply. "You won't save anything by sticking your fingers in your ears and pretending things will turn out how you want them to. At this point, it's more likely the tree will fail than that we'll find a miracle cure at the last minute. You had better make peace with that now so we can start preparing for the worst." "We can't just give up." "Facing reality isn't giving up," Amalite said, cutting Petra off. "We won't stop doing all we can to preserve the tree. But if we ignore what's coming, it could destroy us. Not just the burrow, but every troll and goblin in the underground. I don't intend to let that happen. When the time comes, if it comes, the old girl and I will go down together, and it will be up to you to help our people carry on." Petra didn't argue, but her head was low, her shoulders squared under the burden Amalite was putting on them. I realized a second later why Amalite was so sure she'd die with the tree. There were several doorways around the room, but the one we'd come through was the largest, and there was no way in hell Amalite would have fit through it. I wasn't sure how fast she grew. Most trolls only lived to about 200 and didn't get much bigger than Flint, so it wasn't like I could assume she grew like a normal troll. But still, it had probably been 100 years since she'd been small enough to leave this room. "At any rate," Amalite said suddenly, "this is no conversation to be having in front of guests, unless you have more questions about the troll life cycle." She leaned over to level a dark eye at me, and I swallowed, my throat dry. "Nah, I'm good," I said. "I mean, unless you want to tell me how you got all, giant." "Hoping to learn my secret and become a giant yourself?" she asked, and grinned, her teeth big as tombstones. "Not really," I said stiffly, trying to sound more relaxed than I felt. "Just curious." A healthy diet, regular exercise, plenty of rest, fulfilling work to keep the mind engaged, and a shot of whiskey every night to aid digestion, the old troll replied casually. I exchanged doubtful looks with Dee. The old troll settled back a little, smoothing the moss blanket growing over her lap. Of course, barricading yourself in the heart of a giant magical tree for decades to guard it from the occupying enemy forces trying to claim it probably helps a little as well. I imagine some of the growth and vitality the tree provides the soil and the seeds rubbed off on me after a while. "Sounds plausible," I agreed, eyes wide. "What was your name again?" Amalite asked. "Petra told me before, but at my age, it's a good day when I remember my own." "Evie," I answered, even less sure what to expect now than I had been before. "Evie Barr." "What's that short for?" she asked, busily turning over another patch of soil near her. "Evelyn?" "Evangelina," I admitted reluctantly. "But Evie is fine, really." "Suit yourself," Amalite replied, shrugging her titanic shoulders. I just think when you're delivering life-changing information to someone, you ought to use their full name. Anything else feels a bit patronizing. The knot of nerves that had been gathering in my stomach tightened another notch. "So why exactly did you want to see me?" I asked. "Because if this is about the tournament, I'll have to tell you the same thing I told the Fae and Lady Xia." "It's not," Amalite interrupted bluntly, pulling back a patch of moss like lifting a rug to inspect the soil beneath it. "I haven't brought you here to ask you to be our champion." "Oh." I cleared my throat, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. "Well, good." "I don't want anything at all from you," she continued, sliding her fingers into the dirt as easily as water and turning it over to loosen it. "But when Petra told me about what happened at the party the other night, I realized you might not be aware of exactly what was happening to you. I figured someone should get you up to speed, and as I'm the only person left that knows and wasn't complicit in the whole nasty business to begin with, it seems that someone is me." My heart started beating faster, and I took a moment to steady myself. "What exactly do you know?" I asked, trying to sound as neutral as I could. Part of me was skeptical she had anything to tell me that I didn't already know, but the other part of me was on the edge of my seat, near frantic at the possibility of finally finding out what the fuck was going on. "Do you know where the treaty was signed?" I blinked, thrown off. Grace Cathedral," I replied, hesitant, and looked towards Flint for confirmation. "Right?" Flint shook his head, his smile sympathetic. "That's just more vampire propaganda," Amalite said with a dismissive wave of her dirty hand, still focused on the soil she was gently tilling with nothing but her fingers. A gray squirrel perched on her shoulder, digging an acorn out of her hair. "One signing was near Grace Cathedral, on neutral ground, but the treaty was signed twice, and that wasn't the first." I frowned, straining to remember my magical history. "The diplomats who wrote the treaty signed it first," Flint provided. "Then the leaders of each race signed it later." "Really?" I asked, brow furrowing. "That doesn't seem right." "They probably teach it differently above ground," Amalite said lightly. "Wouldn't want everyone to know that their leaders had to be magically bullied into signing. The treaty was already binding before they agreed to it. They never would have made peace otherwise." "Yeah, that's definitely not how they told me it happened in 6th grade," I said, trying to fathom the implications, and how this whole train of conversation could possibly apply to me. "Most of the leaders who signed the treaty had no interest in peace," Amalite went on. "They were having entirely too much success with war. So the people that wrote the treaty had to meet in secret, risking more than their lives in the hope of ending, not just the last great occult war, but all war between our kind. Together they crafted a piece of magic more powerful than any yet recorded, intended to magically bind all the children of Tiamat to peace forever. And when they put that magic into effect, when they signed the Treaty of 6 Races..." She shifted suddenly, before I could even fully process that she had said 6 races rather than 5, and rose up onto her knees, towering over us as she reached for a spot high on the wall of the chamber, where shadows obscured the carvings and their accompanying murals. She caught one of the crystals, redirecting the light from the central shaft, and turned it to flood that corner with illumination. "They signed it here." The mural was easily one of the largest and most spectacular in the room, and I wasn't sure how I'd missed it before, even hidden in the shadows. The stone tree itself had been painted in loving detail, surrounded by a forest of weapons, swords and spears and clubs. Beneath it, lit by a golden halo, was a circle of 8 figures. A troll sat at the top, flanked by 3 figures on either side. On their right was a goblin with wild red hair, and on the left was a big black wolf. Beneath them were 2 fae, one for the summer court looking like some kind of glittering insect, the other for the winter court, resembling an ice mummy in a fur coat. The final 2 humanoid figures I had to assume were a vampire and a witch, rendered simply in red and white, respectively. In the center of the circle was a scroll that could only be the treaty itself, glowing with power. "Wow," I said, not sure what else to say. The mural was beautiful, and it was kind of crazy that I hadn't known the most important event in our mutual history had happened in a troll burrow. But, not to be rude or whatever, this is really cool. But what does it have to do with me? If you're after the treaty, I don't have it anymore. "It's a fascinating piece of art," Amalite said, ignoring me. "I was here when it was painted. Of course I could fit through the door then, but all the little details still surprise me. Really, look carefully." I frowned at her, confused. It had seemed pretty simple to me, the shapes less detailed than they were broadly symbolic. "I'm probably too far away to see the details," I said, still not sure what she was after. "No, just try again," Amalite said patiently. "Look, how many figures do you see?" 8, I answered automatically, then caught myself. "Wait, 7?" I counted the races on my fingers just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Troll, goblin, wolf, vampire, witch, +2 for the fae. "Yeah, 7, I confirmed, though I could tell I sounded uncertain. Something about that seemed off, but I couldn't figure out why, and that irked me. Why was she being so insistent about this? Didn't she know I had other places to be? "You're not looking," Amalite insisted. "You're asking yourself how many races there are and counting them up in your head when you need to be looking." I wrinkled my nose in frustration. "This is stupid. Can you just tell me what you want already?" "No, I can't," the old troll replied. "For the same reason you can't tell me how many people are in that painting. But you, more than anyone, should be able to see. Fight it. Look." I looked. There's nothing there. Would you get to the point? "Try again. Try harder. Look." I threw my hands up, resisting the urge to tell her she was crazy, to storm out. I felt like I was back in Algebra 2, completely lost and near tears with embarrassment and frustration, while the teacher insisted I only wasn't getting it, because I wasn't trying hard enough. I felt that anger boiling up in me, tasting like lighter fluid in the back of my throat, and then Flint put a hand on my shoulder, heavy and steadying. "You all right?" he asked quietly, glancing down at my fists clenched at my sides. I realized I was gritting my teeth so hard my jaw ached. I relaxed it, anger slowly becoming confusion. "If you need to leave," Flint said, "we can go right now. It's all right." "I don't think the mediators would appreciate that," I replied, rubbing my jaw. "They'll get over it," Flint said without hesitation, no trace of uncertainty on his face. "I won't let them stop you." "Why?" I asked, caught off guard. He blinked, then looked away, rubbing the back of his head. Well, you saved Dee back there, and I owe her my life a couple of times over, so I figure that probably transfers over to me owing you too." "Is that how it works?" I asked, smile turning up the corner of my mouth. Flint still couldn't look at me, but he smiled too. "Besides, the other night you promised to come watch us at the tournament and I already got you a ticket," he said, trying to play it off. Dee made gagging noises behind him. Cute wasn't usually a word I associated with trolls, but Flint kept defying my expectations. The sudden rage had vanished, and in its absence I realized the anger I'd been feeling was as wrong as the number of figures in the painting. Out of place and disproportionate, it had come out of nowhere and almost swept me away. There was something going on here, something about that painting. I hadn't looked at it once since Amalite had first revealed it, and then only for the couple of seconds it took to see what it was. Even now I was struggling to make myself look, my eyes jumping to any other distraction, unable to focus. But now that I was aware of it, it was easier to fight through. I took a deep breath and fixed my eyes on the painting, forcing myself to really look. Slowly, I made myself count the people around the treaty, one at a time. Troll, goblin, wolf, two fae, vampire, witch, and an eighth person, at the bottom of the circle opposite the troll. A person my eyes couldn't focus on no matter what I did. They were a blur, a spot in my vision that persisted no matter how much I blinked or squinted. "That's enough," Amalite said as I growled in annoyance, trying to make my sight focus. "Don't hurt yourself." "There are 8, I said, rubbing my eyes as I felt a headache coming on. "But I can't see the last one. It's right there, but I can't see it." "That you can tell it's there at all is more than most," Amalite said lightly, settling back onto the ground and letting the light return to normal, leaving the mural in shadow again. "Certain people have gone to a great deal of effort to hide what's in that painting. This place is protected by old magic and they couldn't erase it completely, but they certainly made it hard to see." "Certain people," I repeated, still blinking spots from my eyes. "Who? Why?" "Yes, good. Keep asking questions," Amalite replied, her demeanor becoming more intense. "What does it change? Who benefits? What does it mean to control how a people remembers their own history?" "That's the 6th race, isn't it?" I asked, the pieces falling into place. "The treaty was altered to say there were only 5, but that's a lie, isn't it?" "The truth erodes a lie like the sea beating at a stone." Amalite was looking at me steadily, her black eyes unfathomable. "And you've been wearing that lie down since you stepped into this room. Your very existence is a truth it can't survive. It's been lifetimes since I could say even as much as I have, let alone name what they hid. Keep going. Ask the question. Kill the lie." "Who is the 6th race?" I asked, my heart beating too fast, the words strangely heavy to push past my lips. "And what the hell does any of it have to do with me?" I felt something, a kind of snap like an elastic band breaking, tension relaxing. Amalite smiled. "They are you, Evangelina," she said, and the words hit me like a spear through the chest. "You're strong, fast, and invisible. You breathe fire and are immune to magic. You're a dragon child. You're the last one left." Chapter 13. Bullshit. I laughed, the sound high and tense and so unexpected that even Dee flinched. "Dragons don't exist," I insisted, as Amalite, unfazed by my laughter, continued to stare at me like she was waiting for me to be done. "They're a myth, like the Easter Bunny or the Loch Ness Monster. And yet, here you are." She gestured to me casually, like that was all the proof required. Like that wasn't completely insane. "I'm a witch," I said, my face hot. "You can check my goddamn ID." "Now that's bullshit." Amalite crossed her arms over her chest, craggy face stoic as Mount Rushmore. I swallowed, my heart in my throat. It was weird to be cursed at by an ancient troll. But she was right. I was no witch. "Fine," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm a changeling. Happy? Just another half-fae freak." It was almost a relief to name the secret I'd been hiding for years. It felt almost like a layer of protective armor. My true identity. It might be shameful to confess it out loud, but it was better than the alternative. That I was something else. Something that couldn't possibly be real. Now it was Amalite's turn to laugh, scornful as a face full of gravel. "There are half as many changelings in the underground as there are trolls," she said. "I know a changeling when I see one. I know a dragon when I see one too. You're no changeling and you know it. Why are you so terrified to be what you are? Why are you so afraid of yourself?" "I don't know," I blurted. My chest felt like it was in a vice, like Amalite had closed her giant fist around me and was slowly crushing my ribcage to dust. I wanted to hit something. I shook my head in adamant refusal, my hair whipping me in the face. No, this is ridiculous. What, I'm supposed to just take your word for it? Where's your proof? One blurry mural doesn't prove anything. My word should be more than enough, Amalite said calmly. But if you want more proof, you need only look at what has happened to you. Why do you think everyone from the Summer Queen to the ancients of the Triumvirate are suddenly so desperate to control you? The Queen was there when the first High Dragon was crowned. The Cimmerian gave the order that saw the last High Dragon murdered in her bed. They know the kind of power you could one day wield, and worse, the truths you could reveal. That's not proof, I shouted, and shrugged away Flint's hand on my shoulder when he tried to calm me down again. I don't know why they want me. You could claim it was anything. I know you are a dragon, Amalite said, leaning towards me, because I walked the streets of the last dragon city before it was raised. I danced with your ancestors during the Festival of the Sun, and watched the last of the Ascended Ones fly over the Great Temple Pyramid. And I sat across from Yaxkin Kochwa, one of the finest and proudest men I ever knew, the night that the treaty was signed. You're full of shit. My voice was shaking and my skin was cold with sweat. You're making it up. It's a fucking fantasy. Fine. Amalite sat up straighter, her face suddenly severe. You want proof? You can have it. She reached out, lightning fast, faster than anything her size should move, and grabbed me, dragging me closer to her as she leaned down to put her face directly in front of mine. Her eyes, dark as deep water at night and shining with stars, filled my vision completely. I felt myself being pulled into them, sinking into the blackness like I was tied to a cinder block. There was no time to even try to fight for control. Suddenly, I was standing somewhere else. A street paved in red ochre stone was under my feet. There was wild music in the air that pulled at my heart like I'd been hearing it in my dreams all my life. An ancient city lay around me, stone buildings painted in brilliant colors, carved with bold, angular designs and the faces of great cats and birds of prey. The river twisted through like a ribbon dotted with floating gardens and broad, sturdy bridges made of white stone. Above it all, a step pyramid rose, its many levels full of buildings and crawling with activity. There were people everywhere, and I saw my face in theirs, in the shape of their eyes and the texture of their hair. I saw a young man laughing and could have sworn it was Aaron. But bright turquoise scales ran over his cheeks and the backs of his arms. I saw them on all but the youngest. Many had more than that, quills and sails and spiraling horns. A few, finely dressed and clearly revered, had massive, glittering wings. I was dragged through the crowds, staring in awe at them all. Children playing hide-and-seek turned invisible at the blink of an eye, then reappeared a few seconds later, giggling and breathless. I saw men and women casually carrying massive burdens that most people would have needed a forklift to raise. A street vendor breathed fire to heat massive cooking stones to toast flat breads. Everything passed in a flash, leaving me dizzy and shaken. The music grew louder as I was pulled up the steps of the pyramid to a courtyard hung with brilliant decorations, crowded with people dancing and shouting and laughing. They took me by the arm like an old friend and dragged me into the dance, and I knew the steps like they were engraved on my heart. Part of me wanted to beg Amalite to stop. The rest of me wanted this to never end. Every time they smiled at me, it felt like someone was twisting a knife in my chest from how badly I needed this to be real, to be a part of this, to know these people and belong here. But wanting that fucking hurt, and the longer it kept going, the worse it was going to get. Because either these people had never existed, or they were all dead, and either way, none of this would ever belong to me. Someone pointed upward, shouting in excitement, and I followed their gaze towards the sky. 3 huge shapes sailed across the orange sunset sky, each one big as a Greyhound bus at least, their wings silhouetted black against the fading light, their long tails shimmering iridescent rainbows, their powerful claws slicing through the air. One sailed ahead of the other two and raised her long, graceful neck to sound a high, musical cry. Azure fire blossomed in front of her like a flower blooming. "The Ascended," Amalite whispered in my thoughts, though I couldn't see her. "The mightiest of your kind. Only the strongest and most determined could reach that pinnacle of power. Nothing could rival them. They were destroyed in the end only by cowardly betrayal." The sun was getting lower, time slipping past too quickly. The courtyard was empty. I turned back, looking down the pyramid, and saw a light in the forest far below. "Let go now," Amalite said. "You don't want to see what happens next." I ignored her, my stomach twisting, as the light, red as blood and seething with malice, grew brighter. It flashed, and the world shifted and tumbled around me. Everything turned to chaos, just flashes of violence. Soldiers chasing people through the street, bodies piled high as houses, floating in the river like logs. One of the Ascended tumbling from the sky, screaming as fire consumed him. The stench of death grew stronger until it burned in my nose, and I struggled to breathe. A man whose ageless face I knew sat on a horse, watching the destruction with cold, passionless hate in his eyes. "I told you that you wouldn't want to see," Amalite said, while I wheeled with nausea on the edge of blacking out. How could this happen? They were protected by the treaty. How could they just be wiped out? "The Cimmerian," Amalite answered, because of course she could hear my frantic thoughts. Even before the treaty, he dedicated his life to destroying the dragons, but they were too powerful. The treaty that should have protected them instead enabled him to destroy them. He somehow convinced the Fae that the dragons had violated the treaty. They brought the full wrath of both courts down on all dragonkind without warning or mercy. Most were killed that same terrible night. The rest, the Sumerian hunted like animals. And when he was certain every last dragon was dead, he destroyed even the memory of them. I'm still not certain how. He killed or discredited many, erased the memories of many more, burned or hid any record they existed, but even that should not have been enough to wipe them from history so quickly, to make even the Fae forget, and make those who remembered unable to speak of it. But there was nothing the Sumerian would not have done. Whatever the cost, he would have paid it. Why, I thought, staring at the ruins of the city, the blood on the steps of the pyramid, as it all slowly faded away and was replaced by silent forest. I steadied myself against the cool moss carpet. What could possibly make anyone hate that much? "Only he could tell you that," Amalite replied. But it was his claim that the vampires were Tiamat's firstborn and most perfect children. That the dragons were stronger, closer to her image, was antithetical to this belief. So he declared them abominations. Liars who stole Tiamat's shape and leached her power undeservedly and disrupted the natural order. He believed that, and I assume still believes it, quite fervently. For a man like him, that alone might have been enough justification for genocide. I sank to my knees in the dirt where the city had been, digging my fingers into the earth like if I could claw it away, they would all still be there underneath. Maybe it was all some kind of illusion or trick. "Why don't you want to believe? What are you afraid of?" The forest around us caught fire. But it wasn't the forest, it was me. It was my parents' house, and I could hear them screaming. My fault. I killed them. I ruined Aaron's life. Wasn't that enough to be afraid of? The monster in me that had murdered my family? And God, the days after. The empty silence of hospital waiting rooms and police stations and hotel rooms and lawyers' offices and finally that funeral home, that graveyard, where the only other attendants were a couple of my dad's co-workers who couldn't look me in the eye. I kept waiting for some relative to appear, some responsible adult, to step forward and take all this out of my hands. Just tell me what's going to happen, what we're going to do now. I wanted to shut down, to feel nothing for a month at least, and let someone else deal with funeral arrangements and questions of custody, foster care, medical bills. But there was no one else. There was never going to be anyone else, no matter how much I wanted it. And if I didn't step up, they would take the last person I had from me. If I lost Aaron, we would both be alone. What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of wanting something I will never, ever have. If I don't say I'm a changeling, then they can't take Aaron from me. If I don't say I'm a dragon, then I don't have to deal with the fact that any family or culture or community I might have had was destroyed 100 years before I was born. I don't want to be something I don't understand, something that only isolates me even more than I already was. I don't want this. I don't want it. And I'm not afraid. I'm angry. Rage welled up in me as fire spilled out over my skin. Sparks and smoke shot out from my fingers. But it had nowhere to go. No enemy I could attack. Everything I was angry at was inside my own head. So I just burned, the fire growing bigger and hotter with every second as my anger spiraled, blind and feeding on itself, until there was nothing left in my head but the white, hot glow of my rage. There was nothing in the world at all but the fire and my fury. And I was glad to let it consume everything, to sink into the white, senseless core of the flame and let it sear away every thought I'd ever had. Can't be conflicted if you can't think, can't remember, can't fear, can't hurt. That's what I wanted. To burn. Something fell across my shoulders, smothering the fire. Something cool and heavy was wrapped around me, grounding me, countering the wildfire burning through my mind. "I've got you," someone said. "Burn as long as you need. I'm here. I can take it." I felt stone under my fingers, pressed against my cheek. No, not stone. Skin that felt like stone. As my awareness returned, the fire waned and I could see past the flames. Flint was kneeling in front of me, his arms and a heavy wool blanket around me. My head was against his shoulder, which was soot-blackened and burned. I'd burned him. He'd let me. The last of my fire sputtered and died. I slumped in his arms, exhausted and at once both empty and overflowing with grief. How was I supposed to mourn the death of my entire race? It was too big a pain to even feel fully, so instead I retreated into the more familiar sensation of guilt. I'd lost control again. I'd hurt people. "I'm sorry," I said, in a barely audible rasp. My throat felt like I'd swallowed broken glass. "I'm so sorry." "You're fine," Flint said without hesitating or loosening his grip. "It's not your fault. Everything's okay." "No, the fault is mine." Amalite sounded weary, and I twisted in Flint's grip to see her, afraid I'd hurt her. Jesus, this was the troll's incubation chamber. What if I'd hurt the eggs or killed the tree? Flint must have felt me tense with panic because he suddenly squeezed me harder. The pressure was weirdly soothing, like I was trying to fly apart, and it was holding me together. "Calm down," Amalite said with a touch of impatience. "I was just in your mind, remember? I can feel you panicking, and I'd rather you not catch fire again." She moved slowly, with much rumbling and scraping of stone, and lifted herself up from kneeling. She must have thrown herself down to shield the eggs. I shrank into myself with shame, guilt putting my heart through a blender. "Relax," I said, Amalite snapped. "You're giving me a headache. The seeds are fine. The tree is fine. We're all fine. Petra and some of the apprentices will have a dull afternoon scrubbing soot off the walls, that's all." I pressed my forehead to the cool stone of Flint's shoulder, relief cutting through a bit of the maelstrom of feelings within me. "Your anger is justified," Amalite said, slowly settling back into her place in the center of the room, dusting off her hands. "Righteous, even. Your guilt is not. You should be furious about what was taken from you. It was only natural you'd react that way. It was my own impatience that caused this, not you. I should have prepared you better. Could have given us more warning, too, I heard Dee complain somewhere behind me. I was just relieved she was okay. I'm still sorry, I croaked. I should be able to control it. Your ancestors could train for decades and still have trouble with control, Amalite replied, patting at a piece of moss on her lap that was still smoldering. A dragon's rage is a force of nature. There's not much that can stop it once it really gets going. Fortunately for us, Flint got to you quickly, and most everything in here is stone and dirt regardless. You gave the moss a bit of a steaming, and we might need to repaint a few of the murals, but there's not much fire can do to a rock. I was starting to feel a little more stable, if incredibly drained. That grief still hovered over me, but I did my best to put it away for now. It was easier just not to think about any of it. I focused on the soot marks across Flint's shoulders. Fire might not do much to a rock, but he wasn't all rock. Are you all right? I asked Flint, pushing back against his grip on me. Are you sure I didn't hurt you? Yeah, I'm fine, Flint reassured me, only letting go enough for me to lean back maybe a foot and look him over. He kept his head next to mine, looking past me while I checked him for burns that I couldn't find. A little singed, maybe. Might have lost a couple inches of hair. Dee will throw a fit, but I'll live. You should have the healer check you out anyway, I said, frowning at the blackened state of his skin. I tried to lean back further, and Flint resisted, his arms lingering. I cleared my throat, embarrassed. I think you can let me go now, big guy. I would, Flint said with a small, nervous laugh. It's just that, well, you were on fire and everything and, well, your clothes. I looked down at myself as I realized what he was saying. I'd burned my clothes off. Again. Oh, God damn it, I muttered, pulling the blanket closer around myself. Judith is going to kill me. I awkwardly disentangled myself from Flint while he did his best not to look at me, and tried to cover myself with the blanket as much as I could. My boots had survived mostly unscathed, at least. The laces were crispy, but the leather had held up, and on the upside they were dry now. I'd figured they'd be damp for a week after the slog through the sewers. I don't suppose you guys have anything in my size, I asked Amalite, who looked to Petra, who looked me over and sighed. I'll see what I can do. She led me to a small room off the main chamber, which looked like some kind of large storage closet, probably where the blanket came from. She left me there, sitting on a plastic storage bin in nothing but a blanket, with nothing to do but contemplate how insane my life had become. She returned about 15 minutes later with a cheap souvenir t-shirt about 2 sizes too big for me, and a pair of sweatpants that stayed up as long as I cinched the waistband as tightly as possible. They smelled like fresh-cut grass. I returned to the main room once I was dressed. Looking good, Dee snickered as I hiked the sweatpants up again. Where did you even get this stuff? I asked. Salvation Army mostly. We use them as rags for the babies. So I'm wearing troll diapers? I groaned. Wonderful. Relax, princess. Dee rolled her eyes at me. They've been washed. Flint still couldn't look me in the face. He was surprisingly cool-headed in a crisis, but now that the panic was over, he was back to his usual flustered self. I wondered if he knew how endearing that was. Good, you're dressed, Amalite said. You need to get going. What? I said, stumbling as my foot caught on the cuff of the too long pants. Why? I've still got questions about this whole dragon thing, and you're the first person I've met who can actually tell me what's going on. Unfortunately, they will have to wait, Amalite said, her eyes focused on something far away. Something is coming, attracted by your little fireworks display. Oh no. A chill ran down my back at the thought of this spider thing tearing through the burrow. You know it? Amalite asked. Maybe, kind of, I said, uncertain. If it's what I think it is, it's attacked me a couple of times before. I think the witches sent it, but God only knows. I don't even know what it is. Amalite pressed her lips together with a small, concerned hum. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. She turned away from me to dig for something in the soil near her. The protections on this place will confuse it and slow it down, but you can't stay here, and I would be cautious about using your powers again. I can't be sure your magic is how it's tracking you, but that's certainly got its attention. If it's coming here, I can't just leave you to fight it alone, I said, clenching my fists in the soft knit fabric of the sweatpants. I saw that thing take on an ancient, and it was winning. It'll kill anyone that gets between it and me. Then you'd better not still be here when it arrives, Amalite pointed out, turning back as she located whatever she'd been searching for. With any luck, it will see you're not here and pass us by. If not, well, we are far from defenseless. I've been protecting this place for several centuries now, remember? And from worse things than one magical construct, nasty as it may be. And besides, the people I sent to find your brother have returned. You found Aaron? I said, my heart lifting immediately. She nodded impatiently and held her hand out to me. What looked like a metal ball bearing was sitting in the center of her palm, almost lost in the wrinkles and carvings of her hand. Yes, they'll meet you near the surface. Flint and Dee will show you the way. Now take this. What is it? I asked, picking up the metal marble curiously. Some rare metal or another, she said dismissively. Very unique, pungent scent. One of those falls into the underground. Every troll for a mile will notice. Drop it in any sewer or storm drain if you need to contact me. Now go. Hurry. I closed my hand around the marble, biting the inside of my cheek as a feeling I couldn't quite pin down rose in my chest. Thank you, I said, glad that I could blame the roughness of my voice on my still sore throat. For telling me. For everything. You're welcome, Amalite said, pushing me away with one huge finger. Now get going already. This way, Flint said, hurrying towards one of the other door out of the chamber. I ran after him, back into the darkness of the tunnels, keenly aware that somewhere out there a monster was hunting me. But even that thing paled in comparison to the nightmare now in my memories. I remembered the Samaritan's face, the dead hate in his eyes as he watched the slaughter of an entire race, and I squeezed the metal marble tighter, feeling it grow hotter until it almost burned against my skin. Whatever else happened, whatever I decided to do, I was going to find a way to make the Samaritan suffer. Chapter 14. So, you're a dragon! Dee was riding Flint's shoulder again as we climbed back up through the sewers. She turned around backwards to face me as I walked behind him. I guess, I said, still not sure I could make myself believe it. It could all still be bullshit. Mediator Amalite doesn't strike me as the type to bullshit, Dee said, shrugging. Still, that's freaking wild, right? You're a whole actual dragon. I mean, you don't exactly look like I'd imagine. It's the sweatpants, isn't it? I said sarcastically, hitching them up again. I was having even more trouble keeping them on now that the legs were soaked up to the knee from wading through the sewer. My boots were soggy again, too. Nah, I just imagined a dragon would be bigger, you know, Dee said, gazing into the distance as she imagined a more appropriate dragon. And all green and scaly and such, something badass. Yeah, I'd probably look more badass if I could stop setting fire to my clothes, I muttered. But if it makes you feel any better, in the memory Amalite showed me most of them did have scales and claws and such. A couple of them looked straight out of a fairy tale, like big reptile faces and tails and wings, the whole 9 yards. Holy shit, Dee said, her eyes sparkling. That's awesome. Why don't you look like that? Maybe because it's all made up and I'm not actually a dragon? I suggested, opening my arms in invitation for a better explanation. Instead, my pants just tried to slide off again. I bit my lip as I retied the knot, blowing hair out of my face. Dee crossed her arms, not buying it. I had to admit the argument felt pretty thin to me, too. I just didn't know how to be sure. I'd spent so long refusing to really deal with even being a changeling, that I might be a dragon. The concept was too weird and frightening to get a grip on. Every time I tried to really consider it, I kept shying away again like a nervous horse. As long as I treated it as just a hypothetical possibility, it was easier to handle. A lot of the little kids didn't have scales, I said after a moment when I couldn't stop thinking about it. In the memory, the younger ones looked pretty much human. They got more dragony as they got older. So what? You haven't gone through dragon puberty yet? Dee asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I said, still thinking it through. The people my age all had scales and horns and stuff. I don't know. Maybe they're like hidden or something. Amalite said the dragons that survived the initial attack were hunted. If I'm alive, then some of them must have escaped and managed to hide what they were. They couldn't exactly do that with big-ass bat wings. Like a permanent glamour, then, Dee summarized. Shouldn't you be able to tell? If you had some kind of concealment on you, someone would definitely have noticed. Yeah, you're right, I said, tugging on my hair. Judith would have found it for sure. In which case, fuck it, I'm out of ideas. Maybe I'm just a really shitty excuse for a dragon. Could be, Dee agreed, grinning. I kicked sewer water at her and she laughed, ducking to hide behind Flint. Whatever the hell I am, I said with a sigh. I've still got half a dozen of the most powerful people in the city trying to kill me. I'll worry about being a dragon or not once I've got me and Aaron out of the city and somewhere safe. Well, if you need to get anywhere without being seen, give us a call, Dee said. We can take you pretty much anywhere in the city as long as you don't mind getting your feet wet. I might take you up on that, I said, frowning at my formerly reliable shoes. Hopefully after I buy some big-ass rubber boots. I can always carry you, Flint offered. He tried to make it sound casual, but he still couldn't look directly at me without his whole face blushing dark green. I don't mind. You're not heavy. You've done more than enough, big guy, I said, shaking my head. Don't worry about it. I hesitated for a moment, watching his back as he walked. Then I cleared my throat and continued. And thank you, by the way, for stopping me. No problem, he mumbled quickly. Anytime. You've both been nicer to me than I deserve, I said. Seriously, I owe you guys. If I survive and all this shit calms down... Yeah, drinks are on you, Dee said with a laugh. I wanted to take you drinking anyway, and if we get him drunk enough, Flint might gather the courage to actually look at you again without swooning like a love-struck noble lady in a historical drama. Flint stumbled in shock, and the abrupt stop pitched Dee off his shoulder and into the water. I wasn't completely sure it was an accident. I ducked my head to hide my grin as Dee sputtered to the filmy surface. It didn't take us much longer to reach ground level, but I was shuffling along like a zombie by the time we could hear the sound of cars above us. I was exhausted, emotionally and physically. It had been a long, terrible day, and I had too much to process. I was good at just not thinking about things, but shit like this you could only ignore for so long, no matter how tired you were. I hear something up ahead, Dee said, her big ears swiveling forward. Is it them? I asked, standing a little straighter. Could be, she said. Or one of those urban exploration groups picked a weird spot to party. I slipped around Flint and hurried forward. Soon I could hear them too, and the sound of Aaron's voice set me sprinting, my feet splashing in the water at the bottom of the tunnel. I ran directly into the next cistern, where 2 trolls and 4 or 5 goblins were keeping a wary eye on Dante, who seemed more concerned with keeping his feet dry than with their openly hostile glances. Judith and Ryan stood on either side of him, and in the middle was Aaron, messing around on his phone, not a scratch on him. I practically collided with him before I knew what I was doing. He fumbled his phone, scrambling to catch it while I hugged the life out of him. "Whoa! What the hell, Evie? I could have dropped my phone." "Shut up! Where have you been? Jesus, I've been scared shitless." "You were scared? I watched you get snatched off the street by vampires right in front of me. Where have you been? And what are you wearing?" I held Aaron at arm's length to look down at myself as I remembered my unfortunate outfit. "It's a long story," I said with a grimace. "I'll explain later." "I'm guessing I'm not getting those leggings back," Judith said, eyeing my sewer-soaked sweatpants with an expression that bordered on despair. "I'll buy you a new pair," I promised. "I'm probably going to need to invest in a new flame-resistant wardrobe anyway." "I'm just glad you're all right," Judith said with a small laugh. "Besides, if what happened to my leggings is worse than what's happened to those pants, I probably don't want them back anyway." Fair enough. I finally made myself let go of Aaron, if only because it was getting embarrassing. Part of me wanted to handcuff him to me so we couldn't get separated again. Instead, I stepped back in order to wave Flint and Dee forward from where they were standing near the cistern entrance, trading whispers with the new group of goblins. "Guys, this is Delight of Diamonds Dazzle. Sorry for cutting your name short, Dee. I'm too tired to do the whole thing." "It's cool," Dee said with a shrug. "I'll tell them the rest later." "And this is Flint," I continued, gesturing to him. "Actually, do you have a last name, Flint? I just realized I don't think I ever asked." "Dee kind of eats up all the name real estate between us," Flint said, smiling sheepishly. "Trolls only really use last names for paperwork anyway. I think I'm technically a Smith." Tired and stressed out as I was, that almost made me laugh. "Right, Flint Smith. They're the troll and goblin champions, and also they saved my life a couple of times. So they're cool. Flint, Dee, this is my brother Aaron and my friend Judith Summerfield. That's Detective Carpenter over there. And the vampire in the fancy shoes is Dante of House Belial." Dee slipped off of Flint's shoulder in order to shake Aaron's hand. "Pleasure to finally meet you," she said. "Your sister talks about you constantly. Like seriously, way too much." Before he could respond to that, she'd moved on to Judith. "She mentioned you too," Dee said, shaking Judith's hand. "But she didn't mention you had such amazing hair. It's so rare to see a humanoid who takes care of their ends properly." "Oh, thank you," Judith said with surprised delight. "But yours is spectacular. Most of the hair I style at work wouldn't look that healthy even with an arsenal of product and smoothing spells." Dee actually blushed. "Well, goblin hair care is the envy of the world for a reason. I'd love to swap routines sometime. Over coffee, maybe?" "Anyway," I said, clearing my throat. "Now that the introductions are taken care of, what the hell happened to you guys after I got grabbed?" "We chased after the car that took you as long as we could," Aaron said. "I mean, mostly Ryan did the chasing. Dude is fast in wolf form." "Not fast enough," Ryan said behind him, expression rueful. "By the time I caught up, the car that had taken you was in pieces, and whoever took you was gone. I could smell the monster that attacked us before, but I couldn't track it. Or you. After that, Dante said we needed to get out of sight." Aaron cut in, picking the story up again. "So we ran to this shop he knew where he said me and Judith could hide while he went looking for you. But then he and Ryan started arguing about who was going to stay and watch us and who was going to look for you, and by the time they stopped fighting about that, these Fae showed up and we had to run again, and basically that just kept happening for a while until these trolls found us, and they said they were bringing you to us. And Ryan was super suspicious, and I think Dante was too, but as soon as Ryan said we shouldn't trust them, Dante was all like, actually. And then they started fighting about that again. I think she gets the idea, kid, Ryan interrupted, patting Aaron's shoulder, expression chagrined. I'm imagining it ended with mud wrestling, I said, and chuckled wearily at his flustered frown. Let's just get out of here. You can tell me the rest after I've had a shower and a nap. Are we still going to Dante's safe house? Aaron asked, and I realized that was a good question. Dante had been uncharacteristically quiet, and I looked up at him, wanting to see his response before I made my decision. I found him staring at me, expression unusually sober. Something's changed, he said thoughtfully. Yeah, I confirmed. We're going to have a conversation about that later. For now, I'm just going to ask this. Did you know? He said nothing, his stare unreadable. I took that as a yes. I bit the inside of my cheek while I took a moment to wrangle the temper I was too tired to deal with. Later. I'd kill him later. Assuming it's still an option, yes, I answered Aaron once I'd composed myself. We're still going to Dante's safe house. We don't really have any other choices. You could stay down here, Dee offered. Or let us lead you out of the city at least. I shook my head. You heard Amalite. That spider thing smelled my magic or whatever. Until it fucks off, it's too dangerous for me to be in the underground. Not to mention too dangerous for everyone else. Well, we're here if you need us, Flint said, finally managing to look at me, his dark eyes sincere and worried. Just shout and we'll be there. You know, probably, Dee countered, a lopsided grin spreading to her pointy blue ears. It's a big sewer system, and we've got a tournament to prepare for and all. Flint glared at her, but she just stared back at him innocently. Right, I said, shaking my head. Good luck with that, by the way. The safe house is still open to you if you want it, Dante said, clearing his throat. And I've made arrangements to get us there much more discreetly, as it's rather unsafe to be out in the open at the moment. Every power in the city is hunting for you. I know, I said, feeling even more exhausted by the prospect. Just tell me there won't be any more cars. I said my goodbyes to Flint and Dee, and watched them leave along with the group that had found Aaron. Dante waited until they were gone to reach into his jacket, pulling out a small wooden box. Inside was a piece of chalk, an ivory needle, and a small pouch. He removed the chalk first, and began drawing a large circle on the concrete of the nearest wall. As I mentioned this morning, before our little misadventure, he said as he worked, pausing to measure something and scrub out part of his circle before continuing at a slightly different angle. This safe house, like the other, is part of my experiment with cutting off a section of Fey space from the Fey realm. Now, the experiment clearly failed in the case of the previous location. I had hoped that one could obstruct Fey influence and surveillance without disconnecting completely. I was wrong. Why risk it? Ryan asked. Why not go all the way to begin with? I'm getting there, Dante said with a touch of impatience, still fussing with his circle. To begin with, severing completely without the space collapsing or becoming inaccessible is extremely difficult. I lost a really lovely beach house that way, just untethered from reality and floated off into the void, completely irretrievable. And I left the book I was reading in there, which is infuriating. We get it, I said, rubbing my tired eyes. Get to the point. The point, Dante said with a huff, returning the chalk to its box and removing the pouch. It was apparently full of some kind of powder, maybe salt, which he sprinkled in a line on the ground in front of the circle. The point is that in order to detach this pocket of space from the Fey realm, I needed something else to attach it to. It's simply too small to sustain itself in isolation, not without a frankly irresponsible amount of power being poured into it. Fortunately, there are several other dimensions like the Fey realm in near contact with our plane of existence. All I had to do was transplant the pocket of Fey space I wanted to isolate, which was much more difficult than it sounds, like trying to transfer a soap bubble from the skin of another, larger bubble onto a third, except the bubbles are of infinite size, and you're inside one of them, and the third one only theoretically exists. And if the people in the second bubble realize what you are doing, they will be very, very angry. All of which pales in comparison to the slim, but very worrying chance of you being noticed by whatever unknown entities occupy the third bubble, because God only knows what Lovecraftian horrors. "We get it," I said again, louder. "It was very hard, and you're very smart, and we're all super fucking proud of you. I want to sleep tonight, Dante." "All of which is to say," Dante continued, talking loudly to drown out any further complaints, "is that to limit how much could go wrong as much as possible, I chose the dimension that we, comparatively, know the most about. Which isn't exactly saying much." "You didn't," Judith said, looking part fascinated, part horrified, and clearly having put something together that I hadn't. "I did," Dante said, inclining his head towards her. "Did what now?" I asked, suspicious. Dante opened the box again and removed the ivory needle, inspecting the point carefully. "I attached it to the demonic realm." And that was it. That was all the crazy shit I could take in one day. I was so tired. "I need to sit down," I muttered, turning away in the hopes a couch would have just materialized somewhere. I crouched against the wall, wrapping my arms around my legs. "And it worked?" Judith asked incredulously. "Better than I expected it to," Dante confirmed. "The downside, and one of the reasons I did not want to risk bringing you all there except as a last resort, is that its proximity to that primal plane of chaos makes it a touch unstable. It can be quite dangerous if one is incautious or unprepared. But, on the upside..." He jabbed the ivory needle into one of his fingers, waited for the dark blood to well, then used it to draw a symbol I only caught a glimpse of before the space inside the chalk circle rippled like someone had thrown a rock into a still pond, then vanished completely. Where it had been was now a doorway through which I could see a paved walkway, a grassy, sloping lawn, and a large Italianate-style manor house. "It can be accessed from almost anywhere," Dante finished, returning the needle to the box and the box to his jacket. "Provided one has the correct supplies, of course." Fresh night air, chilly and tasting of rain, washed over us, banishing the stagnant stench of the sewer. Ryan reached for my hand, helping me up. He didn't let go as we stepped closer to the portal. "Jude," I said, "I'm too tired, and I don't know enough about demons to tell if this is insane or not." "Oh, it's insane," Judith confirmed, nodding emphatically. "But is it safe? I mean, if we go in there now, are we going to die horribly immediately, or..." "Theoretically," Judith said, scrunching her nose and looking at the portal skeptically. "It's probably fine. I mean, I wouldn't want to spend the weekend. Who knows what the long-term effects could be? But seeing as how the next best solution I can think of is hitchhiking to my grandma's place in Oakland, I'd say it's probably fine for tonight." "Right," I said with a tired nod. "If I get torn apart by demons as soon as I step through that thing, kill Dante for me." "Of course," Judith said with surprising earnestness. "You do all know that demons aren't actually little red creatures with horns and pitchforks, correct?" Dante asked, gesturing us towards the portal impatiently. "A demon is just a collection of raw chaotic energy siphoned off from the collective mass that composes the demonic plane. It's not even intelligent." "There's actually some debate about that," Judith pointed out as we stepped up to the portal. Dante tried to wave me through. I crossed my arms and waited until he got the hint, and went through first, rolling his eyes and stepping across the threshold with no more difficulty than walking through an open door. "Please, Miss Judith," he said, his voice slightly tinny and remote from the other side. Today has been entirely too long and too unpleasant to start debating the demonic Gestalt theory right now. Before I could decide whether to try crossing myself, Ryan slipped past me, brushing my shoulder to catch my attention. He smiled at me, then stepped through. On the other side, he looked himself over quickly, then straightened his jacket and turned back to wave at me. "So, if they aren't demons," he asked, while I put one foot over the threshold and wiggled it experimentally. "Why do they call it that?" "Because—" Dante started to answer, then hesitated because Aaron, impatient with my waffling, had shoved me through the portal and I'd nearly crashed into him. I caught myself and turned around to drag Aaron through the portal in a headlock. Because the Wizards of Circle University have a rich tradition of being insufferably dramatic and sacrificing clarity for the sake of mysticism. "He's kinda right," Judith agreed, stepping through the portal and carefully around me and Aaron, who were on the verge of a full sibling wrestling match. I didn't even go to university, and I can tell you they'd never pass up the chance to make something sound arcane and dangerous. Makes them feel all cool and powerful or whatever. "Right," Dante said. "So as I said, you have nothing or at least very little to fear. Now, if you'll follow me." We all froze in place and stared as, a few dozen yards away from us, a section of the house suddenly and silently floated upward and away from the rest of the building. The shingles began slowly peeling off to drift around like dazed birds. Dante sighed. "Nothing to worry about," he assured us, while the chunk of displaced building slowly inverted. "That happens all the time. Something to do with the plumbing. You'll get used to it. Now, shall we?" Chapter 15. The inside of the house was something out of a Kubrick movie. Normal as dirt at first glance, assuming your idea of normal was fashionably eccentric Victorian maximalism. Then you'd realize there were 4 doors in this room, and they all led to the same place. Next thing you knew, you'd turn down the wrong hallway and find it raining indoors, or discover a ballroom that didn't fit in the space it was in, or that all the art and the pattern of the wallpaper had subtly changed when you weren't looking. I very quickly decided to avoid going anywhere I didn't have to. Hell, I didn't even plan to leave the bedroom Dante showed me to anytime soon. "That door usually leads to the adjoining room where your brother is staying," he said, gesturing to one of 2 heavy-paneled oak doors in either wall. "The other one is usually the bathroom." "Usually?" I squinted blearily at the furnishings, which even I could admit were nice, if not really my style. The walls were painted a kind of desaturated blue-green, faded with age, or, more likely, intentionally weathered specifically for that look. The fixtures were similarly antiqued copper and brass. The furniture, from the heavy ornate wardrobe and vanity to the elaborately carved canopy bed, were all made of a wood so dark it was nearly black, except where the light hit it. The bed, which was about all I cared about right then, was dressed in white lace and a big gold-embroidered burgundy comforter. I wanted to fall face first into it, and not move till morning. But Dante was still in the room, and I wasn't going to wreck it with my soggy sewer clothes. So instead, I sat down on the padded vanity bench and started trying to pry my poor, abused boots off. "Usually," Dante repeated. "This is the most stable section of the house, but it can still be unpredictable. The worst that's likely to happen is it will open on a room you didn't expect it to. Just close it and open it a few times till you see something you recognize." "Whatever," I muttered, my boot making a squelching suction noise as I tugged my foot free. Glancing at the standing water sloshing around in the heel, I pulled the small trash can under the vanity closer to dump it out. After a second thought, I dropped the whole boot into the can. As long as the bathtub works, the doors can lead wherever they want. As I pulled off my other boot, I looked up to see Dante standing in front of me, holding out a small vial. Whatever was inside was dark red-black. "What is that?" "Blood," Dante replied candidly. "Mine, to be specific. It should get you back on your feet much faster than a bath and a few hours of sleep." "You expect me to drink that?" I asked incredulously. "Unless you'd rather take it by the method I used before," he asked, smiling. I scowled, remembering the kiss, but also how it had healed my cracked rib overnight. I snatched the vial out of his hand. "Good," he said, turning away. "I'm afraid we don't really have time for a lengthy recuperation. We need to plan our next steps. We'll be in the living room when you've washed up and changed." He started towards the door while I stared at the vial in my hand. "Does this heal me because of something special about you?" I asked just before he touched the doorknob. "Or something special about me?" He paused, and after a moment let his hand drop and turned back towards me. "An interesting question," he said. "Almost as interesting as the fact that you can ask it at all." "Mediator Amylite said I eroded the lie or something," I said, watching him steadily. "Just by being here and asking questions. I'm guessing that by the lie, she means whatever magic stops people from talking about what I am." "Fascinating," he said, expression remote and unchanging. "Apparently, the more questions I ask, the easier it gets," I said. "So here's another one. How long have you known I'm a dragon?" Just saying the words made my heart beat a little faster. The air stirred just a little, and I felt a ghost of that sensation of tension relaxing, like the lie was a woven blanket I was cutting through one thread at a time. Dante smiled, his eyes soft, almost kind, or pitying. "It was the first thing I knew about you." He turned away again, opening the door. "As for your other questions, I'll answer them after you've bathed. I simply can't have this conversation while you smell so much like low tide." "It's troll diapers," I smirked. Dante's horrified look was priceless. I wanted to follow him and demand more answers, but he cut me off with a wave of his hand, already halfway through the door. "In an hour, Evie, and do take your medicine." I threw my soggy boot after him, but it only hit the closed door, splattering mud across the fine oak paneling. Left alone with my thoughts, I stared at the vial. The concept was more than a little revolting, but he was right. We didn't have time for me to sleep for a week, no matter how much I wanted to. With a grimace, I uncorked it and tossed it back like a shot, hoping for it to have as little contact with my tongue as possible. Unfortunately, I couldn't completely avoid the taste, which was intense and coppery. It was thicker than I'd anticipated, coating the back of my throat. But once I had my dry heaves under control, I could already feel it working. I was less tired and more clear-headed almost immediately, and the lingering headache and bruises from my sewer adventure eased at once. The rest would probably vanish with the help of a bath. Shuddering, I dropped the vial in the trash and stood up, when something on the bed caught my attention. Dante had left me another set of horrible lavender silk pajamas. The bath helped ease the ache of my exhaustion while Dante's gross gift healed me, but it also provided mental clarity that worsened my mood, which was still kind of all over the place. Images of the destruction of the Dragon City kept playing behind my eyelids every time I closed them. Learning I was the last member of an erased species was bad enough, but knowing they'd been murdered, seeing them die. And what was I supposed to do now? Christ, how was I going to tell Aaron? Because he was probably a dragon too, unless I really was a changeling, just not the fey kind. Sneaking their babies into mundane families like cuckoo eggs was certainly one way the dragons might have survived genocide. The alternative, that my parents had been dragons too, didn't make sense for only one reason. If they were dragons, why had they died in the fire? I sank under the water, trying to banish my frustration. I had one answer I hadn't even really been looking for, and 1,000 more questions. When I broke the surface again, I realized the water was boiling. I took a deep breath and tried to cool myself down. I got out and opened a linen closet looking for a towel, but it turned out to be an armoire full of fur coats. Taking Dante's advice, I opened and closed it a few times, and after brief stints as a pantry and a photography darkroom, it turned into a closet full of clothes, which were, eerily, all in my size. I considered the potential magical consequences of accepting clothing apparently created by a house tethered to a dimension of pure chaos. But the only alternative was those goddamn lavender pajamas. So I grabbed a pair of jeans, a black tank top, and long wool coat, and went back to opening and closing it again until I found a fluffy white towel. By the time I slouched into the living room, barefoot and still toweling off my hair, almost everyone else was already there. I flopped onto a fancy settee between Aaron and Judith. Dante was sitting in an armchair across the coffee table from us, reading something on his phone. There was a fire crackling in the fancy fireplace we were gathered around, which should have made the room unbearably hot considering it was nearly midsummer, but the temperature was comfortable. A little cool, even. I chalked it up to the house being weird. "You look like you're feeling better," Judith said, sounding surprised. "You were dead on your feet before." "Yeah, I figured we'd need a crowbar to get you out of bed," Aaron agreed. "A really nice bath can do wonders," I replied, finishing with my hair and dropping the wet towel on Aaron. "Where's Ryan?" "Here," he answered, out of breath as he stumbled through the open double doors to the formal dining room. "This house is a death trap. I've been lost for the last half an hour." "I told you not to go through any doors if you didn't recognize what was on the other side," Dante scolded, not looking up from his phone. "I've never been here before," Ryan snapped. "I don't recognize any of it." "Aren't detectives supposed to be observant?" Dante asked, giving Ryan a scathing look. "Aren't vampires supposed to be stylish?" Ryan shot back. "This place looks like my old aunt decorated it." "Then your aunt has excellent taste," Dante said, voice chilly. "Too bad it doesn't run in the family." "Anyway," Judith interrupted loudly before the snide banter could turn into a real fight. "Now that everyone's here, let's get started." Dante sat up and started to speak, then suddenly froze. We all did, an instinctive chill running through us as the already cool air suddenly dropped several more degrees. The fire sputtered, throwing shadows across the room, and out of those shadows stepped a person. Dante stood up so quickly he dropped his phone. Ryan's hand shot to his gun, then hesitated. I threw an arm across Aaron, feeling fire boil inside me instinctively. The vampire only known as Grandfather, second seat of the vampire triumvirate, shook the rain off his beige bucket hat and tapped his cane against the doorframe he stood in. "Pardon me," he said genially. "Room for one more?" "I thought you said this place was safe," I hissed at Dante. Was. Dante stammered. I'd never seen him this obviously panicked. "Forgive me for letting myself in," Grandfather continued like this was a perfectly normal social visit. "It's raining out there, and at my age, you really can't afford to stand around getting soaked." Dante recovered himself a bit and straightened his shirt. "Forgive me, Your Honor," he said, his voice as tense as piano wire. "I would have greeted you at the door if I'd known you were coming, or that you knew this place existed at all." The ancient laughed without malice, leaning on his cane, a twisted black walking stick. "Don't worry too much about all that," he said. "I can keep a secret. I've been keeping a few of your secrets for a while now." He winked, and I saw Dante go a shade paler. "This should only take a few minutes anyway," Grandfather said, stuffing his hat into his pocket. "I won't even take off my coat." He patted the breast of the old gray overcoat he was wearing over a button-up shirt and slacks, looking like any random old man you might see feeding ducks at the park, rather than the obscenely powerful leader of vampire kind that he was. "If you're here to ask me to be the vampire champion in the tournament," I said, standing slowly to put myself between him and Aaron. Lady Sia already gave me your offer this morning. I said no. And I've got to warn you, if you try to insist the way she did, I'm going to fight you. And while I probably don't stand a chance, the big, ugly monster that shows up when I use my powers might. It certainly did a number on Shu Li, Grandfather replied with a chuckle. She's going to be smelling like burned bacon for a while. Last time I saw her that angry had to be the Communist Revolution. He shook his head, amused, while my stomach twisted with nerves. I had been half hoping Lady Xia was dead. That would have at least made one less person after me. But that's not what I'm here for, he continued. No, I'm just here to see what all the fuss is about. I couldn't miss the chance to meet with the last dragon. He said it so casually that I almost didn't notice there was no magical reaction, no loosening of threads, no ripple in the air. Whatever spell was on everyone else, it didn't seem to apply to him. Well, here I am, I said, standing a little taller to hide the nervous shiver running through me. What do you want? To ask you 3 questions, he replied, if you'll allow it. I glanced at Dante, uncertain, and he responded with a tiny shrug, lost as I was. Sure, I said after a moment. Ask away, I guess. Wonderful, Grandfather said, smiling. Now, if you were walking in the desert and you saw a tortoise on its back, baking in the sun, would you flip it over? The question was so out of left field that I could only stare at him for several seconds, my mouth slack. Yes, I said eventually. Why? He asked immediately, almost before my answer was out of my mouth. I put a hand on my hip, wondering what I was missing. Because I'd be a jerk if I didn't, I said. He nodded thoughtfully, considering it. See, that question has always perplexed me, he said. Personally, my first thought is always, why is it on its back to begin with? They're pretty good at flipping themselves back over, from what I understand. So, if this one isn't, then it's likely sick or injured somehow. In which case, flipping it isn't going to do it a damn bit of good. The stress of being handled might actually make things worse. And say it does have some kind of disease. If I flip it, maybe I get some kind of desert tortoise rabies, or at least I spread it to all the other tortoises I'm apparently going around handling. Maybe it was flipped by some endangered predator that I scared off when I walked up. And by moving the tortoise, I'm depriving this other animal of its meal and contributing to the decline of a species. Maybe it's flipped over because that's how this breed of tortoise mates. I don't know a damn thing about this tortoise. I might feel bad walking away. But is it worth involving myself in something I don't fully understand to potentially disastrous consequences, just to make myself feel like a good person? He leaned on his cane, smiling at me like he was expecting a response. But I had no fucking idea how I was supposed to react to any of that. Taking a quick look around the room revealed everybody else looking about as confused as I felt. Was that... I licked my lips. Is that your 3rd question? Pardon, he asked, blinking. You said you had 3 questions. Oh, I did, didn't I? He stood up straighter. Right. 3 is traditional, of course. He cleared his throat and leaned over his cane to look at me seriously. What do you get? When you cross an elephant and a rhino. What? I asked, too stunned to even think about solving the riddle. If I know, the vampire replied, and laughed so hard he started wheezing. I sat down on the coffee table, wondering if drinking vampire blood caused hallucinations. Well, that's all I needed, he said, taking his hat out of his pocket again and knocking it against his pants to uncrumple it. Seriously? Aaron blurted out beside me as the ancient turned towards the door again. Who is this guy? Grandfather paused to look back at us. I stood up quickly, shielding Aaron. Why? I demanded, mostly just to keep his attention on me and away from my brother. What was the point of all that? Are you just fucking with us now? Evie! Dante hissed in warning, but Grandfather just chuckled lightly. Why? Because things are changing, he said, gesturing broadly with his cane. One of the greatest delights of being immortal is witnessing the moments when everything shifts. I was a witness when Alalim the Cimmerian wiped your people from the face of the earth. I could hardly miss the opportunity to see the dragons rise again. I think maybe you have the wrong idea here, I said, frowning. Nobody's rising. Assuming you're not about to tell everyone hunting me where I am, I don't even plan to be in this country by tomorrow night. All I want to do is get somewhere safe and go back to normal. Grandfather gave me a look that could almost be mistaken for genuine sympathy. I think we both know it's too late for that. You've already decided that you want revenge. I can see it in your heart. He pointed his cane at my chest like I was wearing my anger pinned to my shirt. I swallowed and felt the ghost of pain in my throat. His eyes were the same color as the stone tree and just as unyielding. Your days of hiding were over the moment that one walked into your life. He flicked the end of the cane in Dante's direction without looking away from me. Even if you wanted to run, he continued, Alulim made his decision long ago. He will hunt you to the ends of the earth with a martyr's conviction and the devil's own tenacity. You will not be able to hide. There is only one magic strong enough to protect you, and he's already proven himself capable of getting around that. I shivered, remembering the Cimmerian's face from the memory again, and the hunger in his eyes when my red dress exposed my beating heart at the party. The treaty, I said. You're saying the only way to stop him from killing me is to join the tournament so that I'm protected by the treaty. No, I'm pretty sure I just said that he already knows how to get around that, Grandfather replied, raising his eyebrows. But it would certainly make things inconvenient for him. I think that was your plan from the start, wasn't it? The last question wasn't directed towards me, but at Dante, who went carefully still the way he always did when he knew he'd been caught and was trying not to show it. And what is your plan, honored Grandfather? Dante asked quietly. If it was just to bear witness, well, I don't believe witnesses are meant to interfere quite so much. This tortoise has already been flipped, to borrow a metaphor. Grandfather shrugged, smiling. Not flipped. I'm only poking it a bit. If I'm going to be a witness, I'd like it to be something worth seeing. Now, if you will excuse me, I had better get a move on before the other two start wondering where I am. Evening all, and thank you again, Miss Dragon. It was a real pleasure. He put his slightly wrinkled hat on in order to tip it to me with a playful little half bow. Then he turned back towards the doorway he'd entered through, stepped into the shadows, and vanished. We all held still and quiet for a good 30 seconds, waiting to see if he was really gone or if the police were about to appear, or worse. Finally, I sank back onto the couch with a groan and put my face in my hands. Could things stop happening? I pleaded with no one. For 5 minutes? Judith and Ryan both went slack with relief. Dante stared into the darkness where Grandfather had been, mouth pulled down in a grim, pensive line. Aaron's facial expression was still the closest equivalent to a computer's blue screen. Error 404. Logical reality not found. Ability to comprehend this crazy bullshit. XE has stopped working. Hey, Evie, he said after a beat. Yeah? I asked, dragging my face up out of my hands. That was one of the guys on the vampire triumvirate. Yeah. Basically, the vampire version of President Obama just walked in, made a Blade Runner reference and a bad pun, and left. Yeah. I don't know why it's fucking me up so much that he's seen Blade Runner, but it really is. Language. Evie? Yes. Aaron? Did he just call you a dragon? I pressed my lips together and took a slow, deep breath through my nose and pushed my hair back, gripping it close to the scalp like the sensation could ground me. Ryan, Judith, and Aaron were all staring at me, waiting for an explanation. Dante had traded staring into the dark for staring into the fire. He looked worried. His eyes flicked to me, lit by the warm light of the glowing embers. "We've got a lot to talk about," I said finally. "And I'm going to need coffee." Chapter 16. Dante pointed us towards the kitchen for coffee, and we discussed whether it was safe to stay here while it brewed. "I don't believe we have anything to fear from Grandfather," Dante said, still distracted, eyes far off as he stirred a shot of human plasma into his coffee from a vial, before tucking it away discreetly. "At least not with regards to him sharing the location of our secret hideout." "You don't think he'll tell the rest of the triumvirate?" Ryan asked, leaning against the counter, arms crossed. He was skipping the coffee, as caffeine tended to affect wolves badly. The strong scent was hell on their heightened sense of smell. "The chance is very remote," Dante confirmed. "For one thing, it's well known that he and the Sumerian can't stand each other. For another, he wants this to be interesting. He won't get to witness the world changing if the Sumerian butchers us all and covers it up. No, I doubt he'll reveal this place. What we should be worried about is what else he might do if this conflict doesn't get exciting enough to suit him." Now there was something to keep me up at night. "Whatever," I said, pouring myself a second cup of coffee. It was a dark roast, with a sweet caramel aftertaste. "It's not like we have anywhere else to go. If the Sumerian shows up, we'll just have to hope the house eats him." We ended up staying in the kitchen as I caught everyone up. We'd started to go back to the living room, but Grandfather's presence lingered like smoke, making it hard to breathe. The kitchen, on the other hand, smelled like bread and rosemary. It was bright and familiar and had salt shakers shaped like chickens. It's hard to worry about intangible things when you're sitting at an old whitewashed wooden table in a room with gingham check curtains, looking at a ceramic rooster. A good kitchen is ideal for banishing fear. It wasn't the kitchen I'd expected Dante of all people to have, but it was exactly what I needed. So we gathered around the kitchen table like kids up late after a nightmare, sipping our coffee, while I told them everything that had happened since I was kidnapped, from Lady Shia's offer to Domino's betrayal, to the apparent truth about my species. I saw the moment it really started to sink in for Aaron, what that meant about him. He was quiet for the rest of the conversation. "I should have known," Judith said, shaking her head. "I mean, all those years of trying to find the right set of circumstances to make beauty magic work on you. I can't believe I didn't see it. The signs were all right there." "I'm still trying to get over the fact that dragons are real," Ryan replied, shaking his head. "You'd think being a werewolf, knowing all manner of vampires and fae folk and such, nothing would shock me. But dragons? Didn't see coming, that's for sure." Aaron said nothing, staring silently down at his empty coffee mug. "So what's our next step?" I asked, setting my own mug down on the table. "Even if Grandfather doesn't tell anyone, we can't hide here forever. And anywhere else, the Sumerian will find you." Dante had been restless since Grandfather left. He would sit for half a minute at most, then return to pacing. I was starting to think giving him coffee had been a bad idea. He wasn't wrong about that. The Sumerian is relentless. Now that he's seen your face, he'll stop at nothing. There's only 2 ways to stop him. "I think I can guess what one of those ways is," I muttered, rubbing the bridge of my nose. The vampire blood had banished my physical tiredness, but I was still mentally exhausted. I needed, at the very least, a long weekend where I could just retreat under a blanket and try to process all of this. "You join the tournament," Dante said. "As a champion, you'll be protected by the treaty and the public eye." "That's what I thought you'd say." I sighed, picked up my mug, frowned at the empty cup, and put it down again. "Option 2? You kill him first." "Unfucking likely." "Then the choice should be simple. Dante reached over my shoulder to take my mug and refill it with the last of the pot. "Thanks," I said as he handed it back to me. I took a sip before I spoke again, the coffee black and bitter. "So, was that your plan? When you hired me, was the idea the whole time that I would mess up and reveal my powers so that the Sumerian would realize I was a dragon?" "Of course not," Dante lied, not looking at me. "That would be absurd." I shook my head and took another sip of my coffee. It was too cold. I wanted it to burn going down. "But when you think about it," Dante continued quietly, busying himself with cleaning up the coffee-making mess, would it have been such a bad plan to reveal the existence of dragons in the noisiest, most public way possible, in a room full of the only people who would know what you were when they saw you, when even you yourself didn't know? "Oh yeah, great plan," I scoffed. "How did you know I'd screw up and have to use my powers, though? Or were you just counting on me being inept?" "We're speaking in hypotheticals here," Dante said, turning around with a theatrical sweep of his arm, like he was stepping onto a stage. "Because, as I said before, this is definitely not what happened, and I am not at all involved in any plot to reveal the Sumerians' crimes against one of the races protected by the treaty, and in so doing destabilize the triumvirate's power at just the right moment to topple them forever. But—" He'd been advancing on the table slowly as he spoke, and now he paused to plant his hands on the surface next to me and finally look me in the eye. "If I was," he said, "I would certainly not have left that up to chance." I stared back at him for a few seconds while the pieces fell into place. "You killed Elder Redmond," I accused, my eyes going wide. "Who?" Judith asked. "The vampire that was poisoned at the party and died practically on top of me," I elaborated. "You did that." "Did you miss the whole statement I just made about this being hypothetical?" Dante asked. "And really, why on earth would I do a thing like that? You and 5 other people can quite convincingly testify that I was, firstly, not even at that party. And second, that I was financially invested in the heist going smoothly. Someone getting murdered in the middle of things, particularly an elder whom I have only ever spoken about with the greatest respect, on several documented public and private occasions. Well, what possible motive could I have for that? What better alibi than that I was engaged in a different, lesser crime?" "Christ," Ryan muttered, shaking his head. "The worst part is it's an alibi you'll probably never have to use. The rest of the department still thinks his death was part of the botched robbery. They're not even investigating it." "Precisely," Dante said lightly, pacing away from the table again. "Are you telling me you murdered an elder just to screw up the heist?" "Or he organized the heist specifically to cover up the murder," Ryan suggested, scowling. Dante sighed in frustration. "You're both still not getting it. I didn't do anything. This is all just a fun game of pretend. If I had murdered anyone, which I did not, I can assure you I would have had a very good reason. That it overlapped with an excellent opportunity to force a public reveal of your powers was, I'm certain, just a coincidence, and not at all the result of a great deal of meticulous planning." "Before he died, he was talking about some kind of breakthrough," I said, struggling to remember. "Some kind of business he was starting. Were you, taking out the competition? God, please tell me this wasn't all some kind of power grab." "You really don't think very much of me, do you?" Dante actually seemed a little hurt by this revelation. He shook his head, pulled out his chair at the table, and sat down. "All right. Let's say, hypothetically, that there is a group of elders among the vampiric elite who are engaged in a joint research project. And let's say that the goal of this project is, I don't know, maybe to end vampire dependency on mundane humans, as both a food supply and the sole reliable way of producing more vampires. Are you following me so far?" "Not really," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Well, just pay attention and I'm sure you'll get there. So our hypothetical group of elders must be a fairly philanthropic bunch, you'd assume. looking for a humane way to allow humans and vampires to coexist. Well, you would be wrong. In this entirely fictitious scenario, this group of elders are in fact vampire supremacists of nearly religious fervor who see the humans as vermin, preventing them from ruling the world openly instead of just from the shadows. They see it as their righteous duty to render humans obsolete so that the entire species can be exterminated. "What the fuck?" Aaron said quietly. I would have reminded him to watch his language, but in this case I thought it was probably the only appropriate response. "If Elder Redmond were a member of this group," Dante continued, "which I can neither confirm nor deny, then the breakthrough he mentioned would, in all likelihood, have to do with his research towards that end. According to the stolen research notes I definitely do not possess, he was breeding a variety of magically altered mandrake roots. I assume you are not familiar with mandrake." I turned my clueless gaze to Judith, who usually knew more about magic stuff than me. She shrugged. It was Ryan who actually answered. "It's a mundane plant," he explained. "It's mildly hallucinogenic, and its root tends to be kind of people-shaped, so humans think it's magic. I don't think it gets used in real witchcraft for much, but every year I bust at least one group of witch kids at the university for using it to get high." "Typical witches," Judith said. "Can't even do drugs without a ritual." "The variety sourced from the Fey realm is significantly more potent," Dante resumed. "It screams when uprooted and bleeds when cut, and early experiments revealed a rudimentary kind of semi-consciousness. They call it the plant that dreams of being human. With Elder Redmond's modifications, it comes frighteningly close. These new mandrakes would not only be able to provide human-equivalent plasma in quantities that would make the current system seem like subsistence farming, but if allowed to mature, they would grow into fully developed vampires." "What, like, they just pop out of the ground?" Judith asked, looking as fascinated as she was confused. "Like potatoes?" "More like pumpkins," Dante confirmed, with a smile like he was making a reference he knew no one was going to get. "Organic, non-GMO vegetable vampire babies," Aaron said in disbelief. "I'm pretty sure being magically altered makes them GMO," Ryan said, equally stunned. "Wait, does it?" "GMO means genetically modified organism. I think those genes have been officially modified." "I mean, all food is technically GMO," Judith cut in, "because selective breeding is a way of modifying genes, and we've been doing that since the Stone Age. I think it only counts as GMO these days if the genetic fiddling was done in a lab." "You don't think using magic to turn a plant into a person counts as genetic modification unless they do it in a lab?" Ryan asked. "Well, I guess that depends on whether you think of magic as a natural force." "Guys," I said sharply, "I think we're getting a little off topic." The others fell silent, which was a relief, because I'd remembered more of Elder Redmond's conversation, and I was starting to feel sick to my stomach. "He said he was going to retire all his hosts, replace the enclaves with greenhouses." I swallowed, my mouth dry and my coffee suddenly unappetizing. "He was going to kill them all, hundreds of people." "Thousands," Dante corrected, contemplating the grain of the table. "And thousands more when the other elders followed suit. Even if they didn't have the power to call for the genocide of all mundane humanity, and believe me, they do have that power, the death toll would have been beyond counting. The mandrake solution is an intriguing one. It could do a great deal of good. But in those hands, with this government, it will never cause anything but harm." "All right," I said in the quiet that followed as we all considered the nightmare we'd narrowly avoided. "I get why you murdered him." "Allegedly." Dante took my neglected coffee mug and drained it. I got up to get myself a glass of water. A tray of ham and cheese finger sandwiches had appeared out of nowhere. I tossed one to Aaron and scarfed down 3 myself. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. "So you found out about this plan of Redmond's," Ryan said, sitting back in his chair. "And you decided to kill him before it got out. And you had to do it in a way that would keep folks from looking into it too closely, or they'd find out about his research anyway. Don't say hypothetically." Dante had already started to open his mouth. He closed it again and shrugged. "You're missing the big picture," I said from the sink. "He's not going to be able to keep that research hidden forever. And if it's released while the triumvirate is in charge, it'll result in the deaths of thousands of people at least. The only way to prevent that..." My glass was overflowing, but I'd stopped paying attention. I shut off the sink and shook the water off my hand. "Is to overthrow the triumvirate." I couldn't believe I was saying such a thing out loud. It was heresy. I expected to be seized by Fey Tech and abandoned in the human realm with no access to magic, torn from Aaron forever. But nothing happened. "As long as the vampires keep winning the supernatural tournament," I murmured. "They feel like they can do whatever they want. They have to be stopped." Judith, Ryan, and Aaron turned to stare at Dante, probably trying to imagine him as some kind of Machiavellian revolutionary. I knew I was having trouble picturing it. "If I ever planned to do such a thing," Dante said, "which I do not because that's ludicrous treason and I am not suicidal, but if I ever did, I would have been planning it for a very long time. I would have preferred it to be quiet, subtle, foolproof." Unfortunately, Redmond's discovery cut my time rather short, and things had to be accelerated. Redmond's death will delay publication of his findings until after the tournament. Evie's display at the party and eventual entry into the tournament will reveal the Sumerians' deception, throwing the triumvirate into chaos just in time to cripple their ability to influence the outcome of the tournament, allowing a new race to come into power. The unaltered treaty and several other key pieces of evidence will provide leverage both in restructuring the vampiric system and in preventing the Fae from taking advantage of the chaos. "Wow," Judith said. I leaned against the sink, sipped my water, and wondered what in the hell I had gotten myself into. Honestly, why was I even surprised anymore? I'd stolen the most important document in magical history, fought an ancient, discovered I was part of a nearly extinct race whose very existence had been erased in a conspiracy of unfathomable proportions, in order to hide that they had been murdered in direct violation of the binding magical contract which I had, again, stolen, just a few days prior. Revolution was just the next logical step, really. I should have expected it. "Back to the matter at hand," Dante said when the silence had lingered for too long. "Joining the tournament is the only reasonable way for Evie to protect herself from the Sumerian. However, the other option is not impossible either, with sufficient planning. But we are perilously short on time, so we will need to move quickly. Now, by sheer coincidence, I happen to know of a wizard at the High Circle University whose area of study happens to be dragons. Specifically, draconic magic. He may be able to teach you a little more about controlling your abilities. Regardless of what else we decide to do, knowing how to use your powers can only be a benefit. So I would suggest that our next course of action be to pay him a visit. Agreed?" "Wait, how does this wizard know about dragon stuff?" Aaron asked. "I thought it was magicked, so nobody could remember or talk about it?" "Whatever the Sumerian did to erase all memory of the dragons, he apparently excluded vampires," Dante explained. "Presumably so that he and his associates would be able to continue eradicating all traces that the dragons existed. I've found certain records that indicate he may have culled anyone below Elder around the same time, and systematically picked off the Elders over the years, until only the Ancients still remembered the dragons at all. And Magus Wilt is an Ancient." "An ancient vampire wizard?" Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. "It happens," Judith told him. "Witches are naturally good at academic magic, but anyone can do it with enough time. And vampires have a lot of time. I didn't know there were any ancients at the university, though." For obvious reasons, He doesn't publicize his presence, Dante replied. Officially, he's an eccentric shut-in working on some very dry and uninteresting historical research. In actuality, he's the last living expert on draconic history and culture, who is also an eccentric shut-in. "What do you say, Evie?" Judith asked, grinning at me. "Want to go meet the vampire wizard mad scientist?" I finished my water, thinking it over. I didn't really like how Dante was glossing over the part where I hadn't agreed to either of his plans yet, but I also couldn't really think of any other options. Go live in the sewers, maybe. Or get Dante to teach me how to make more of these safe pockets of Fae space, and just spend the rest of me and Aaron's life jumping from pocket to pocket, hiding, and probably still never be safe. I put my glass down beside the sink with a clunk. "Fine," I said. "I'll go see the wizard. As for the rest of it, I'll think about it." We talked a little longer, working out the details. Dante couldn't open a portal directly onto university grounds, but he could open one just outside it. Judith would cover me with a concealment spell, and hopefully the shielding of Magus Wilt's office would prevent anyone else from locating me once we were inside. With luck, we'd convince him to come back to the safe house with us so he could teach me how to dragon. But the hour was extremely late, probably actually counted as early at that point, and while I'd had a vampire blood energy boost, nobody else had been that lucky, and they'd all spent the day on the run, thinking I was kidnapped or dead. When Aaron started dozing off at the table, I sent him to bed. The fact that he didn't argue about it was a testament to how tired he was. Judith followed shortly after, and Ryan not long after that. I checked the time on my phone, grimaced, then looked at the window over the kitchen sink, wondering why it didn't seem any brighter out there. I started to stand up to go look out, but Dante caught my wrist. "Best not to look out any windows in this house," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Unless you're certain they aren't on exterior walls. You won't see anything you like." "I just wanted to see if the sun was coming up," I told him. "It's got to be past dawn if even you're looking that tired. But it still looks dark outside." "The sun doesn't rise here," Dante explained, like it was a quirk of the property and not a terrifying impossibility. "It rotates just below the horizon, going from dawn to dusk and back again. No moon either, actually. Time also moves a touch faster. Nothing hugely dramatic, mind you. But if you spend 8 hours in here, you usually find only 6 have passed outside." "Weird," I said thoughtfully. "There goes my plan for building a farm in one of these bubbles. I guess I could do hydroponics, buy some sun lamps." A thin, tired, early morning silence settled between us. Dante had been subdued since grandfather's surprise visit. Even during his explanation earlier, he hadn't been nearly as theatrical as he usually was. The way he sat now, obviously tired, head bent, staring at nothing. The vampiric timelessness of his face paradoxically made him look older. The white kitchen light deepened the shadows under his eyes, highlighted the delicate bones of his wrist curved around the long, empty coffee mug. A question I hadn't wanted to ask while Aaron was in the room buzzed at the back of my mind. "The thing is," I said, forcing the words out before I could stop myself, "when you made this plan, I could have died. When things went wrong at the party, with the Sumerian right there, and all the champions, honestly, that I survived at all seems impossible, which makes me think you must have known that, planned for it. Did you send me in there to die, Dante? When you hired me, when you came to my house and talked about my brother and met my friends, that whole time, were you planning for me to die?" Dante didn't look at me. He barely moved at all, but I thought I saw, hoped I saw, the briefest ghost of shame across his face. "It wasn't necessary for you to survive," he said finally. "The plan would have worked either way." "You know," I said, sitting back slowly, a sick feeling in my stomach. "I think that's the first time you've ever been completely honest with me." The silence was unbearable. but I was afraid if I said anything else, I'd start screaming or crying or setting things on fire. Dante stood up abruptly, the scrape of his chair on the tile deafening. "If you'd like to follow me," he said, gesturing towards the open doorway. "There's something I want to show you." Chapter 17. Dante led me through the house by a route that would have made a Mobius strip look straightforward. The worst part about that house was that the weirdness was never over the top enough to cross the line into absurdity. Half the time, I didn't even consciously notice the subtle oddities until I thought about them a minute later. The end result was that I ended up wandering around in a perpetually uneasy, dreamlike fog, picking up on little impossibilities a few seconds too late, after they'd already snapped back to innocuous normalcy. I ended up wondering if the house was weird at all, or if lack of sleep and stress was just making me see things. "Who designed this house?" I complained the second time we climbed a staircase and somehow ended up below the landing we'd started on. "H.R. Geiger?" "Not enough phallic imagery for Giger, I think," Dante replied casually, the yellow light of the gas lamps casting strange shadows on his face. "You mean M.C. Escher?" "Wait, then who's Giger?" "He designed the aliens for the Sigourney Weaver movie." "Ah, right." We turned down a long hallway that seemed to have no exits, until Dante opened a door I hadn't noticed, lost in the weird crawling pattern of the floral ochre wallpaper. I wonder if anyone ever put those two in a room together. I kept my hands in my pockets, wishing I had something to fidget with, which might have made it easier to ignore the way that wallpaper pattern sometimes seemed to be made of staring eyes. Bet they would have made something wild. "You would think," Dante said with a rather sour expression. But it was a disaster. I've never met two people so good at encouraging the absolute worst in each other. I might have been able to salvage something of the evening if I hadn't also made the mistake of inviting the Dadaists, and not inviting Warhol, who of course showed up anyway, with a chip on his shoulder. God. Every few years, someone asks why we're always turning great artists into vampires if we're not going to organize anything with them. I just point them at the footage of that mess and wash my hands of it. Have you ever seen Blood for Dracula? No? Consider yourself fortunate. That was a rabbit hole I decided I could jump down some other time. I was only really talking at all because this house made me so uneasy, and the silence made it worse. Dante deserved the silent treatment for knowingly sending me to my potential death. But I had too many conflicting feelings about everything that had happened to properly deal with any of them. The only option was to just ignore them all and embrace apathetic numbness for a while. If that meant listening to the guy who had single-handedly ruined my life shit-talking Andy Warhol so that I wouldn't have to be alone with my thoughts, then at least it was better than the alternative. "Here we are," Dante said, as we approached a tall, black door. It seemed weirdly featureless at first, save for the ivory knob. But looking closer, I could just make out a complicated web of shallow carvings which seemed to cover the entire surface. Dante touched the wood, and a second later the entire thing lit up, the carved symbols glowing silver for a moment, then fading away again. "Was that a security spell?" I asked, while Dante dug in his coat for something. "I've never seen one like that." I reached out to touch the door, wanting to explore the spell and see what it was meant to do. Dante caught my hand before I could make contact. "Careful," he said sharply. "If you unraveled that, it would be very bad." "I wasn't going to," I said, my face heating up. "You said it happened at random sometimes." "Yeah, but I'm not that bad." "Just don't touch it, all right? It's dangerous." "Fine," I snapped. "Can we just get on with it already? What's in there anyway that you need such a big spell on the door?" "The most valuable thing I own," Dante replied evenly. He fished a long brass key from his coat to unlock the heavy mechanical bolt beneath the knob. If anyone ever discovered what I keep here, frankly, any consequences I could describe would be an understatement. And you protect it with a regular lock and key? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Anyone who can deal with that security spell can probably deal with a normal lock. Anyone who can force their way into this house, into this dimension, can probably deal with that spell without a second thought, Dante replied, tucking the key back into his pocket with care. Any number of vampires or fae are powerful enough to obliterate any magical security I tried to summon. But do you know a single vampire who knows how to pick a mechanical lock? I started to contradict him because why wouldn't they, right? But then I remembered that if a vampire or a fae ever had to pick a lock to get in somewhere, they probably hadn't been invited, which would render them powerless. Basically, if they had to pick a lock, they'd already lost. Before I could ask more, Dante opened the door and waved me through, and I forgot all about the key. To call the room beyond the black door a library would have been more than an understatement. There were books by the truckload, sure, filling up tall wooden shelves that stood in rows along the walls and center aisle of the huge, vaulted room. But there were also enough display cases to make it more than half museum, full of ancient scrolls, clothing, art, tools, and weapons. There were statues, paintings, even pieces of whole buildings. A magnificently carved stone archway stood against one wall, engraved pillars holding up a roof that no longer existed. The designs carved into that arch, the ferocious square faces of the statues, the colors of the clothing, it all looked familiar. But it wasn't until I saw the car-sized skull in pride of place near the back of the room that I was sure what I was looking at. "What is this?" I asked Dante, wanting him to confirm it before my wild hopes got too out of control. "This is everything left of dragon civilization," he said, watching me as I stared at it all, afraid to touch anything. Everything I managed to save anyway. The Sumerian was very thorough, but even he couldn't destroy every clue to their existence. I scavenged some of it from the ruins myself, stole some from private collections, gathered the rest a piece at a time over the years whenever something popped up. And I hid it all here, to wait for the day I could bring it out into the light again. While he spoke, I wandered between the shelves and the glass cases. The feeling was hard to describe. The wonder and the loss. There were the statues I'd seen at the Sun Temple. There was a dress just like the ones the girls had been wearing while they danced. It was all real and right in front of me, and also gone forever, locked behind glass, an illegal memory. "Why?" I asked, not sure I was even asking him. "Evidence," Dante said, "to use against the Sumerian. And I just didn't want to see them disappear." I ended in front of that massive dragon skull, the bone yellow with age, the mouth propped open to display the rows of long, powerful teeth. There was an index card attached, with a handwritten note and a reference number. Partial remains of ascended dragon, possibly Unuen, killed during the final siege of Coacalco. I was hit with the sudden memory of the first time I'd met Flint and Dee, when they stood looking into a display case like the ones around me, looking down at a broken-off piece of a long-dead troll hero, owned by vampires and brought out for a party to be shown off. I'd been embarrassed. I'd felt bad for them. I hadn't even begun to understand how they felt. Even now, how could I imagine it? To grow up that way, seeing your history reduced to a body part in a box over and over, and feel lucky when there was at least a name attached. To see what was once a person, your ancestor, a hero your parents had told you stories about, put on display next to the spears and the pottery, like they were the same thing. Unuen. I didn't know the name. Names hadn't been a part of the vision Amalite showed me. Even if I had known the names of the three ascended I'd seen from a distance, would I have been able to recognize them like this? I looked into that skeletal face and searched for something familiar. Unuen, were you the one that flew ahead and breathed fireworks to entertain everyone down below? Were you the one I saw falling during the fight? Maybe you were none of them. I'll never know, and that hurts like a knife in my chest. There's so much I'll never know. I reached out without thinking, then hesitated, my fingers inches from the bone. "It's yours." I jumped. I'd almost forgotten Dante was there, but he was standing a little distance away, watching me with a strange, solemn expression. "All of it," he said. "It belongs to you more than it ever belonged to me. Whatever you want to do with it, it's yours." I swallowed, my throat tight, and pushed my hand the last few inches to rest against bone, real and solid against my fingertips. "Can you cover them or something?" I asked, my voice rough. "They shouldn't be on display like this. They need to be, I don't know, buried, or I don't know what dragons do with their dead. I don't know anything." I felt my control slipping, and I held my breath, trying to rein it in. "We can find out," Dante said quickly. "I have books on that. In the meantime, I have a drop cloth around here somewhere." He scrambled to find it, and it was almost enough to distract me, watching him rush around dropping things and grumbling over locked cabinets. His usual practiced aloofness turned into slapstick bumbling. Did he feel guilty or awkward? Was his flustered fumbling because of what he'd done to me? Because of what his people had done to mine, if I dared to even call them mine? Or was it just because I was a woman on the verge of crying and guys never know how to handle that? He found the drop cloth, started to unfold it, then handed it stiffly to me instead. My hands were shaking as I shook it open, scattering dust and a dead insect or two. Part of me felt ridiculous. A high school dropout with a dirty tarp to cover up a giant skull, mourning a culture she'd never been a part of. I could never give this the gravity and ceremony it deserved. I wasn't the person that should be standing here. That person, someone who knew Yunuin's name, someone who'd grown up knowing and loving every part of being a dragon, didn't exist anymore. And I couldn't change that. I couldn't undo what had been done. But I was the one standing here, and I could do this. I threw the drop cloth over Yunuin's remains, and in spite of everything, it still felt right and important as the dusty fabric settled over bone. My shoulders hitched, and I grit my teeth, trying to stop the sob trying to claw its way out of me. Dante half reached for me, and I put up a hand to stop him. "I'm fine," I said, my voice shaking. "I just need a second. I'll get it under control. Just give me a minute." "Take all the time you need," he said, and backed away. "I'll let you be. Feel free to look at anything you want. There's a card catalog near the front. I'll come back in an hour or so." I couldn't master myself in time to tell him not to go, and I would have regretted it if I had. I just didn't want to admit that I couldn't keep the floodgates closed any longer. Hot tears were already running down my cheeks, my breath coming in shuddering gasps that I couldn't stop. As soon as I heard the door shut behind Dante, I gave up trying to hold it back. I doubled over with a sound like an animal in pain, and I let myself fall apart, alone except for the dead dragon in its dusty shroud. Chapter 18. After a while, the worst passed, and I managed to get up from the floor and stagger over to a table between two bookshelves, around which a handful of chairs were scattered. Feeling drained and stuffed up at the same time, I just sat for a while, trying to work through it all. Was it wrong to call myself a dragon when I knew nothing about them? Then again, as far as I knew, I was the only dragon left that knew anything about our history at all. God, that sucked. Sucked didn't begin to describe it, but I was pretty sure there weren't any words that could accurately describe how it felt to realize your culture was dead, and the pittance of information you had about them was the only thing left. There was a stack of books on the table, and some scattered papers with notes in Dante's handwriting. I pulled one of the books towards me, just to hold it in my hands as much as anything else, when it occurred to me that Dante having so many books on dragons was less odd than the fact that so many books on dragons existed. The treaty had been signed sometime around the early Middle Ages. The dragons had to have been wiped out not long after that. So where had all these books come from? I flipped it open to the cover page, curious. Inquiry into the events of the Greco-Draconian War, recorded by Herodotus of Caria in 450 BC, as translated by Dante of House Belial. Ah, well, that would explain it. As I skimmed through the stack of books on the table, I found another 3 that were also translations Dante had made from sources that predated the treaty. When I checked the shelves, I found even more with his name. Of those that weren't his direct work, many weren't translated at all, or at least not into English. The most modern ones appeared to have been written by mundane humans, and were either crackpot conspiracy ramblings or half-finished notes by legitimate researchers who'd stumbled into the truth and probably had their memory wiped shortly after. Some were hastily bound manuscripts with no author, presumably written after the Sumerians started destroying anything that mentioned the dragons. Kind of bold of Dante to put his name on so many of these, actually. I guess if this library was found, he was screwed anyway, so why not? Disappointingly, none of the books I could find in the immediate area were actually written by dragons themselves. It was all other people talking about them from the outside. I remembered hearing once that when the Spanish conquistadores attacked the Maya, they made a point of destroying all their books. If I was remembering the History Channel documentary, I'd mostly slept through right. There were only 4 Mayan texts left in the world now. I had to imagine the Sumerian was at least as thorough as Cortes. If a bunch of Catholic priests could destroy the entire written history of a civilization as huge and old as the Maya in less than 200 years, I'd be lucky if there was even one shred of dragon literature still around. I looked out over the room again, struck by how much smaller it suddenly felt now that I knew it contained everything left of my entire race. Then I had to take a break and cry some more, doing my best not to get that shit on the books. That was just what I needed, to ruin one of the last records of my history by getting all weepy on it. I'd just pulled myself together enough to start reading again when I heard the door open. "Evie?" Dante called out cautiously. "Back here," I replied, rubbing my face and doing as much as I could to look like I hadn't just been having an emotional breakdown. "What's up?" Dante appeared from behind one of the bookshelves hiding the study area a moment later, but he wasn't alone. Ryan was beside him, and Aaron was trailing behind them both, his eyes wide as he took in everything the library contained. "Forgive the intrusion," Dante said, but this one insisted. "Woke up and you weren't in your room," Aaron said, his tone distracted as he stared at the displays around him. "Had to make sure you hadn't been eaten or something." "I couldn't sleep," Ryan added, glaring at Dante. "And I figured the kid could use some backup, just in case you really did get eaten. By something." Dante rolled his eyes. "Is all this what I think it is?" Aaron asked, touching the glass case separating him from an intricately woven ceremonial dress, the back cut into elaborately decorated panels to allow for wings. "Yeah," I said quietly. "Come sit down. We've got shit to discuss." I gave Dante a look. This was a conversation I'd rather have alone. Dante cleared his throat and put a hand on Ryan's shoulder to steer him away. "You know, I have a small collection of texts and artifacts from wolf history as well, if you'd be interested in seeing it. There's some old writings about alpha wolves that I'm sure you'd find particularly fascinating." Ryan took the hint and let himself be guided away, though judging by the grimace on his face, he wasn't expecting to enjoy it. "So," Aaron said quietly, sitting down across from me, "you're a dragon." "I think we both are," I replied. Aaron shook his head. "I don't have any powers. You know I can barely work magic." "No, you can barely work academic magic," I pointed out. "That's normal for non-witches, remember? Honestly, that you can do as much as you can at your age makes you kind of gifted at it." Aaron snorted in amused disbelief. "Seriously," I insisted, and pulled one of the books I'd been skimming closer. I was reading something in here that says a dragon's abilities grow over time. When they're born, they've got almost no powers at all. But the more they use them, the more they push, the stronger they get, and the more powers they develop. I think you have them. You just haven't used them yet. Then how did you get yours? Aaron demanded. Well, I said, shrugging. You are kind of a nerd, Aaron. What? I just mean, when I was a kid, I was always running around, getting in trouble, getting hurt, doing sports. That's how I found my first powers. And once I found them, I was using them constantly. You never did shit like that. You were a good kid, staying inside doing your homework or playing video games. It's only this past year you've started getting into fights. So, you think if I get in more fights, my powers will show up? Aaron asked, his tone doubtful. No, don't get in more fights, I said quickly. But we could practice together, maybe? Aaron shook his head, unconvinced. He frowned, lips pressed tight together, on the edge of saying something. Something our father used to do as well. I waited, giving him time to gather his thoughts. If we're dragons, he said after a moment, slow, like he wasn't sure he wanted to say this at all. If our parents were dragons, then why did they... He trailed off, unable to finish. But I could guess what he was asking. How could dragons have been killed by a house fire? I don't know, I said, finding it hard to speak above a whisper. I mean, the doctors, after it happened, they said it was the smoke, not the fire. And I'm not really fireproof either. Aaron nodded quickly to shut me up and looked away, the muscles of his face pulling taut as he wrestled with some feeling I couldn't hope to know. Aaron. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. The fire. It was... I need you to know that... I already know it was you, Aaron said, the words feeling like a gut punch. He wouldn't look at me, his expression tense and unreadable. I've known for a long time. How? I asked quietly. He scoffed. I've lived with you my entire life, Evie, he said. You think I didn't notice? I mean, I used to pretend the burn marks on the couch and your clothes were just because you were smoking again or something, and that the reason you slept in the bathtub when the nightmares got bad was just PTSD or whatever. But I'm not stupid. I can put two and two together. Anyone could see how much you blamed yourself. I'm sorry, I whispered, suddenly wishing I'd never let this conversation begin. If I lost him now, on top of everything else, I'd never come back from that. I should have been more careful. I should have... It wasn't your fault, he said, and finally looked at me. I'd never seen his expression this serious. It made him seem older than he was. Sometimes I forgot that he was only a little younger than I had been when our parents died. You don't have anything to apologize for, all right? It was an accident, and you gave up your whole life trying to make it right. I already went through all the angst about that and trying to hate you for it when I was 13. I'm over it. You know, as over it as it gets, anyway. It wasn't your fault. I leaned my face into my hand, willing myself to believe him. I'd been blaming myself for what had happened for a long damn time. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to stop. But just knowing that my brother could forgive me meant everything. You crying? He asked, craning to try and see behind my hand. I twisted to keep my face covered. It's been a really long night, okay? I blurted out, my voice thick, and Aaron laughed, bright and surprising. I don't think I've ever seen you cry, he said after a moment, thoughtful. Not even at the funeral. Shit, man, this is the third time in the last couple of hours, I choked out. Apparently, I've been saving it up. Just let it out, Aaron said. It's healthy or whatever. Really? Because it feels fucking terrible. He laughed again, and honestly, that was more healing than any amount of magic. I'm sorry we never talked about it, I said when I could speak normally. Any of it. I couldn't deal, and I didn't want you to see me freaking out. I needed you to think I could keep it together, and all the lawyers and social workers and everybody else trying to separate us. I was going through all the same stuff, dumbass, Aaron pointed out. I would have understood. I even thought I was changeling. Seriously? I asked, surprised. Yeah, he confirmed. For a long time, I figured you and Mom and Dad were proper witches, and I was the changeling. And then you wouldn't even talk about it, and I felt like you had to be ashamed of me or something. Jesus, I'm sorry, I said, heart sinking, but he waved me off. Eventually, I figured out that you were a changeling too, but then I couldn't figure out why you wouldn't talk to me about it. For fuck's sake, I muttered, feeling like an idiot. I thought you were a Mundy, Aaron. Fucking seriously. Language? I had this whole convoluted thing worked out in my head about how our parents were mundane and they were pretending to be magical because otherwise I would have been taken and they would have had their memories erased. I was scared as shit that's what would happen to you if anyone ever found out I was a changeling. That was enough to make him freeze for a moment, processing exactly what would have happened to both of us. He shuddered. That's why I had to be so cagey with everything, I said, wringing my hands together. Hell, even if I never really was a changeling, if someone had figured out I wasn't really a witch, it still would have ended the same way. I mean, unless they'd figured out I was a dragon, in which case the Cimmerian probably would have killed us both. Yeah, we dodged a bullet there for sure, Aaron said, looking like it had been a little close for comfort. Still, I said, taking a deep breath, I should have talked to you about it. I'm sorry for that. It's cool. Aaron shrugged, even smiled at me a little. I get it. Whatever we are, whatever we're capable of, we'll find out together, and we'll never let them separate us. Promise? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Promise, I smiled back at him, relieved to have everything out in the open. A second later, he cleared his throat and reached for one of the books near me. So, all this is about us, huh? Yeah. I pulled the one I'd been reading back towards me, opening it again. Or it's about dragons anyway. A lot of it is boring shit. That one's just talking about, like, ancient Mesoamerican trade routes or something. This one was written by some Roman dude about a war that supposedly happened like 3 centuries before he was born, between the dragons and some random Greek city-state. Which, get this, he says started because this king got rejected by one of the Ascended. I told you what the Ascended look like, right? He snatched the book out of my hand with an expression of disbelief so that he could read it himself. I grabbed another one, and before long we were both immersed, pausing only to excitedly share with each other when we learned something new. Apparently, we're immune to poison. That explains how I've survived your cooking this long, says the guy who thinks microwaving day-old pizza is cooking dinner. Oh, listen to this. You remember those weird corn pancake things Mom used to make? This book says the dragons used to make the same thing. Seriously, look, it's almost exactly the same. I do remember those. She'd always make a ton at midsummer. I always wondered why she went so all out for that when she didn't seem to care about any of the other witch holidays. But apparently midsummer was like Christmas for dragons. Does it say what other holidays they had? Yeah, here, check it out. Awesome! I need to figure out how many presents you owe me. We went back and forth for at least an hour, marveling at every new piece of information, no matter how small and pointless. And over, we found little connections to ourselves. We found Dad's embarrassing tattoo, which he always kept covered and claimed had been a drunk college mistake, in a section on draconic tattooing traditions, where it was listed as a sacred ceremonial mark given to young men at maturity. In a collection of dragon myths and folklore, we found stories our mom had told us growing up, though the details had changed. In the songs Dad hummed, and the pattern embroidered on the dress Mom made me when I was 7, and in our gestures and food and funny little sayings were 1,000 little secret memories of a forbidden history. It wasn't much. God, it was barely anything. I doubted our parents even knew half those things could be traced back to our lost culture. But it was something. Some tiny certainty I could cling to that made who I was feel slightly less alien to me. I thought I'd lost who I was, but I was still the same person. I hadn't changed. I'd always been a dragon. I just hadn't known it. Good book. I looked up, startled, and realized it had been quiet for a while. I'd been too caught up in what I was reading to notice that Aaron had dozed off on the other side of the table. Ryan smiled apologetically and waved as I saw him standing nearby. I rubbed my eyes and stood up to stretch, realizing I'd been sitting there a while. Yeah, kind of, I answered, keeping my voice low so I wouldn't wake up Aaron. It's a genealogical record of important dragon families going back thousands of years. Or most of it is, anyway. I flipped it around to show him. Near the back of the book, someone, I assumed Dante, had added a bunch of handwritten notes and family trees. Where the book cuts out, these notes keep going, specifically tracking the descendants of this one merchant noble. Apparently she and her family intentionally avoided using their powers so that they wouldn't develop too many obvious dragon traits, and they could trade with mundane humans on behalf of the rest of the city. This was near around when the treaty was signed, when it was starting to get really dangerous to let humans know you were magic. But that allowed them to go into hiding more easily when the Cimmerian attacked. They disappear for a couple of generations. But then Dante found records of someone who might have been her great-grandson. And it keeps going like that for ages. Little scraps and obscure records of people that might have been dragons. He was trying to follow the matrilineal line, which made it harder, especially because they apparently made it a policy to only marry humans. Maybe they were worried if 2 part dragons had kids, the kids would be more obviously draconic and harder to hide. Anyway, eventually you get to the modern stuff where the records are more thorough and it gets easier to find the connections, and he discovers the line he's been following meets up with another line that branched off 100 years earlier, and I traced my finger down the family tree to the bottom, where 4 names had been circled in red. One was mine, another was Aaron's, and above them, "Your parents," Ryan said, impressed. "So that's how he found you." "He apparently got into my sealed juvenile record too," I said dryly. "There were some really interesting notes here about all the shit I was never formally charged with." He snorted, pulling out a chair to sit down at the end of the table, setting down a book he'd been carrying. "Did you find anything interesting?" I asked, eyeing the book. "Depends on how you define interesting," Ryan replied with a chuckle. "My folks would certainly get a kick out of some of it." "Not you, though?" I gathered, raising an eyebrow. After the evening I'd had, I could hardly imagine not being blown away by all this. The wolves had lost almost as much of their culture and history as the dragons. Ryan shrugged, leaning his chin in his hand. "I don't know. I guess maybe it's different for me. My people didn't disappear. The wolves have still been around all this time. They were just breeded to become better servants for the vampires. Who we were thousands of years ago is less important to me than who we are now. We lost a lot, yeah, but we gained a lot too, you know." He made a flippant gesture, but his brow was furrowed in frustration, like he was having trouble finding the right words. "But don't you think it's important to try and get back some of what you lost?" I asked. "Well, yeah," he confirmed, still trying to act casual about it even though I could see the question bothered him. "But it's like, people act like the ancient history is all that matters, and we stopped existing when the vampires beat us. We're still around, still making art and music and everything else. And that matters too. Wolf culture isn't gone, it's just different. Imagine if history books stopped talking about France or Germany after the 1700s and acted like the whole civilization was gone just because they stopped wearing lederhosen. He held up his hands in a flare of visible annoyance, but then seemed to catch himself. He cleared his throat and leaned on his hand again, pushing the book away. "Or maybe I'm just not that into history," he said. I nodded, chewing on the inside of my cheek as I tried to put together my own feelings. "I don't really get it," I admitted. "I guess I can't get it. I wasn't raised in dragon culture. There's no modern dragon culture for me to be more invested in. And if there was, I'd be an outsider to it." I frowned, pinching the bridge of my nose. I was too tired to make sense of my own thoughts. "I guess I'm just kind of realizing I never had a culture or a community or whatever, not even an extended family. And even in the magical world, I've always been on the outside because of the changeling thing. There's just this hole in me that wants to feel connected to something older and bigger than me. And now it's like, I've found it, right? The place and the people I came from. But trying to be part of it would just be putting on a costume, acting out rituals I've got no history with and barely understand. I want to have that connection, and there's no one else to leave it to but..." My elbows propped on the table, I held my open hands out like I could grab the words I was looking for out of the air. "It doesn't feel yours," Ryan said with a touch of bitterness. "It doesn't feel like you have a right to it." "Yeah," I confirmed, letting my hands fall. "But it is yours," Ryan said, and the change in his tone made me look up, surprised. His stare was more firm now, no longer pretending to be casual. "I could take what's in these books back home to my pack and we could try to replicate everything in them, live our lives in a reenactment village. It wouldn't make us any more or less wolves. My traditions are wolf traditions, whether they were written down in a book 1,000 years ago or not." "This," he said, gesturing to the stack of books beside me, "isn't the dragons. You are. Right here, today. You're not gone." I stared at him for a long moment, not sure I understood completely, but feeling the words resonate. "Thank you," I said at last, awkward, my voice weirdly rough. "Don't mention it," Ryan replied, looking away. "Just wherever we end up with all this, we're in it together." "Right," I said, and when I smiled, he smiled back. Just a brief flash, and in all the ways that mattered, we understood each other. Chapter 19. Ryan glanced at his phone for the time and winced. "We should get to bed." He turned the phone screen towards me, and I grimaced, pushing it back at him. "At this point, we might as well stay up." "Even a little sleep is better than no sleep," he insisted, slowly and laboriously pushing himself to his feet. He groaned as he stretched, back popping, and I appreciated the opportunity to ogle his abs. All right, I surrendered, taking a deep breath and a stretch of my own. "Give me a second to put this stuff away." I closed the book in front of me and stacked it up with the others I'd been looking at. I reshelved the ones I'd grabbed from nearby and left the others on the table to deal with later, when I was conscious enough to grasp the concept of a card catalog. It only took me a minute or two, and by the time I was done, Ryan had Aaron sort of awake and on his feet, an arm around Ryan's shoulders. "You all right?" Ryan asked, noticing me frowning down at my own hand. "Paper cut," I muttered, sticking my finger in my mouth. "Can't wait till I grow some scales and never have to deal with that shit ever again." "I can't get over the fact that you're going to just turn into a dragon," Ryan said, shaking his head. I helped him support Aaron as we shuffled like zombies out of the secret library. "It's not going to happen overnight," I said with a shrug. "From what I was reading, it takes years of casual use to get to the scales and claws stage, what they call dawning. Reaching the second dawning when you get wings and shit?" Takes a ton of dedicated practice. You pretty much didn't see it outside of, trained warriors. And almost no one ever makes it to Ascension. Only a handful of dragons in history have ever managed it. So you're not going to go all Maleficent and start torching the countryside? Ryan asked as the library door closed, and Dante's security spell reactivated behind us. Not anytime soon, at least, I said with a snort. Damn, that could have come in handy against all the people trying to kill you. True. Maybe if we ask the Cimmerian nicely, he'll give me a couple of decades to bulk up before he attacks me again. Ryan laughed and nudged Aaron, who we were practically dragging. Or, hey, maybe Aaron will turn out to be some kind of prodigy, ascend super young, and save us all. And spend my 18th birthday as a 200-ton reptile? Aaron muttered without opening his eyes, his voice gravely. No, thank you. You know where you're going? I asked Ryan. I sort of remember the way Dante took me, but considering how this house is built, I'm not sure that will do us any good. I think I've got it, Ryan replied, pausing for a moment to sniff the air. His eyes glinted golden and his teeth grew sharper as he shifted the minimum amount necessary for his sense of smell to improve. Even in their fully humanoid shape, wolves had a better sense of smell than any human. Partially shifted and with a little training, they could outtrack most bloodhounds. This place is hell on my sense of direction, but it hasn't found a way to fool my nose yet. This way. All right, Aaron grumbled as we followed him. But if we end up lost in the hell house and have to resort to cannibalism to survive, we're eating you first. Fortunately, it seemed like Ryan really did know what he was doing. Things were just starting to look familiar when the lights flickered. Aaron noticed the dimming first and pulled on my arm to get my attention, pointing to the ornate brass light fixtures that lined the hall. Most of the house was lit by old-fashioned gas lamps, not light bulbs. We watched the flames slowly dwindle and snuff out in paralyzed confusion. What the hell? Ryan muttered just before darkness rendered him invisible. Did Dante forget to pay the power bill? Pretty sure this place isn't on the grid, I said, gripping Aaron's arm tightly. I heard a familiar scream somewhere ahead of us, and my blood turned to ice in my veins. Judith! I shouted. She didn't answer, or scream again. Instead, there was a crash somewhere in the distance, and an inhuman shriek that was familiar for a completely different reason. My heart was suddenly drumming in my ears. Ryan? I'm here, Ryan said, close enough to make me jump. I reached out and grabbed his sleeve to drag him closer. We need to go back to the library, I said, already pulling him and Aaron back in the direction we'd come from. It's the safest place in the house. Quickly, come on. What about Judith? Aaron asked as we stumbled over each other in the dark. Dante will find her, I said, praying I was right, guilt twisting a knife in my gut. And then he'll head to the library too, since that's where he saw us last. Besides, if that's what I think it is, it's not interested in her. This way. Ryan pulled us after him, and I could only hope his nose was as good as he said it was. I could feel claws digging into my skin where his hand gripped mine. That and the growl in his voice meant he'd shifted further, either to rely on his wolf side's better senses, or as an instinctive response to danger. Behind us, there was another shriek and more crashing. Ryan moved faster. How did that son of a bitch find us again? I cursed in desperate frustration. Did you use your powers? Aaron asked. Of course not, I snapped. His tight grip on my hand made my paper cut sting. I suddenly remembered the other thing all my previous encounters with the monster had in common. I'd been bleeding. Unless my powers aren't what it's been tracking? We'll worry about that later, Ryan urged. Just keep moving. If it catches up, I said, my thoughts and eyes searching for any way out in the dark. Get Aaron to the library, no matter what, all right? Evie, don't be stupid. Aaron's voice was somewhere between anger and fear. Ryan's was a blunt dismissal, trying to be the calm, confident cop in charge. I cut them both off. It's only after me, I snapped. There's no point in either of you getting yourselves killed standing in the way. You think you're gonna stop it? You think you can even slow it down? Just keep him safe, Ryan, please. I didn't get to hear his reply. The creature, which had seemed so far behind us a minute ago, was suddenly on top of us. In the pitch blackness, its scream vibrated in my bones, and my fear mingled with out-of-place memories from years ago, of riding in Domino's car with the bass turned up too high. Maybe that's what they mean by your life flashing before your eyes, just the weird connections your mind makes in moments of high stress. I felt a rush of air as something shot past my cheek, less than an inch from me, heard Ryan shout, felt Aaron's hand jerk out of mine, and in the back of my head, lowrider, bass boosted beyond all recognition, the surreal soundtrack of a visceral nightmare. I screamed Aaron's name, my eyes so wide open they hurt, but still seeing nothing. I heard someone shout, but I couldn't tell if it was Aaron or Ryan, because something slammed into my chest hard enough to knock me backwards onto my ass. I tasted blood and remembered cheap chocolate milkshakes from a summer 10 years gone. I clawed at the carpet, scrambling on my hands and knees, and felt something slam into the floor right next to my head as it sent stinging splinters into my cheek. I rolled in time to avoid a second strike and lunged forward, running into the dark and directly into something just the right height to punch me in the ribs before giving way with the crack of splintering wood. Beyond it was only empty air. I fell, spinning, for what felt like much too long, though it was impossible to tell whether that was due to the weirdness of the house or just the darkness and my own fear. Not being able to see the ground coming didn't make it hurt any less when I hit it. It knocked the wind out of my lungs, but sheer adrenaline kept me conscious. I lay there, wheezing, my scream stuck in my throat. I really hoped I hadn't broken another rib. That was the last thing I wanted to deal with right now. I forced myself to my feet as soon as I was able, alert for any sound of the creature after me. I heard only my own labored breathing, but that didn't make me feel any better. That meant that thing might still be up there with Aaron. If it was tracking me by my blood or my magic, what if Aaron smelled like an equally valid target? What if it went after him instead? The terror that gripped me at that thought put the fear I'd felt before to shame. I started to rush forward, picking a direction at random in my panic, stepped on something round, probably part of the railing I'd broken, and slipped, landing hard on my back. The impact did a good job of stunning me long enough for my panic to even out a bit. I sat up more slowly when I could, searching among the constellation of pain my body had become for anything in need of serious immediate attention. I didn't seem to be seriously injured, which struck me as being impossible. Was the dose of vampire blood still working, making me stronger? Or maybe it hadn't really been that long a fall, and the house was just messing with me. Still, my whole body felt bruised, and my neck was sending worrying shocks of pain through me every time I turned my head. Whatever. I could walk. I could probably fight. Now, if only one of my bullshit dragon powers was the ability to see in the dark. I could try breathing fire. There was no reason to avoid using my powers now. I wanted the damn monster to come after me. At least then, I would know it wouldn't get Aaron. I felt around in the dark for the piece of wooden banister I'd tripped over. Maybe I could light it on fire and use it as a torch. I took a deep breath, reaching for that feeling of embers in my gut, acid in my throat, what it had felt like when I'd breathed fire before. Nothing happened. I realized with growing concern that I'd never tried to do it on command. I'd never really tried to use any of my powers when I wasn't in a life or death situation. I wasn't sure I could. When I was pissed off and fighting for my life, they came easily. Now, standing alone in the dark, I couldn't feel them at all. I gripped the wooden balustrade tight enough to make my hands stop shaking and closed my eyes, hoping that would make it easier to ignore the featureless darkness around me. "Come on," I muttered through clenched teeth, trying to find the fire. "Come on!" Still, nothing. I flung the broken chunk of wood into the dark with a shout of frustration and heard it smack into something, probably a wall. I hated the way part of me flinched at the sound, afraid of what it might attract. It wasn't just the spider monster I was worried about. In this house, God only knew what might be out there in the dark. I banished that thought as quickly as I could, returning to that memory of riding around in Domino's car just because it was the first thing I could think of. If I let myself start worrying about shit like that, I would fall apart. I couldn't afford to have a panic attack here. Aaron needed me. Humming lowrider, I felt my way through the dark until I found a wall, the embossed wallpaper cool under my fingers. My next step kicked something, and I nearly jumped out of my skin until I deduced that the sound of something wooden rolling across the hardwood floor was probably from the bit of stair railing I'd thrown. I picked it up again, holding it tight. An improvised weapon was better than no weapon. One hand clutching my new club, the other pressed to the wall, I started walking with no idea where I was headed. I just couldn't handle standing in one place, waiting for something to find me. What is it about brains sometimes that makes them go, "Hey, this is a spooky situation. Want to know what would make it even scarier? Here's 300 terrifying scenarios. Let's go through them one at a time in excruciating detail." I kept finding myself holding my breath as I made my way through the dark house. My chest already felt squeezed from the anxiety, which made it hard to notice right away when my lungs were burning for air. I forced myself to exhale and tried to ignore the shaking as I pulled in another breath. Then the wall abruptly vanished under my hand, and my attempts to pretend I was fine vanished with it. I made a strangled, animal-in-pain sound as I nearly fell through an open doorway. I clawed frantically until I found the doorframe and a wall to anchor myself to, trying not to imagine hands reaching through the door towards me, or that my next step would be over a ledge into a bottomless pit, or that I was about to hear the whispering of nightmare voices, the skittering of inhuman limbs, as some pale horror crawled towards me drawn by the sound of my fear. I gripped the doorframe so hard one of my nails bent back. I swore, shaking my hand to right it, but the pain helped to ground me, keeping me from tipping over into total panic. I focused on breathing until every exhale stopped sounding so much like a terrified sob. I hated this. I hated this so much. There's nothing worse than feeling helpless, than being afraid when you know you need to be in control. I was better than this. I'd fought a fucking crazy hobo troll and one of the goddamn triumvirate. So why was I falling apart? I went stiff suddenly as I heard a sound through the doorway. I held my breath to listen. The slow tap of footsteps on the wooden floor, measured and calm. My heart jumped into my throat to strangle me as my traitor brain gleefully supplied 1,000 terrible possible sources for those footsteps. Shaking, I forced myself to turn my head and look into the darkness beyond the doorway. My whole body resisted the motion like I was trying to step off the edge of a building or pull the trigger of a gun pressed to my head. Out of the darkness, a white light appeared, growing brighter with each step. Frozen in place, I raised the wooden club with a shaking hand. "Evie?" a voice whispered. A dark silhouette hovered in front of me. I dropped the club. Chapter 20. "Judith!" I gasped in relief as the figure came close enough for me to see her face by the light of the cell phone in her hand. I had grabbed her between one breath and the next, hugging her so tightly she squeaked. "Yeah, it's me," she said with a small, nervous laugh. "Wow, are you still scared of the dark? I thought you got over that in middle school." My face went red, and I let her go. I'm not scared of the dark, I lied. I'm scared of the big-ass monster hunting me in the dark. Or maybe hunting Aaron, which is worse. Good point, Judith said with another nervous laugh. She looked pale in the washed-out light from her phone. I saw that thing earlier, just for a second. I'm really glad you're all right. I'm really glad you're all right, too, I said, my voice shaking a little despite my attempts to steady it. I couldn't put into words how relieved I was not to be alone. The light is a pretty big bonus, too. Do you have your phone with you? Judith asked. It got smashed yesterday, I said ruefully. I can barely turn it on. Then we might not have the light for much longer. My battery is low. There's no good place to plug in a charger in this house. Shit! Can't you conjure a light? Judith shook her head, looking away. No, I was never any good at evocation, remember? Right, sorry, I muttered with a touch of guilt. Judith straightened up, brightening. What about your fire? She asked. I can't conjure, but if you could breathe some fire, I might be able to contain it. I could use the bubble spell I use to keep hairspray out of people's face, modify it to draw in oxygen to keep the fire lit, maybe add a stasis charm, though I've never used that for anything but holding hair in place when I've run out of bobby pins. I held up a hand to stop her before she could get any deeper into the ramble. I can't, I said reluctantly. I tried earlier. Can't what? She blinked at me, raising an eyebrow. Breathe fire? Of course you can. When someone's trying to kill me, sure, I said with a tense shrug. Someone is trying to kill you, Judith pointed out. Yeah, but not like right now. What's the difference? I scoffed. I don't know. Adrenaline, I guess. When I've done it before I was fighting someone. Immediate, clear danger, you know? And a target, Judith said thoughtfully. Someone to focus your anger on. That's it. You just need to be pissed off. What? I asked, almost laughing. You're scared, Judith explained. And you need to get angry. I'm not scared, I said, crossing my arms. Judith rolled her eyes. When you were talking about how it happened at the party, you described the overwhelming rage, and how it stopped when the Sumerian focused on you, right? The Sumerian can make people afraid. It's one of his unique powers as an ancient. When you were angry, your powers were so strong you could barely control them. He made you afraid, and it snuffed them out. Ergo, you're scared, and you need to be pissed off. I'm gonna get pissed off if you keep saying I'm scared. Good. I scowled at her, but even I could admit that she was probably right. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to get angry, to feel that powerful rage again. It was easier now that I wasn't full-on panicking, but as much as I wanted to deny it, I was still terrified. Trying to muster up anger in that bottomless fear felt like throwing matches down a well. Is it working? Judith asked quietly. I'm trying, hush, I muttered, brow furrowed in fierce concentration. Anger, anger. I tried to find something to be angry at and found myself coming up empty-handed for probably the first time ever. The monster? Nope, just scared as shit of that thing. The Sumerian? Oh, definitely, but he wasn't here and my anger at him was all wrapped up in my confused feelings about the dragons, which made it hard to focus. I needed something clear and present to get pissed at. God, I snapped, giving up. I wish Dante was here. Well, just try to imagine him, Judith urged me, like being all smug in the corner about something. My mouth twisted up as I tried to visualize Dante saying something obnoxious in response to me wishing he was here. I felt a flicker of irritation, but only briefly. My feelings about Dante were also complicated as hell right now. It's not enough, I said, shaking my head. You try it. Try and piss me off. How? Judith asked, nearly dropping her phone. I don't know. Insult me or something. You're my friend. Also, I don't want you to set me on fire. Come on, it'll be fine. Just insult me. Your hair is frizzy, Judith said, clearly struggling. You smell bad. Try harder, I insisted, bouncing in place as I tried to work myself up. Dig deep. Fuck, you have bad taste in movies, Judith blurted out. Why won't you throw out those stupid sweatpants with the holes in them? You can't cook. You dress like you're going to the gym even though you haven't set foot in one since high school, and I hate that you always flake on the hair care routines I design for you. Hit me, I demanded. Forget the insults. Just slap me in the face. I can't do that. Yes, you can. I'm asking you to. Hit me. But Hit me. She hit me. Son of a bitch. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Judith hovered, wringing her hands and looking horrified as I leaned against the wall waiting for the intense spike of pain to ease off. I shouldn't have done it so hard. I'm so sorry. It's fine. I'm fine, I said quickly. I forgot I hurt my neck falling off a balcony earlier. It's working. Do it again. Are you sure? Yes, just do it. She hit me again, and this time I felt the flare of anger behind the wave of neck pain. She hit me a third time, without being asked to, then grabbed me by the hair and yanked. Along with my shriek of outrage came a puff of bright orange flame. Judith threw herself out of the way with a panicked yelp, and it hit the opposite wall of the hallway, igniting the wallpaper. For a moment, we devolved into confused shouting as Judith and I tried to put the fire out, before remembering we needed it. Judith scrambled to work her spell while I tried to keep the fire from spreading. Once she'd captured what she needed, I beat the rest out with my shirt. Finally, breathless, we stood looking at the softball-sized sphere in Judith's hand, inside which my fire swirled. Oh, weird, Judith said, peering into the flames, which coiled and writhed strangely in confinement. It's like it's alive. It definitely moved more like an animal than fire. I had no idea what to make of that, so I just put my now very singed shirt back on and shook my head. Whatever. It's doing what it was supposed to. The hallway was now quite well illuminated, including the patch of badly blackened wallpaper. Judith's phone lay on the floor where she'd dropped it, its flashlight seeming weak in comparison to the fist-sized fireball. Let's keep moving. Using my powers will probably attract the... A distant shriek punctuated my sentence more effectively than words. Judith grabbed her phone and we took off in the opposite direction. So what's the plan? Judith asked as we cut through a sitting room, half running. No plan, I said tersely. I'd say we should try to find the library since that's where the others were going, but we're about as likely to find it as the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, and the goddamn crystal skull in this house. And considering what Dante has in that library, that statement is only, half facetious. Oh, Judith replied. You know I have work today, right? Christ, I didn't even think about that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Not like I could have gone in today anyway, what with half the universe hunting for my best friend. But I do wish I could have called in. I'm guessing your cell doesn't get reception in pocket dimensions attached to the plane of primal chaos? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that counts as out of network. Well, look at it this way, I said, ignoring the sound of shrieking getting closer as Judith and I both started running faster. If we survive this, I am absolutely using the money Dante owes me to get you a salon of your own, the salon of your dreams. And if I get butchered by a terrifying spider monster, well, I'm pretty sure the sudden horrible death of a loved one is considered a valid excuse for missing work. There was another shriek, particularly close this time, and I grabbed Judith, dragging her out of the hallway and through the closest door, which turned out to be some kind of small ballroom. I looked up, realizing I could see better than before. The arched ceiling was set with skylights through which pale, pre-dawn light was glowing, despite the fact that I was fairly certain there should have been several floors of house above us. Tables and chairs were stored haphazardly against the walls, some draped in white dust cloths, and I pulled Judith down behind the scant cover they provided. I used the end of one of the cloths to hide the orb of fire, which didn't do much but produce a cloud of dust. Judith shooed me away and passed a hand over the orb, turning it opaque. Its light vanished, leaving us squinting at shadows in the thin gray gloom of the skylights. A second later, I heard the scrabble of the creature's too many legs coming down the hall. I didn't even know if it was possible to hide from it, but I knew running from it wasn't an option. There was nowhere left to run. I heard its steps slow, then stop. Judith squeezed my hand, and we watched the open doorway of the ballroom. Her grip tightened as we saw the silhouette of a spidery limb slowly extend into the room. I held my breath, praying I hadn't gambled and lost, as the monster crept into the room. It was moving strangely, almost limping. As it stepped into the scant light, I realized it was injured. A shard of wood, maybe from the banister I'd gone through, was wedged into the side of the humanoid body that dangled from the center of its mass of sharp, lance-like legs. Judith gasped at the sight of it, and I flinched, but the creature didn't seem to notice. The head of the body it possessed, grew from, was invisible beyond the black ooze it was composed of. But something in that area moved, seemed to tip backwards with a subtle bend of its strange limbs. It was looking up at the sky. It moaned, a strange trembling sound that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I'd never heard the creature make any sound but those terrible screeches before, but staring at the skylight, it moaned and spoke in a thin, eerie voice. "Home," it whined. "Me. It's me. Dissolve. Dissipate. Scatter. One and none. To be everyone and alone. Too much. Too still. Too fast. All stagnant and festering. Too quiet and too loud. Need to. Action and no reaction. Reaction without action. Praxis. Abraxas. Nalabraxis. What's the magic word? Thousand-armed polyp. Coiled knot of winged serpents. Hermaphrodite of the earliest beginning. Lord of toads and frogs. Abundance that seeks union with emptiness. Give me, of you, oppose you, fuck all of you, give me. It trailed off into unintelligible mumbling. Judith stared at me with wide, horrified eyes, and I stared back, equally terrified and confused. What the fuck was all that supposed to mean? Did it mean anything? Whatever. The window and its rant seemed to have distracted the monster for now. It stood in the center of the ballroom, swaying gently, staring upwards as if in a trance. Maybe we could sneak away while it was occupied with whatever had caught its attention. I squeezed Judith's hand and began creeping sideways along the wall, careful not to disturb the other tables and chairs around us. Judith crawled after me, pale with fear. She still held the fire orb in one shaking hand. I stood slowly as we left the cover of the old furniture. The creature still hadn't reacted. I held out a hand to help Judith up. She held the orb out to me, and, without thinking, I took it. I'm not sure if I accidentally neutralized the part of the spell Judith had used to darken the orb, or if the fire flared because of its proximity to me and overwhelmed it. Either way, it suddenly lit up with an audible roar. The creature turned, shrieking, and lunged at us. Chapter 21. I shoved Judith one way and dove the other as spears of solid shadow slammed into the place we'd just been standing. "Run!" I shouted at Judith, hurling the fire orb at the monster. I wasn't sure what I expected it to do. Throwing something just seemed like a good idea. But I definitely didn't expect it to explode like a Molotov cocktail and unleash a wave of fire that attacked the creature like it was alive and out for blood. The monster screamed as the fire wrapped around it, targeting the dangling body with a vengeance. "Evie!" Judith shouted my name, and I tore my eyes from the monster to see her standing in the doorway next to Dante, who was holding a lantern and waving at me frantically to follow. I wasn't going to waste the opportunity with questions. I ran, the creature's screams echoing behind me. "Where have you been?" I shouted at Dante as we ran. "Looking for you," he shouted back. "Why did you leave the library?" "Because I wanted to be stalked by a giant evil spider, obviously. Have you seen Aaron?" "No, Before he could say anything else, we were interrupted by the shriek of the creature bearing down on us, still partially on fire. Even without a face capable of expressions, I was willing to bet it was fucking pissed. This was supported by the fact that, as it got closer, I could hear it chanting, "Hate, hate, 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 hate," in its terrible high voice. I said something that would have made my mother slap me and scooped Judith into a fireman's carry before breaking into a sprint. Dante flourished his cutlass in one hand, and as the creature stabbed at us, he spun and lashed out, deflecting one limb and slicing off another, which made the creature shriek and drop back. "Can you kill it like you did before?" I shouted at Dante as he caught up. I wasn't quite at the crazy, flash-stepping speed I'd been able to hit a few times before, but I was pretty sure I was breaking all my old track records and possibly edging in on some Olympic ones. Regardless, Dante was keeping pace with me easily. Vampiric speed was nothing to sniff at. "I think it would be extremely unwise to try," Dante replied. "You may have noticed it's not flickering in and out of existence anymore." "Yeah?" "I'm fairly certain that's because of where we are." "What?" "It's enchanted," Judith said, staring over my shoulder at the monster as it gained on us. "Can't you see it? It's a person, Eve. Someone tried to bind a demon to a person." "And we are currently very close to the demonic plane, you recall," Dante provided, "which means we are on that abomination's home turf, and it is significantly stronger than it was before. Add that to the fact that it's nearly dawn, and, frankly, I'm not certain I would win that fight." I didn't understand most of that, but whatever, I said, hefting Judith higher. Dante shoved me towards the wall and out of the way as another spear of darkness shot from the creature. It splintered like a lightning bolt as it hit the ground and reversed, sending 1,000 black needles lancing towards us. Dante lashed out with his cutlass, and I curled over Judith to shield her, but the needles hit a barrier in the air an inch before us, which shattered like glass as the darkness broke against it. "I've been trying to get that shield spell to work since the ballroom," Judith gasped, breathless, as I started running again. "I'm pretty sure you've been trying to get it to work since 7th grade, I said with a manic laugh. "How about a little less joking and a little more running?" Judith urged, "because I cannot do that again." "This way!" Dante waved us forward and we sprinted through an endless procession of stuffy, eclectic Victorian sitting rooms, parlors, dining rooms, drawing rooms, studies, and dens. I was starting to figure that the house was just procedurally generating the things as we went, in order to avoid admitting it had exterior walls or boundaries of any kind. Even a vampire couldn't possibly need this many useless rooms full of quirky knickknacks. "Where are we going?" I asked, juking around a chaise lounge and vaulting a coffee table that nearly took me out at the shins. "The library, right?" "No," Dante answered, tipping over a cabinet full of china teacups to block the path behind us. "The security spell might stymie the creature for a while, but barricading ourselves in will only give it ample time to gain more control over the inherent chaos of this place." "I don't care about the security," I snapped. "I care about my brother, who I sent back to the library when all this started because I thought he'd be safe there." "He is safe there, presumably," Dante said, then ducked to avoid a spider limb that lashed out like a whip for his head. He turned to swing at it with his sword, only for it to suddenly change direction, zigzagging like electricity, and knock the saber from his hand. I caught it as it flew across the room, and, rather than stop and marvel at my own reflexes, I just threw Judith screaming towards Dante and turned to hack at the blades of shadow stabbing towards me. It was like fighting an octopus throwing ninja stars. It reminded me of the time I took Aaron to the batting cages, if the machine was broken and spitting out fastballs. After a few minutes, the attacks lessened, then withdrew. Still running through the world's worst Victorian-themed parkour course, I tossed the sword back to Dante and retrieved Judith. Dante huffed with exertion, then continued. Seeing as this damn thing is thoroughly preoccupied with us. If not the library, then where? I demanded. Judith was starting to look kind of nauseous at all the bouncing around, but I was surprised to find I wasn't wearing out, despite the fact that I'd been sprinting for a few solid minutes now, while carrying a whole other person. Either that vampire blood was some crazy shit, or I was getting stronger. Maybe some combination of both. The front door, hopefully, Dante answered, then paused to usher us past him through the parlor doors. The monster was only a few yards behind us, and Dante slammed the elegant double doors in its face, then sliced his hand on his saber and slapped his palm against the wood in one motion. The doors glowed briefly with some kind of magical reinforcement, a second before the creature slammed into it. The doors shook in their frame, and plaster crumbled from the walls on either side. The walls were going to give out before the doors, but it still wouldn't take long. We kept running. Hopefully, I prompted. You managed to wander quite deep into one of the more unstable sections of the house, Dante replied with a tone that implied he blamed me for that. And that thing's influence has only made things more fluid. But if we can locate the front door, we can exit this pocket of face space in the usual way. What about my... Yes, your brother, I know, Dante said impatiently, waving his hand like it was a trifling nuisance. Once I'm outside, I can collapse the face space pocket, which will activate the emergency evacuation protocol and boot your brother and the detective back out into mundane space. If we're quite lucky, it may even destroy our ugly friend here. Can't you just make a portal? I asked. We could leave the same way we came in. Making that portal required very rare and specific supplies, Dante huffed. I wouldn't have a street entrance at all if it were practical to just portal in and out. It just looked like salt and chalk to me, I huffed. Looks can be deceiving, Dante said sharply. For example, you look like you would be intelligent enough to assume that if I could make a portal, I would have by now. Hey, now is not the time, Judith interrupted shrilly, words fast and worried at the sound of shrieking and destruction behind us. Just tell us how fast we can get to that door. Dante grimaced and my expectations plummeted. I am better at navigating this place than most, but with an already unstable area getting more chaotic by the moment, how quickly we'll be able to find our way back into a part of the house with reliable geometry is more or less a function of luck. Duck. One of the monster's spider limbs erupted through the right-hand wall ahead of us, extending all the way across the hallway to stick in the plaster on the other side. Dante slipped under it smoothly. I panicked, bent backwards in some sort of clumsy Matrix-style limbo move, and toppled over onto my back, Judith landing hard on my chest. I had barely processed that before Dante grabbed me by the ankles and yanked me out of the way of the scythe-like leg which had just ripped itself free of the wall and was plummeting towards my chest. It caught in my hair instead of my heart, thanks to Dante, but I screamed anyway as it snagged in my curls and ripped out a fistful of hair. How in the fuck? I snarled, rolling to my feet as Judith scrambled away. I told you, Dante said, sword at the ready, as the long black spike of the monster's leg pulled itself out of the divot it had made in the floor and struggled to withdraw back through the hole in the wall. Everything is fluid. Any wall might as well be every wall, and the longer we keep this up, the more that abomination is going to learn to manipulate that. Then why the hell are we standing around? Judith asked, dragging on my arm as I ran my fingers through my hair and over my tender scalp. I scowled at the handful of broken strands that followed. Let's go. We'd barely made it around the next corner when I spotted the same parlor doors Dante had sealed behind us a minute ago. I could tell they were the same ones, because the walls were buckling around them as the monster tore its way through, shrieking as it spotted us between the gaps. Because this wasn't enough like The Shining already. "Well, that's not fair," Judith said, in masterful understatement, as I scooped her up over my shoulder again and bolted through the nearest doorway. "If it's going to start pulling that shit, we really can't keep doing this for long," I said, almost whacking Judith's head on a light fixture as I hurdled an oak dining table. I was starting to feel the burn in my lungs and my legs now. I had a feeling I was going to regret pushing myself like this as soon as I stopped. "We're going to have to pick a spot and fight the son of a bitch." "Then we will die," Dante snapped. "Do you have any idea how long I've been alive? After all this time, I refuse to be killed by something that looks like it crawled out of a C-list horror movie." "You got any better ideas?" "That way," Judith shouted suddenly, jerking in my arms to force me to turn. "What the hell?" I asked, going where she indicated. "I figured out how to get us back to the part of the house that makes sense," Judith explained. As she squirmed again, I realized she was holding something. She had her hands cupped around a bobby pin, a strand of her hair still caught in it. It was floating as though on top of water and spinning like a compass needle. I made this tracking spell for finding lost hair ties and scrunchies and car keys and stuff, and I realized I could just tell it to find the stuff I left in my bedroom. "But that shouldn't work," Dante interjected, running after us as Judith directed me through another doorway. "Direction is meaningless here. It's in every direction and none of them. This is Schrodinger's house right now, unless you're looking directly at it. Everything in this house both exists everywhere and doesn't exist at all at the same time." "Exactly," Judith replied, pointing me through another door. "The whole thing about the demonic realm and chaos and whatever is, it's in constant flux, until it's observed. Observation alters its quantum state, forces it to choose a single state of being. So I thought, if there's someone observing the place we need to go, then that forces the place to exist and to have a relative distance from us, which also forces there to be a stable route from one place to the other." "And you're somehow doing this with a spell for finding lost scrunchies?" Dante asked, baffled. "Well, it's not exactly a standard tracking spell," Judith said, looking slightly embarrassed. "I could never get the one they teach us at school to work. So I kinda crowbarred one together from parts of other spells I knew, including, one for creating astral companions." "Astral companion," Dante repeated in mild horror. "You mean succubi?" Judith turned red. I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about, but apparently it was embarrassing. I was more concerned with the shattering of wood and plaster behind us and the shriek of monstrous victory. "That term is outdated and inaccurate," Judith said, talking fast. "Reflective of puritanical squeamishness and condemnation, particularly of female pleasure. It's a succubus. It's an energy construct which reflects the caster's subconscious desires, allowing them to safely explore and experiment in the pursuit of deeper understanding of themselves. It's a magical sex toy." "Whoa, what?" I tripped and nearly dropped Judith. "The point is," Judith said loudly, "it counts as an observer, which means the house will stay still so we can get out of here and away from the monster trying to kill us." "Right," I agreed, deciding to just forget about it and focus on my breathing. "Just point me towards the sex magic." Judith groaned. "A succubus," Dante said in something approaching awe as we picked up the pace. "And you use it to find your car keys." "I think I'm starting to recognize things," I said a minute or two later, not bothering to hide my relief and excitement as we turned down a hall with familiar, almost eye-patterned wallpaper. "Yes, we're getting close," Dante confirmed, daring to sound a little excited himself. "If things remain stable, I think I may know the way from here." At which point, of course, we turned a corner, and a big fuck-off spider leg slapped Judith out of my arms, like this was the JV basketball finals, and I'd been lining up the world's most transparent three-pointer from half court without a guard. Except instead of a rival player rightfully teaching me a lesson for being a cocky little shit, it was a murderous, screaming monster. And instead of the ball, it was my best friend. Judith didn't even have time to scream before she hit the opposite wall, and I'd processed nothing but the rapid flashback memories of my short-lived high school basketball career before the same spider legs swung back and slammed me in the head. I reeled, seeing stars, but still caught the thing as it stabbed at me and threw a wild punch which connected by sheer luck with a joint. It bent under the impact and the whole monster buckled sideways, which only made it angrier, of course, and left me flailing to avoid the full attention of all those stabby legs. Dante stepped in a second before I became a living shish kebab, sword a flicker of silver light as he carved away at the creature's endless, shadowy limbs. They grew back almost as fast as he cut them away, but whenever there was a clear space, he'd jab for the body at the center, and the threat was enough to make the creature retreat a step at a time. But I could see honest-to-God sweat on Dante's brow. I didn't even know vampires could sweat. He couldn't keep this up much longer. I dropped to my knees next to Judith, rolling her onto her back and grimacing as I saw the nasty gash on her forehead. She was unconscious, but still breathing. I felt the fire boiling in my chest like a furnace, my anger fueling it. Judith hadn't asked for any of this. She'd never hurt anyone in her life before I dragged her into this mess. She'd been terrified and stressed out, and would probably lose her job, and a lot of that was on me. But right now, a sizable portion was also on this spidery son of a bitch, which meant I was not only pissed off, I had a target. "All right, fuck this," I said, standing up. "Now I'm mad." Dante stepped out of my way as I took a long, deep breath, nostrils flaring as I pulled in as much air as I could, like a bellows fanning the inferno inside me. I held it a second or two longer, waiting for the moment the creature charged directly towards me, and I met it with a torrent of dragon fire. It was the first time I'd breathed so much fire with any degree of control. It filled the hall like the blast wave of an explosion, devouring the air with searing heat. The creature, probably remembering how much that fire had hurt before, screamed in panic and flailed, scrambling gracelessly backwards in a tangle of limbs, though not fast enough to avoid the oncoming firestorm. "That's not going to stop it," Dante warned, pulling me back as I watched the thing scream and burn with a vicious sense of triumph. "It'll fucking slow it down at least," I replied, tempted to keep going, to attack again and finish this. But I knew Dante was right. There wasn't going to be any winning this fight. Not here anyway. But what options did that leave us? Dante couldn't navigate the house if it kept changing, and Judith couldn't keep the house from changing if she was unconscious. All we could do was keep running until this thing killed us. I paused, something catching my eye through an open doorway. I tugged on Dante's jacket and pointed, and he laughed as he saw it. The library door sat across a dusty parlor from us, silver security spell gleaming against the black wood. There was no sign of Aaron or Ryan, but I had no time to feel anything but passing anxiety about that. "Remember how you told me it would be really, really bad if I accidentally unraveled that spell?" I asked Dante pointedly. "How bad, exactly?" Dante considered it for a split second, glancing back at the monster, which was already starting to recover from the dragon fire. "Do it." He grabbed Judith while I sprinted to the door, slapping my hand against the carved surface. It's always harder to nullify magic when I'm doing it on purpose than when I do it by accident, but I'm also not usually doing the magical equivalent of just grabbing a fist full of threads and ripping them out all at once. There was just a heartbeat afterward where I looked back, and Dante reaching out to grab me, Judith over one shoulder and the monster behind them, still on fire, lurching forward and at the same time expanding, stretching out infinitely into the walls and beyond them. And then there was a burst of searing light, and nothing else at all. Chapter 22. I woke up with my face on rough pavement. I could hear birds and the distant ring of a streetcar bell. A car drove past, worryingly close to my head, in a rush of noise and grit chucked into my eyes. I staggered up, blinking my eyes in confusion. I was on the side of a residential street in Presidia, and it was very early morning, the sky only just beginning to light up with oranges and pinks. Judith was sprawled in the grass of a nearby lawn. Dante was huddled in the shadow of the closest tree under an umbrella, looking like he was nursing a powerful hangover. Which was sort of how I was feeling, too. I tried to ask him what happened, but I don't think I managed more than a slurred approximation of the first word. Complicated, Dante said, waving the question off-tieredly. Security spell shorted out, collapsed the space, activated fail-safes to dump anything living. Now that you're awake, can we please go somewhere less sunny? Judith groaned and sat up behind me. My mouth tastes like batteries, she mumbled unhappily, smacking her lips. Aaron? I demanded from Dante, searching the street around us. Dante just shrugged. Should be around here somewhere. But he wasn't. Eventually, Dante admitted that the Fey space pocket his house occupied covered several city blocks, and there was no telling where Aaron and Ryan might have been spat out. And it was too dangerous to wander around looking for them. Someone was going to notice me soon, and this whole mess would start again. We had no choice but to get moving, though every bone in my body wanted to plant my feet and refused to go anywhere until I knew my brother was safe. Instead, Dante led us to an occult shop run by a low-ranking vampire Dante knew. He was a bit on the plain and unfashionable side for a vampire, his features unremarkable, his clothing simple but meticulously well cared for. With the weird, ageless face all vampires have, I couldn't tell if his hair was white with age or just a very pale blonde. He seemed a bit older than Dante, if only because of his attitude. You're going to get me killed, I hope you know that, the vampire hissed as he ushered us into a back room. The Sumerian already knows you're involved. 2 of his wolves were in here last night asking if I'd seen you. We won't be here long, Dante promised. We just need a moment to regroup, and some supplies. You need to feed, the other said, frowning and grabbing Dante's face, turning it as he inspected Dante's mild sunburn. I didn't know which was more surprising, that anyone would just grab Dante like that, or that Dante would let him. You look like you haven't eaten in a week. It's been a stressful few days, Dante said, reaching the limit of his patience and grabbing the other vampire's hands to pull them off his face. I'll be fine. I'll get you a pint, the other vampire insisted. Don't, Dante countered. The court has your rations cut thin enough as it is. If you would bother to advance your rank a bit, perhaps. And engage in politics? Not on your obscenely long life. Besides, I can spare it. Just sit down. Aren't you worried he's going to tell someone where we are? Judith asked as the stranger hurried off and sat down on one of the mismatched couches that formed a shabby little tea room behind the main store. Thomas? Never, Dante said without a second's hesitation. I make a policy of suspecting everyone, but Thomas would sooner sprout wings and fly. The man has a moral code so rigid you could bludgeon someone to death with it. So we're off to see the wizard, right? I asked before we could get sidetracked. I mean, that's where we were planning to go last night, so that's where Aaron and Ryan are most likely to go looking for us. Agreed, Dante said, though he sounded reluctant. He'd fetched something that smelled like sunscreen out of his bottomless jacket pocket, and was applying it to his face in hesitant little swipes. Whatever gets you in full control of your powers fastest. We'll leave as soon as Thomas gives me the supplies I need to get us there. That ended up taking about 15 minutes, between Thomas insisting Dante eat before he left, and the argument they had about the supplies. I grabbed a wet cloth from the sink and used it to dab the dried blood from Judith's face. I just gave you a sachet of powdered sacred willow bark yesterday. Do you think that stuff grows on trees, Dante? Well, technically speaking, it's one of the most expensive things I carry. You blew through half my stock in less than 24 hours, and now you want the other half? This is too important for you to be getting stingy about, Thomas. I'll pay you back. It's not about the money, and you know it. Besides, you always say you'll pay me back. Athens, Berlin, that mess in Reykjavik. And do you know how often you've actually done it? Never. Not once. Now that's a lie. I absolutely repaid you for Athens. Using me to get rid of a cursed artifact does not count. That was a very valuable... Listen, will you give me the willow bark or not? Eventually, grumbling, Thomas relented. He watched, arms crossed and looking like a disapproving parent, while Dante prepared the portal in his back room. Be careful, for God's sake, he chided Dante as the portal opened. And remember, we're going to Sinai for the new moon. If you forget again, it's on you. Yes. Just remember I'm handling the wine this time. And if you pack that horrendous blanket from last year, I will strangle you with it. Thomas scoffed, but Dante was through the portal before he could say any more. Instead, Thomas looked at me. His eyes were a very pale blue-gray that vanished into the rest of his unremarkable face until he gave you that look. And suddenly they were piercing. It felt like he could see right through me, read all my flaws and fuck-ups written out plain in block letters like a scoreboard. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was adding up my mistakes to a number he didn't like very much, and that made me want to run, or at least punch him for being judgy. Whatever crusade he's dragged you into, Thomas said at last, look out for yourself. He's an excellent schemer, but when his plans fall apart, and believe me, they always do, he'd rather abandon ship and start over than try to save anything or anyone caught in the fallout. I've seen it 1,000 times. The cause is always noble, and the cost is always much too high. I frowned, filing that away for later. Judith had already gone through, and I could see her and Dante waiting for me on the other side, where the red brick and neatly trimmed hedges of the university were unmistakable in the early morning light. What are you to him? I asked, curious. Thomas tipped his head, considering it for a moment. His brother, he said finally. Or something like it. Now hurry up. This thing is burning off a massive amount of magical energy, and the longer it's open, the more likely someone is to notice. He shooed me away through the portal. I obeyed with a shrug, wondering why everything I learned about Dante only seemed to leave me with more questions. The University of the High Circle of Wizardry had been established long before the mundane city it was technically a part of, and long before Fey Magatech enabled them to hide large structures in pocket dimensions. So the witches of the time had made do with heaps of cloaking spells and a lot of creativity. In the case of the university, the cloaking spells they used would hide the buildings from view, but wouldn't stop a mundane human running into them by accident. They'd decided to avoid this problem by putting the university somewhere the humans would never go, a couple 1,000 feet in the air. The portal put us out on the edge of the university plateau, behind the old and slightly shabby divinatory buildings, crowned with Gothic towers. A waist-high stone wall surrounded the edge of the campus, beyond which was a sheer drop to the clustered spikes of the downtown skyscrapers. As Dante closed the portal, Judith and I examined a nearby statue. It stood on the lip of earth just on the other side of the wall, facing out towards the void. It was roughly humanoid, its arms raised and its face turned down. I could feel power humming off of it at a frequency that made my teeth ache. That's what keeps the university floating, Judith explained, though she was grimacing and clawing at her own skin from the unpleasant sensation. There's one of those statues every 100 feet or so. Before they perfected the enchantments, they had to have people standing there, sentinels, actively concentrating on the levitation spells at all times. The staff and grad students were all expected to volunteer with the sentinels at least an hour a day. It's amazing, really." She tried to smile, but it looked more pained than anything else. Judith was pretty good at acting like a lot of stuff didn't bother her, but certain sensory unpleasantness hit her harder than most people. I could upturn her life and nearly get her killed by a spider monster, and she'd keep smiling. But one time she'd accidentally put her hand in something sticky and basically had to lay down for the rest of the day. I steered her quickly away from the stupid statue and its low, teeth-rattling buzz. "Amazing," I agreed, to keep her focused on something else. "Seems like more trouble than it's worth." "Oh, probably," Judith said with a tense laugh. "You know how witches are, especially academics, especially if they decide it's tradition. You know they actually had several sentinels die at their posts. Some of the statues have plaques with the names of sentinels who died in the line of duty, mostly heart attacks and such, but a few during the occult wars. There's actually a whole statue in the courtyard to this one sentinel who held up the whole university by herself for a solid hour during this famous siege." I hummed, half listening, encouraging her to keep going. Dante had finished closing the portal and gestured for us to follow him. We trekked through the neatly maintained lawn, keeping behind the buildings and near the edge to stay out of sight. Though Dante, huddling under his big black umbrella and scowling at everything through his shades, couldn't have looked any more obviously like a vampire if he'd been wearing a cape and rubber fangs. "Magus Emrys Wilt's office should be in that building over there," he explained, stifling a yawn as he gestured. "That's the old Hall of Artifice," Judith explained. "They stopped using it after they built the Hall of Enchantment. I heard it was being used for storage now." "Yes, and one of the things being stored there is Magus Wilt," Dante confirmed. "You seem to know rather a lot about this campus." "Oh, I've just been on the tour a couple of times," Judith said, turning pink. "I really wanted to go here when I was younger." "Why didn't you?" Dante asked, while I glared at him and did my best to silently urge him to drop the subject. "Oh, you know," Judith shrugged. "My test scores weren't high enough." "I find that unlikely," Dante said, ignoring me. Judith just laughed. "You'd be the only one." "Well, you and my grandma. Anyway, it's not like they have a degree program for beauty magic, and that's all I was ever interested in doing. My parents kept trying to convince me to pursue illusion like it's the same thing when it's obviously not. Whatever. It wouldn't have suited me anyway." Dante looked like he still had more to say, but fortunately we'd reached the building and I interrupted to urge them through the plain back door. "It's right through here," Dante said, guiding us up several flights of stairs. The building was warm and stuffy, stuffier the higher up we went, and most of the rooms were jammed with nothing but spare desks and old, dusty equipment. "Now, try to focus on Magus Wilt. Repeat the name. There's a distraction charm on this hallway to encourage people to forget what they were doing and wander off. I remember the first time I came here and it caught me unaware. I was halfway back home before I remembered what I'd been doing. But I did have the most spectacular sandwich that day. I wandered into this cafe while I was trying to recall what I was looking for, and I met the most delightful couple." At this point, his voice faded into unintelligible echoes as he confidently marched all the way back down the stairs and out the door. I left Judith staring out a window while I went to drag Dante back inside. I got him up 2 flights of stairs before I caught Judith coming down. While I was convincing her that we weren't here for the campus tour, Dante got away again. The distraction charm didn't appear to work on me, which was lucky. But that didn't make it any easier to herd Dante and Judith, while every passing thought and interesting shadow sent them wandering off in the opposite direction like toddlers in a supermarket. My kingdom for a baby leash. Then again, there was all this junk in here. Maybe I could find some rope or something. "Are you in need of some assistance, miss?" I looked up, blinking, from digging through a dusty box. The light outside had shifted. It was now closer to noon than it was early morning. There was something I urgently needed to be doing, buzzing at the back of my head. But all I could remember was that I'd been hunting for extension cords. A tug at my waist made me realize I must have found a few extension cords already, because Dante and Judith were tied to me by them. They were both also digging through dusty boxes. Beginning to realize something was wrong here, I turned towards the voice I'd heard. An old man in a blue bathrobe and a Hawaiian shirt was standing on the stairs behind me, smiling through his curly mustache and stereotypical wizard beard, like he'd just told a particularly good joke and was waiting for everyone else to get it. "Yes," I said immediately. "I need help. I just can't remember why right now." "Don't worry, it'll come back to you," the old man replied, sipping from a coffee mug in his hand. Dante, hearing us talking, turned around, eyes lighting up at the sight of the old man. "Emrys, what are you doing here? I was just looking for—" He trailed off as the truth slowly dawned on him. The old man just stood there watching him, looking like he was struggling not to laugh. Dante sighed, bitter. "The distraction charm got me again, didn't it?" "Did it ever?" The old man chuckled, clearly delighted. "I've upped the strength twice since your last visit." "Magus wilt, I presume," I said dryly, untying the extension cords from my waist. "Was there a point to all that? Or do you just enjoy wasting people's time?" "Little of both," Magus wilt answered cheerfully, waving us after him as he turned to head back up the stairs. "The charm keeps folks from bothering me. Can't have students and administrative busybodies wandering in whenever they like, finding out I'm researching a species that isn't meant to exist. Might lose my tenure." "Have you caught anyone else in that charm today?" I asked as we followed him up the stairs. "A 16-year-old with hair like mine and a white guy who looks like the wholesome, down-to-earth love interest in a Lifetime movie?" "Not as far as I know," the magus said with a careless gesture. "But I don't always come to investigate when it catches someone. Half the time they just wander back out again before I make it down the stairs anyway." I frowned, worried. If Ryan and Aaron had been here already and been turned away by the distraction charm, would they come back here eventually, when they remembered what they were doing? I didn't want to consider what it would mean if they hadn't made it here yet at all. Wilt apparently turned off the distraction charm, because we didn't have any more trouble with it as we climbed the stairs and followed him into his office. Judging by the size, it had previously been some kind of library or dining hall. Practically every square inch was occupied by shelves and cabinets and wobbling stacks of plastic storage bins, all of them overflowing with files and papers. "I really can't express how delighted I am to meet you," the magus said as we picked our way through the clutter. "The chance to consult with a living dragon is an opportunity I never thought I'd have again. When Lord Belial told me who he was bringing to see me, I could have done backflips off the bell tower." "Lord Belial?" I repeated, looking towards Dante with a raised eyebrow. "You're titled?" It wasn't unusual for vampires to drop their human last names and go by their house name, but by court etiquette, that would make him Mr. Belial, unless he had one or more titles. Had I been running around with a member of the aristocracy all this time? "You haven't told them?" Wilt added, pausing halfway through a high step over a stack of plastic bins. "That information is not relevant to our arrangement," Dante said in a clipped tone that suggested he'd rather the conversation stop there. The magus chuckled, shaking his head. "Is Brother Thomas rubbing off on you at last? Or perhaps you'd rather they call you the Carpathian?" "The what?" Judith and I said almost simultaneously. Dante made a face like he'd just stepped in something wet while wearing socks. I'd been operating under the assumption he was some court nobody making a power play. But the more I thought about everything I'd seen him do, the less sense that made. And having a unique title outside the typical ranks of nobility on top of that? Vampires were generally only given titles like that if they'd achieved some level of notoriety, either by doing something crazy impressive or by being so old. Their age alone was considered a feat worthy of the distinction. You didn't generally see them on anyone who wasn't an ancient or a prince. A duke, at the very least. And there was no way in hell Dante was any of those, right? The Carpathian, I repeated, nearly laughing, figuring it had to be a joke. Like the villain in Ghostbusters 2? And that is exactly why I don't share it with anyone anymore, Dante said tersely. That movie is a bane on my existence. You know I tried to sue? Right. We're going to need space, Magus Wilt said before I could ask any more. You, assist me. He snapped his fingers and waved Judith over. She stumbled to obey, eyes wide. I'm not actually... She started to protest. Frinny's fifth should do, I think, he said, ignoring her and rolling up the sleeves of his bathrobe. He pulled a thin set of spectacles from his thick hair and squinted at the room. This area here, from under that window to that shelf. The Gregor Fouet formula should give you the measurements if you can't eyeball it. Start from the right, we'll meet in the middle. And do try to keep things organized. I have a system here. Judith tried to stammer another explanation, but Magust Wilt was already walking away. I cringed in sympathy as I saw her scramble to prepare herself, struggling to fetch the heavy comb she used as her magical focus from her purse. The boxes and plastic tubs in the area Wilt had indicated began to lift off the ground as Judith and the Magus raised their arms, but Judith's arms were shaking. The items on Wilt's side started to drift smoothly away, then suddenly stalled and began spinning slowly while the items on Judith's side just vibrated. Careful now, Wilt said sharply. Did you not account for the Humphreys radiation? I don't know, Judith stammered. Where's your focus? You left out an entire phrase in the grounding structure. What are they teaching here these days if you can't even perform Phryne's basic transformations? You are a witch, aren't you? Hey, I snapped, irate on Judith's behalf. Ease off. Judith was breathing hard and there was sweat on her forehead. Wilt just frowned at me and shook his head. Enough, he said, waving Judith aside. Dismiss the spell. I'll do it myself. No, I can get it, Judith insisted. Just give me a second. A second wasn't going to be enough. An hour, maybe. I'd watched Judith fight her way through Phryne's transformations in school. They were some of the first multi-purpose spells taught to witches, as an example of the rigid structures and techniques most other spells were based on. And they were exactly the kind of clunky, old-fashioned spell work Judith was worst at, full of redundancies and particulars that ruined the whole spell if you messed up even a tiny bit. You could kind of see spell work sometimes, if you squinted just right. A nearly invisible architecture made of densely packed magical phrasework and calculations, distinctive as the handwriting of the caster. Judith's spells tended to look like machinery, interlocking gears and pistons. Phryne's transformations, regardless of who cast them, looked like solid chunks of Baroque arabesques in wrought iron or brass, ornate and immutable. They were spells designed to be learned by rote and recited from memory, a method Judith had never been able to get the hang of. No, I think that's more than enough, Wilt said with the same sort of condescending kindness I'd seen a dozen teachers direct at Judith over the years. With a few quick gestures, he'd dismantled the spell and the boxes landed heavily on the ground again. Judith looked miserable. I nearly tripped over a stack of files hurrying to get to her. I started to put a hand on her shoulder, then hesitated and just crossed my arms over my chest. She noticed and forced a smile. It's fine, she said. Sorry I couldn't help. I bit the inside of my cheek, swallowing my anger. Let her try again, I demanded, and Wilt raised an eyebrow. I looked back at Judith. You want to try again, right? Fuck Phryne. Do it your way. Judith glanced at Wilt, half wary, half hopeful. The Magus shrugged. If you must, he said. Just get on with it. I gave Judith an encouraging thumbs up and stepped back. She still looked uncertain, but when she raised her comb again, her hand was steady. The lacework shimmer of Judith's magic flowed through the air, a barely perceptible perfect machine. Slowly, the boxes and files lifted off the ground. I saw Magus Wilt's expression go from skeptical to shocked as Judith worked, not just sweeping the clutter aside as the earlier spell was meant to, but stacking things neatly. With a small gesture, Judith even brought the loose files and papers closer to glance at their contents before filing them away where they belonged. In maybe a minute and a half, she hadn't just cleared the space, she'd organized everything that had been in it. As she finished and dissolved the spell, she turned to look at Wilt again, tension clear on her face. "Astounding," the Magus said, pulling on his beard. "Was that Geralt?" No, you didn't have the materials. I could swear the outer structure was a variant on the Flemish principle." It was kind of," Judith explained, flustered. "I wanted something to sweep up hair at the salon and everybody was like, just use Phryne. But I hate Phryne. There's this dumb loop it does like 6 different times where it just restates the thesis. The foundational passages, yes? Yeah, except it wouldn't need to keep resetting the foundation if it just made the initial thesis more stable, or if it didn't spend so much time on the arguments and circumstances after, half of which it doesn't even need. But instead, the thesis is constantly collapsing, and you're just supposed to pin it back into place every few lines while you rush through this huge, rambling dissertation. And anyway, every time I get to one of those dumb loops, I forget where I am in the spell, and the whole thing is so unbalanced that if you take more than a beat to get the next phrase in place, it starts going haywire. Like trying to build a Jenga tower from the top down, and I hate Phryne. So anyway, I just kind of figured out what parts of Phryne actually did the lifting, and Frankensteined something better together from other spells. But what do you mean you just... Wilt was staring at her in undisguised fascination. Wait, where were the circumstances? You couldn't possibly have done the planetary movement calculations that fast. Yeah, no, I just skipped those. You really don't need them most of the time. The line is sort of fuzzy, but in general, if I'm not using a spell on anything living and it's contained to, like, one room, I just do local weather and focus on the micro conditions. What about the waste heat? Are you sinking it, or... Dante cleared his throat and Wilt stopped abruptly. Pardon the interruption, but we are on a tight schedule here. Of course, Wilt said, straightening up and trying to look serious. Judith did the same, her face red. We will, of course, talk more later, Miss... Judith, she answered, shaking his hand. You should tell him about the succubus tracking spell, Dante suggested. The what now? Wilt sputtered, while Judith hid her face in embarrassment. She rigged a scrying spell to a constructed intelligence and uses it to find lost hair ties. Good Lord. And then used it as a quantum anchor to allow us to travel linearly through a space with little to no consistent internal geometry. Now that's a story you are going to have to tell me later, the Magus said with a chuckle. But for the moment, let's get on with it. Yeah, let's, I said, clapping my hands together. Lay the dragon knowledge on me. Chapter 23. We moved into the open space and Wilt rolled up the sleeves of his robe. Let us first determine where to begin, he said. What abilities have you manifested so far? I think the strength showed up first, I said, rolling my shoulders. And like, low-key invulnerability? I mean, when I was a kid, it was so minor it didn't really register as even being supernatural. I just thought I was tough. Yes, that's to be expected, the Magus said, nodding. It's not surprising that you haven't progressed much beyond... Oh, that's not it. I interrupted him, frowning. That's just the first stuff I noticed wasn't normal, and that was when I was like, 10? It's way stronger now. The other day, I punched a troll hard enough to crack his jaw, and a couple of days before that, I got shot at pretty close range and it didn't even break the skin. I mean, it did break my rib, but still. Wilt blinked. Well, he said, clearing his throat. That is less typical. The next thing I figured out was the camouflage, I went on. It only works when I'm holding my breath and if I move too much people notice, but even if I'm out in the open, it'll make people less likely to pay attention to me. After that, I think I noticed the magic nullifying thing. Like, obviously, it had been causing issues pretty much forever, but I started being able to do it on command when I was about 13. Now I can take apart pretty much any spell if you give me enough time. Then when I was 16, I breathed fire. You can already breathe fire? The magus gasped. Yeah, but I've only done it a few times, I said, a little thrown by his reaction. It freaked me out so much the first time that I avoided using any of my powers for a long time. Then the party happened, and I basically set myself on fire and tried to fist-fight the triumvirate, ruining a really nice dress. And that was after I did the flash step thing. Pardon? Oh, it's like super speed, but only for a second. Not that. Before that. The setting myself on fire thing? Yeah, I've done that twice now. It's like I get so pissed off it just kind of boils out of me and, like, swallows me. I just completely lose my shit for a minute. And then I'm naked and exhausted and it sucks. Oh, and also breathing fire makes my throat feel like I just gargled razor blades. That seems wrong, doesn't it? A dragon shouldn't hurt themselves breathing fire, right? Magus Wilt sat down on a stack of boxes, staring. Good Lord, he muttered. Anything else? Dante cleared his throat. I'm fairly certain I saw her and Miss Judith produce the first Phoenician fire grenade I've seen since the fall of Rome. Wilt threw his hands up in apparent defeat. I believe the constant danger she's been in recently has contributed to her rapid development, Dante continued. I may have also exacerbated the effect. Dante, you didn't. Wilt frowned at Dante in stern disapproval. The circumstances demanded it, Dante said defensively. Your curiosity demanded it, more like, Wilt said with a huff, but the results certainly seem to speak for themselves. It's beyond anything we theorized, Dante said with a conspiratorial smile. I shot Dante a sharp look. What are we talking about exactly? Nothing except the ultimate catalyst of your people's extinction, Magus Wilt replied flippantly. Which would be, I prompted, confused. You'll have to forgive me for not knowing the history since, the most powerful vampire in the world has spent a couple of centuries making sure no one knows it ever happened. Wilt gave Dante a look, which Dante returned, crossing his arms stubbornly. Wilt sighed. Icor, he said, and at my blank expression he continued. God's blood, by the human definition. In this context, it refers specifically to vampire blood which has been consumed by a dragon. Oh, I said, leaning against the edge of a desk and glancing discreetly at Dante, who wouldn't meet my eyes. Wilt cleared his throat, settled himself more comfortably on a leather armchair, and launched into a lecture that sounded like it had started as a doctoral thesis. He crossed his legs, the bathrobe parting to reveal his pasty upper thigh. I really hoped he was wearing underwear. My instinct was to be annoyed and interrupt before he could get going, but the fact that I legitimately wanted to know more about this shit got in the way. Still, I crossed my arms and remained standing, hoping it would encourage him to keep it brief. The vampires and the dragons spent more of their shared history at war than at peace, Wilt began. And the justification on either side would change with the fashion of the times. Expansionism, revenge, resource disputes. It was as regular as clockwork. If there was a new ancient on the triumvirate, or a newly titled prince campaigning for his own house, there was certain to be a new line of propaganda as to why the war was righteous and must continue. The old standby for the vampires was always religious. Vampire supremacists, of course, believe vampires are Tiamat's firstborn, and thus divinely appointed to rule over the other, lesser races. Draconic beliefs contradicted this directly, and claimed dragons were the only true descendants of Tiamat. Needless to say, vampires have been, historically, not overly fond of this doctrine. "Yeah, I'll bet," I said with a short, harsh laugh. I wouldn't admit it, but I was kind of fascinated by even this tiny glimpse of my history. Part of me really wanted to interrogate him about dragon belief systems, but I couldn't risk this lecture going any longer than it had to. Not until I found Aaron. Indeed. Wilt cleared his throat again, looking a little irritated, and continued. When the Cimmerian launched his final crusade against the dragons, religion was his rallying cry. And make no mistake, he is a true believer. A zealot of the kind you rarely see in these times. But he and his supporters were motivated by a more practical concern as well, namely, the discovery of the effects of ichor on dragons. I leaned forward expectantly. This is what I was here for. Before most records were destroyed, there was evidence to suggest the dragons had been aware of ichor for as long as their society had existed. It was sacred knowledge, restricted to the priest caste and jealously guarded, a part of the coronation ritual of the Sun Kings, and an essential catalyst of ascension. But vampire kind, as far as I am aware, only became aware when their own research revealed it. They stumbled into it while experimenting on draconic prisoners, you see. To limit the accidental spread of this information, and in a frankly astounding display of both astronomical hubris and base squeamishness, they referred to the subject of the research exclusively as ichor. They couldn't bring themselves to call it what it was. The very idea seemed blasphemous. It hadn't occurred to us, you see, that something might feed on us as we had always fed on others. And not for base survival, but for power. According to the research which was brought before the Cimmerian, the consumption of ichor provided dragons with greatly accelerated healing, boundless energy, and abilities which should have taken years of training to manifest. They claimed less than a pint could heal bones in hours. 4 pints could allegedly give a young dragon barely past his dawning the strength and abilities of a fully fledged sun warrior in a matter of weeks. The revelation sent a shockwave through the highest vampiric courts. Even if the Cimmerian had not led the charge, there would have been violence. For vampires like that, not one of them less than 500, accepting such a thing was impossible. They'd been at the top of the food chain too long, and the Cimmerian was eager to feed their fears. The very existence of dragons, he declared, was an abomination. The truth of ichor was proof. That any creature would dare to feed on Tiamat's firstborn was blasphemous. The fact that, as far as anyone knew, the dragons made use of ichor at most once or twice in 100 years was irrelevant. That they could was sin enough. So he called for the last great crusade, determined to wipe them entirely from the face of the earth. "I know the rest," I said before he could continue. "He tricked the Fae into believing the dragons had broken the treaty." "Absurd." Wilt shook his head in unexpected disagreement. "The law is a force of nature for the Fae. I could trick you into believing gravity didn't exist before you could convince the Fae that the law had been broken when it hadn't. No, I'm not certain what bargain he made with them, but it wasn't as simple as that." We all took a second to chew on that ominous bit of information. Then I shrugged it off. "Whatever," I said. "It doesn't matter now. So Dante's been feeding me vampire blood as some kind of experiment, and it's making my powers show up faster?" "An oversimplification, but yes," the Magus confirmed. "I would posit that you are already past your dawning. The arrival of your scales and other visual markers has presumably been delayed by the rapid growth." "Great, whatever," I repeated, before he could get on to another tangent. "I'll kick Dante's ass for that later. For now, can you teach me, or not?" The Magus stood, expression stiff, probably annoyed at me for interrupting his lecture. "That depends," he said. "Unfortunately, I cannot proceed any further until we have settled a matter of quid pro quo." "Payment?" Dante asked, raising an eyebrow. "Emrys, you and I both know the opportunity alone." "I am not asking on my own behalf, Dante," Wilt interrupted, his stiff expression becoming almost pained. "Shit!" My skin prickled with sudden anxiety, and I braced myself for the worst. "I wondered why you ramped up the power of your defenses," Dante said coolly. "Triumvirate or circle?" "Circle, of course," Wilt said, waving the question off. "They don't consider me one of them. Not really. Not even after 1,500 years. But the vampiric court, what few corners of it remember that I yet live, would sooner play dice with Queen Mab than grant me the passing flicker of attention God gave a sea monkey. No. The Circle's representative waltzed in here yesterday, one of those ugly little cuckoo men in the tan suits." "I assumed they would," Dante said with an upsetting degree of nonchalance. "Did you?" I asked, hands on my hips. "Because you didn't mention it to me." "There are only so many dragon experts left in the world after all," Dante continued. "It's hardly a stretch to assume Evie would seek out a teacher. However, I didn't expect that you would cede to them so easily, Magus Wilt." Wilt sighed, turning away to shuffle a stack of loose files. "I'm old, Dante. I was old when they turned me, and these past 4,000 years have only made me, oh, so much older. Too old for wars and intrigues. Too old to be wandering, too old to start over. As soon as they suggested I might lose my place here at the university, I folded like a house of cards." "Disappointing, Emrys," Dante said, a chill in his voice. "So what the fuck does that mean?" I snapped, fire between my teeth. "Are they on their way? How much time do we have?" "No one is coming," Wilt said quickly. He waved his hand, and I flinched, but all that happened was a tea set floating out of somewhere deeper in the room. I assured them a direct confrontation would be both unwise and unnecessary. I have been given permission to negotiate on the Circle's behalf. "Negotiate," I repeated, brow furrowed in confusion. "I thought they wanted me dead." "No, certainly not." He summoned water into the teapot with another casual gesture and created a sphere of heat around it, with 3 more. "You are the best chance the witches have had to win the tournament in 100 years. You are the golden goose, my dear." Why did they send a big fuck-off monster after me?" I said, losing the fight to control my volume. "That's a pretty fucking strange way to open negotiations." Wilt frowned. "Monster? Like 10 feet tall, a bunch of spider legs, weird dangling person thing in the middle?" I spread my arms in frustration. "Is that really not ringing any bells? It's pretty distinctive." "I was not informed of any monster," Wilt replied, summoning a wooden box full of tea leaves. "And I'm quite certain such a vital point of negotiation would have been shared with me. Furthermore, that doesn't sound like any construct the Circle would use." "It wasn't a construct," Judith suddenly spoke up. "It was enchantment, on a person, a living person." "Impossible," Wilt said, frown deepening. "I've been following the Circle's enchantment research. They can't get enchantment to stick on anything living. They couldn't enchant a pot of African violets, let alone a person, and the theoretical models suggest it would be a phenomenally bad idea to try." "I saw it," Judith said firmly. "I know what I saw." "I can confirm what she saw as well," Dante added. "My understanding of enchantment is limited, but I saw enough to be certain that, whatever it was most certainly demonic in origin." "Impossible," Wilt said again, shaking his head. "The Circle wouldn't have—" "Okay, so it isn't the Circle, whatever," I said impatiently. "Was it Rothbart, then?" "No, certainly not," Wilt replied. "That one can hardly wipe his own ass without the Circle's direction, and it's not in his skill set regardless. Then where the hell did it come from? I was getting ready to tear my hair out. Wilt fussed with his teapot to avoid answering. He clearly had no idea, and that was frankly terrifying. How did we know even less about that thing than we thought we did? It spoke, Judith said thoughtfully. Called itself null something. Abracadabra, I offered, trying to remember. Apple sacks? Nullabraxas, Judith said, snapping her fingers. Nullabraxas? Willett repeated, putting deliberate emphasis on the first syllable. Curious choice. Why's that? I asked. I was being sarcastic, but he didn't seem to pick up on it. Abraxas or Abrasax, the magus replied, tugging on his beard, is a Gnostic deity said to encompass all things, the entirety of existence. If that first syllable is meant to be null, meaning void or empty, or as in nullify, to make void, to end, it would imply a kind of fundamental opposite. The absence of Abraxas, the nullification of existence, the nothingness where all creation is not. In effect, the end of the world. Chapter 24. That doesn't sound good, Judith murmured, chewing on her lip. Christ, I muttered, running a hand over my face. So we have no idea where this thing came from or why it wants to kill me, but silver lining. We do know that it apparently has an interest in Gnosticism, and also probably wants to destroy the world. Great. Sounds like exactly the kind of problem I'd like to have kick-ass dragon powers for. Can you teach me or not? Magus Wilt cleared his throat, straightened up, then jumped as his teapot started whistling. Yes, of course, he said, pouring himself a cup and offering one to Judith and Dante, who both politely declined. Provided you are willing to turn over the Treaty of Five Races to the Supreme Arcanum, swear your eternal allegiance to the High Circle of Witchkin, and declare yourself their champion. Yeah, I'm not doing any of those things, I said flatly. I suspected as much, Wilt said with a sage nod, raising the teacup to his lips. In that case, perhaps we should... Whatever he was about to suggest was cut short as the teacup exploded, just as an invisible sucker punch hit me in the face. I staggered, reeling, and a fraction of a second later, I processed the unmistakable sound of the gunshot that had preceded the explosion, by which point Dante was already tackling me to the ground. Judith struggled to throw up a shield, and we scrambled behind its faltering shelter, while further shots pitted the floor behind us. Magus Wilt, face pale and bathrobe dark with blood, stabilized Judith's shield with shaking hands, and she rushed to supplement it with a physical barrier, using magic to messily pile crates and file cabinets into a high barricade between us and roughly the direction the gunfire was coming from. The source, from what I could tell, was the wide picture window at the far end of the room. I could see 3 figures outside it, presumably standing on a flying carpet or something, since they were several stories up. Judith's barricade blocked my view of them before I could see any more. Emrys, Dante said with urgency. Are you... Fine, Wilt said quickly, waving Dante off despite the fact that he was clearly hurting. It was only a standard round, not even silver. Apparently they haven't yet learned that our dragon is bulletproof. He gestured to me, and I blinked, recovering from my shock enough to notice pain blossoming on the side of my face. I touched it, my fingers fumbling, and winced at the tender bruise sensation. There was a nickel-sized spot just below my eye that felt raw and bloody, like a badly scraped knee. I put 2 and 2 together with embarrassingly slowness. The bullet that hit him was meant for me, but had ricocheted off my bulletproof hide. Jesus, I'm sorry, I stammered, horrified, while my face throbbed. They were trying to... They almost... If Judith had been standing closer... Quiet, Dante said. and though it was barely above a murmur, I abruptly fell silent. The shooting has stopped. He was right. The kind of perfect ringing silence that only follows gunfire had settled on the dusty room and all its cluttered files. It was shattered a moment later by the sound of the gunmen smashing their way through the window. We held still, tense and waiting, listening to the sound of footsteps. Dante silently withdrew his saber from within the infinite depths of his coat. Evangelina Maria Barr. An unfamiliar male voice spoke my full name on the other side of the barrier, clipped and businesslike, like he was delivering a package. Your death has been ordered under the seal of the Triumvirate and the true name of the Cimmerian. I am here to carry out that order. Please come out immediately, and we will make this as quick and clean as possible. Yeah, no thanks, I replied, my voice breaking. No offense, but that's a pretty shitty sales pitch. The order is for your head only, the man continued. The other 3 with you do not need to die today. If you insist on a fight, I won't be able to guarantee their safety. My mouth went dry. Judith met my stare, eyes wide. No snarky answer for that, the assassin observed. That old wizard, the one who caught the bullet for you, is he still breathing? I can't imagine he will be much longer. Give up now, and maybe the other 2 can get him to a doctor in time to save his life. I swallowed, clearing my throat. All right, I said. I'm coming out. Just give me a minute. Take 5. But be aware the building is surrounded and we've got enough counter-magic set up to give the High Arcanum déjà vu, in case you were planning anything stupid. Me? Planning something stupid? Never. So what's the actual plan? Judith hissed as I turned back to them. No idea, I whispered back. Dante? Well, I'll start with the bad news, Dante replied. That's probably the Triumvirate's private death squad out there. Werewolves, I assumed. It didn't remotely surprise me that the leaders of the vampiric empire kept assassins on retainer. Not like any you've met. They were bred and raised to kill the Triumvirate's enemies, chiefly other vampires. They've been genetically modified to within an inch of their lives, and are equipped with most post-powerful weapons and magitech blood or money can buy. Great! What's the good news? Dante tipped his head towards Wilt, who was leaning against a filing cabinet, looking pale and irritable but alert and definitely not dying. They don't appear to know that the Magus is a vampire. Very few people do, but it's not a particularly tightly guarded secret. They don't seem to know the full extent of your powers either, which implies to me that they didn't take the time for proper reconnaissance. They're in a hurry and poorly informed. That gives us at least a slight strategic advantage. So we're fighting our way out? I said a strategic advantage, Dante replied archly. As in, we should employ it strategically. Not that I don't have the utmost faith in your abilities, but I really don't think they're going to be enough to stop a cadre of professional vampire-killing hitmen. I stared at the floor, my jaw clenched, seconds ticking past as my 5-minute reprieve dwindled rapidly. Dante was right, but didn't seem to have another suggestion. The assassin's offer lingered at the back of my mind. Would he really leave the others alive if I gave myself up? Yeah, right. Like the Cimmerian would ever risk loose ends like that. It might give them time to go into hiding, though. Because hiding from the Triumvirate was something Dante had been really great at so far. I scrubbed a hand over my bruised face in frustration, my skin already hot as the fire inside me grew in anticipation of the coming fight. I couldn't die here. If I left Aaron alone now, after everything that we'd been through, I had to get away. I had to find him. I had to keep him safe. It doesn't need to be enough to stop them, I said, a plan starting to form. Or something like a plan anyway. Just enough to slow them down while we escape. They said the place is surrounded, Judith pointed out. All the exits will be guarded. There was an overturned box of dusty blackboard chalk on the ground, where I'd been absently staring earlier. I picked a piece up and tossed it to Judith. "Not this exit." Judith caught the chalk and stared at it bewildered for a moment before she realized what I was suggesting. As the light of understanding and sudden hope lit up Judith's eyes, Dante shook his head. "I've told you before," he said. "I can't just open a portal at the drop of a hat. It requires very specific and expensive materials." "We're in the laboratory of a vampire-turned-mad scientist wizard," I replied impatiently. "If anyone in the world has a stash of rare, expensive spell ingredients, it's this guy." We all looked at Wilt expectantly. Wilt averted his eyes. "Well, Emrys," Dante prompted, "do you have blessed willow bark, 3 pure iron railroad spikes made prior to the turn of the century, and chalk made from the ashes of Charn?" Magus Wilt twisted his beard, wrestling with his answer, looking like he'd just been confronted with a particularly fiendish variation of the trolley problem. "Are we completely certain we couldn't just hand her over?" he finally asked. Dante's response was to reach for his saber, while Judith brandished her detangling comb like a club. The Magus raised his hands in surrender. All right, I have it." "Barbarians, do you have any idea how much blessed willow bark costs these days?" "They'll notice the moment he summons the materials," Dante pointed out, "and our 5 minutes are just about up." "So we fight," I replied, tying my hair up out of the way. "I can't fight if I'm busy opening a portal, and if you go out there by yourself, you'll be slaughtered." "I can manage the portal," Wilt offered. "You need my administrative override to get past the university's anti-teleportation wards regardless." "Unfortunately, Emrys, at the moment I trust you about as far as I can throw you," Dante countered. "Judith will keep an eye on him," I shot back, wishing I had some kind of weapon. Bringing my fists to a gunfight seemed less than ideal, even if I really was bulletproof. I stood cautiously, staying below the barricade. "Right, Jude. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to tell if he's trying to send the portal somewhere weird or something like that," Judith said, looking about as confident as she sounded. "See? All good." I turned to Dante, trying to keep my expression hard despite the fear gnawing at me. "So, are you with me?" I offered him my hand, glad at least it wasn't shaking. He met my stare, and for a moment we were back in the quiet safe-house kitchen again, emotions raw in washed-out fluorescent light, his expression for once not guarded or rehearsed. I didn't have the guts to look too carefully at the tangle of raw emotion in his eyes, but, more than anything else, it looked like regret. And then the moment ended. He sighed, took my hand, and pulled himself to his feet. "Fine. I suppose I've lived a few thousand years past my expiration date anyway. Today's as good a day to die as any." "That's what I like to hear," I said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Don't suppose you have any spare swords in your jacket?" "Not at the moment, but as it happens, I loaned one to Emrys several decades ago. A rather nice, magically preserved dragon blade, as I recall. I assume you still have it somewhere in all this mess?" He looked at the Magus, who rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll summon it with the rest," he muttered. "It's only a several thousand-year-old relic of an extinct culture. Why not carry it into bloody battle?" "Time's up," called the stranger from beyond the barrier. "Whatever desperate plan you're hatching, you'd better get on with it, or I'm just going to chuck a grenade in there and let the dental records sort it out." "Hang on," I said quickly. "I'm coming out with my hands up. Maybe we can still work out some kind of deal." I peered cautiously around the barricade before I stepped out, hands raised. There were 5 I could see, dressed in black paramilitary SWAT gear vibrating with so much anti-magic that it registered as a kind of infrasonic whine, just below the threshold of human hearing, but present enough to set my teeth on edge even from 10 or 15 feet away. Their tactical gear hid their faces entirely, which is supposed to make them more intimidating, I hear. Just makes them all look like nameless video game mobs to me. But then the very real rifles they were pointing at me were more than intimidating enough on their own. "I'm sure the Sumerian pays very well," I said, eyes on the gun of the closest guy. "But the Summer Queen herself wants me alive. Imagine what she'd give you for me. There's things money can't buy, right?" "We already made a deal," said the closest one, whose voice I recognized as the person who'd been speaking before. "You go down without a fight and I don't kill everyone in this building." "Right," I muttered, glancing back towards the barricade. "I'm just not sure that works for me. I'm awfully attached to being alive." "A lot of people are," he replied casually. "But in my experience, it's pretty easy to change their minds. Give me a couple of hours and a pair of pliers, and I can convince just about anyone that death is preferable. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time. So hurry up and pull whatever stunt you're planning so I can get on with killing you." "You're pretty confident, huh?" I noted. "And cautious. I find you rarely lose if you wait till all the cards are on the table before you make your play." "I'm not sure if that analogy works. They trained me to kill things, not write poetry. Or play card games, apparently. On the contrary, I play a mean game of solitaire." I nodded, wondering what to make of this weirdo. "Well," I said, "I think we're just about ready to, pull whatever stunt we're planning." I turned a little to shout back towards the others without taking my eyes off the man in front of me. "Are we just about ready to do something stupid, Dante?" "Just about," Dante shouted back. "You have a name?" I asked the stranger while the sound of hurried activity grew behind me. The hair stood up on my arms in response to a slow swell of powerful magic. "Or did they just give you a serial number?" "Both," he said, "but I can't imagine why I'd tell it to you, or why you'd care." "You're about to kill me," I said with a shrug. "Is it weird to want to know the name of the guy pulling the trigger? And hey, on the off chance this goes my way instead of yours, I should know what to put on the gravestone, right?" "Hunter," the man said after a moment's thought. I snorted. "It's an accurate descriptor," Hunter said, sounding maybe a little offended. I couldn't see his expression to be sure, but the impatient way he shouldered his rifle gave me the feeling I'd exhausted the last of his patience. Before he could pull the trigger, or I could attempt to continue distracting him with small talk, Dante stepped out from behind the barricade to stand next to me. "How's it looking?" I asked him in a hush. "Any second now," he replied. Hunter made an odd, breathy sound, which I realized was the sound of sniffing, warped by his mask. "You smell familiar," he said, gesturing with his rifle at Dante. "Have I killed you before?" "Not in this lifetime," Dante answered, unsheathing his sword. "But the vestigial remnants of the alpha consciousness they left in your head so that you could tap into its thousands of years of combat experience might just remember me." Hunter went weirdly still, looking at the sword in Dante's hand. He took a step back, and then several things happened at once. Chapter 25. The other 4 assassins raised their weapons in response to some sub-vocal command from Hunter. I inhaled, more out of an instinct to brace myself than intention, and felt the fire roar to life within me, ready to burn anything foolish enough to stand in my way. Magic washed out from the barricade behind me, straight lines of force flung out towards precise points around the huge, cluttered room. Where those points connected with their targets, said targets erupted from the academic landfill they were buried in, with a sound and a shower of papers like a small landmine going off, and rocketed back towards the barricade at professional fastball speeds. The trajectory of a hefty clay pot happened to intersect precisely with the head of one of the assassins, with whom it collided in a shower of clay shards and a billowing cloud of white powder. The assassin squeezed his trigger involuntarily, sending a spray of bullets towards us and his own teammates, blinded briefly by the powder. The accompanying shouts of pain made me pretty sure at least one of those bullets had found a mark, but I wasn't paying a ton of attention because I just noticed one of the objects flying towards us among the bullets, pottery shrapnel, and the cloud of powdered willow bark being rapidly drawn towards the barricade by Magus Wilt's summoning magic. Sailing through the air high above us among that hail of confusion and sharp objects was a sword. Dante noticed it as well, our eyes meeting in the fraction of a second we had to react. We also noticed Hunter, stepping out of the cloud of willow bark, ready to kill us, or at least empty a few rifle clips trying. Dante stepped forward and time seemed to slow, or I sped up, watching him move with inhuman speed. I didn't know precisely what he was planning, but my whole self was braced to respond to it, to move with him. Werewolves could be as fast as, or even faster than vampires in a foot race, and had them beat hands down for endurance. The longer the marathon, the more likely the werewolf was to win. But in a sprint, when it came down to microseconds and fast twitch responses, the only thing I'd ever seen beat a vampire was me. And even then, I'd caught the guy off guard and drunk. Not exactly a fair comparison. Hunter was ready, meeting Dante head-on, rifle to saber, and he still didn't stand a chance. Dante's blade flashed, knocking the rifle aside, a flicker as he reversed his grip and slammed the pommel into the underside of the werewolf's chin. I was already running as Hunter staggered and Dante dropped to one knee, not even needing the flash of his eyes to signal me forward. My eyes were on neither of them, but only on the sword some 10 or 20 feet above us. I vaulted forward, planted my foot on Dante's shoulder, and then Hunter's helmet, launching myself up to grab the sword by its carved stone hilt as it flew past us towards the pull of Magus Wilt's magic. I felt a rush of power the moment my hand closed around it, an electric thrill that ran through me, raising the hair on my arms and making my breath catch. This was mine, I thought with a certainty so absolute I could feel it, a pulse pounding in my bones like the throb of bass when you stand too close to the speakers. The way it vibrates in your chest, rattles around in your ribs, makes your teeth ache with the sheer invisible power of it. It felt like a limb lost, returned. The blade was short, more a machete than a sword, curved almost like a sickle. It glittered as I spun in the air, a length of obsidian shining sharp and fragile as glass. I couldn't even imagine the magic that must have made it. Even I knew a sword made of obsidian should have shattered into a million pieces the first time it was used. But here it was, after hundreds of years, and I knew it was nothing ceremonial. It was an instrument of righteous violence which had been called into action 1,000 times, 1,000 times. I could taste the blood it had drawn on the back of my tongue. The sight of it filled me with a fierce joy, a glorious rage, which welled up behind my teeth in star-white flame that wouldn't be contained. It wasn't like before, when I'd caught fire at the party, or when I'd spun out beneath Troll Market. This was different, more controlled. It just wasn't me controlling it. The sword, not gravity, pulled me back down to earth like a meteor. Dante swept Hunter's legs from beneath him, knocking him back into the path of my burning descent. I saw his eyes for a second behind his mask, how they widened in surprise or fear before the fire boiled from me and engulfed us both. Black sword, white flame, righteous fury overwhelming. I danced, I burned, and others burned with me. Part of me was aware I was not feeling my own feelings, not making my own decisions. Part of me did not care. The moment my hand touched that sword, I belonged to something bigger. I didn't hold the weapon. I was held, wielded in the name of a pain, a rage, so old and vast that I was swallowed up in it completely. The bass pounding in my bones was my own heartbeat, and I was blinded to everything but that sound. I can't really tell you what happened after that. I was barely there, both less and more than I'd been the other 2 times I'd lost control. Both those times, the anger had been mine, or mostly mine. When it spilled out of me, it was me that filled the air with fire, just unaware of my surroundings the way anyone could be when suffering powerful emotions. This time, I was hyper-aware of every detail, but my body was not my own. I turned, and didn't know why I'd turned. I struck, and didn't know what I'd struck. I watched from behind my own eyes, breathless, rapturous with a sourceless, boundless fury, as something else used my hands to wreak death and destruction. These were trained fighters, wolves with teeth and claws bursting through their tactical armor. My experience amounted to fistfights with teenagers. Before all this, my deadliest fight had been the time a rival pulled a knife on me in a bar brawl. I shouldn't have been able to stand up to them, no matter how powerful or angry I was, just on tactics alone. But I moved with a skill not my own, a strategy born of training I'd never been through. I knew where to move and how, where to strike, when to fall back, to cloak myself in flame, to blind my enemies with smoke and light and keep them stumbling. Even when my fire rolled off the anti-magic wards on their armor, it still struck fear, slowed responses, obscured vision, and I used it like a predator uses shadow and scent to confound and kill. I've never killed anyone. I don't want to be a killer. I can't stop. Evie! Dante's voice cut through the smoke. His face was right in front of me, so close I could feel his breath, and there was fear in his eyes. His saber was holding back my blade, and I could see him straining. I'd never seen him have to make that much effort to do anything. That's enough, he demanded. They're gone, Evie. You can stop. Hunter was at my feet, unconscious or worse. I was gripping his hair in one hand, pulling his head back to reveal his throat past his charred armor. Dante was the only thing keeping me from drawing my sword across that throat. I wanted to, or the sword wanted to. There was no meaningful difference anymore. I can't stop, I said. My throat was so raw and ruined from breathing fire that my voice didn't sound like my own. I won't stop. It's over, Dante insisted. We're safe. Let go. It will never be over. The fire within me spoke through my lips with words unfamiliar to me. Not when I eat the Sumerian's heart. Not when every vampire that has ever walked this cursed earth is ashes. Not when the sky burns and the seas boil. My vengeance is eternal. My wrath is divine. I will. An invisible weight like a cartoon anvil dropped on my head. By the time I spotted Judith, she'd already flattened me to the ground and knocked the sword from my hand. Wilt emerged from the barricade behind her, gesturing broadly as he built an anti-magic spell to squash my fire. I lay pinned to the floor, unable to move except to breathe, shaking as the rage slowly retreated and my body became my own again. Judith and Dante watched, eyes wary, and I wanted to tear their throats out with my teeth. And then, a little at a time, I knew myself again, and was horrified. Jesus, I croaked, shivering like a leaf in a hurricane as I realized what I'd done, what I'd been about to do. Jesus, fuck what the shit. Judith released the spell, holding me down, and I sat up slowly, my whole body aching, becoming aware of the wounds I'd been ignoring in my blind fury. I stared at the sword, lying on the ground beside me, right next to where Hunter had fallen. The glitter of its glass edge was dulled with blood. A sob rattled through me and I felt hot tears in my eyes. Judith fell down beside me and threw her arms around me. I clung to her, squeezing too tight, grounding myself in her familiar scent and softness as the horror of what had just happened washed over me. I hadn't killed Hunter, but I had killed. Their bodies were around me, their blood on my hands. Dante gathered up the sword, and a small part of me wanted to take it back from him immediately. It was mine. The rest of me was just glad to see it gone. I didn't care where he took it as long as I didn't have to look at it. Wilt cleared his throat to get our attention. Well, the portal is complete. I don't think we're going to need it, Dante said frankly, looking at the devastation around us. There were way more bodies on the ground than the 4 who had accompanied Hunter. The reinforcements he'd had surrounding the building, I assumed. There was no way all of them were just unconscious. The thought made me nauseous, and I hid my face in Judith's hair so I wouldn't have to see it all anymore. At least I hadn't set the building on fire. Of course not. Wilt threw his hands up. I still expect to be repaid for those materials. Hear me. Not to mention the state of my office. She's burned a good quarter of my files to cinders. There were notes in there going back to the 10th century, primary sources that can never be replaced. Shut up, Emrys, Dante said impatiently, not bothering to couch it in a request to avoid using his powers of vampiric compulsion. Magus Wilt's mouth snapped shut, and he glared at Dante in sullen silence. It's all okay now, Judith whispered, her hands rubbing soothing circles on my back. We're all okay. You saved us, Evie. I didn't feel like much of a hero at the moment. And hey, I guess we know why everybody wants you in the tournament so bad now, Judith said with an uneasy laugh. If you can fight like that, no one else would stand a chance. I inhaled sharply as something terrible occurred to me, pushing away from Judith. Aaron, I gasped. What if the reason he hasn't shown up yet is because these guys got to him first? What if he... I was interrupted by the offensively chipper tune of a cell phone ringing. The vibrating made me belatedly realize it was my own, and I scrambled to pull it out of my pocket, nearly slicing my finger open on the cracked glass of the screen. Is that him? Judith asked, eyes wide. I don't know, I said, showing her the ruined phone. The shattered screen was entirely unreadable. I didn't even know it was still working. Well, if it's just the screen that's broken, give it here. Judith took the phone, set it on the floor, and grabbed her detangling comb. She made the same series of complex gestures I recognized from when she'd repaired Dante's window what seemed like forever ago. As I watched, the screen healed, the glass flowing back together. It was still ringing by the time she finished, and I snatched it up, hitting the answer button before I'd even processed that the number on the screen was not Aaron's. Aaron? I blurted in desperate hope. Nah, answered a familiar voice. But he's here with me. Domino. My initial relief wavered into uncertainty, remembering the last time I'd seen him. Say hi to your sister, kid. Evie. Aaron. I gasped in relief. Are you okay? Are you safe? What happened? I don't know, Aaron replied, talking fast. Me and Ryan were trying to get out of Dante's stupid house, and then suddenly we were in Pacific Heights, like almost in Cow Hollow, just in the middle of the street. And Ryan was in a tree, and he fell out and broke his wrist, and we tried to find you, but then Dom... She gets the picture, Domino interrupted, taking the phone back from Aaron. Go check on your cop friend, see if he's awake. I don't want him wandering around unescorted interfering with my business. Aaron made a reluctant noise, but I assume he did as he was told. Ryan's there too? I asked, still not sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, Anton even fixed up his wrist, Domino replied. They're both fine, for now. The freshly repaired cell phone creaked as my grip tightened. For now, I repeated. You know I don't want to do anything to hurt Aaron, Domino said quietly. But you and I both know things have changed. What do you want? I asked, and the roil of fire in my gut made nausea sweep over me as anger lost the fight with fear. Judith and Dante had both realized something was wrong and were listening carefully, faces grim. You already know, Eve. You're going to fight in the tournament. You're going to make those Fey bastards see us at last, and when you win, you're going to put changelings on top where they always should have been. You're going to declare yourself Fey champion, Evie. Or I'm going to kill your brother. Here at Urban Epics, we're dedicated to writing books that you want to read, so your feedback is important to us. If you like this book, let us know with likes and comments. And please show some love to the Amazon version of the ebook as well. We have big ideas for the third book in this series, but in the meantime, please check the dozens of other urban fantasy novels we've published. You can join the Urban Epics Facebook group for exclusive content, or sign up on our email list for some free novellas and updates on our newest books. Please visit urbanepics.com for more info.